still can't see the numbers.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world.
Do caca-poo-poo. Boop! What is happening, guys? It is Friday. What is going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Everybody alive out there? And everything. Let's see. Sorry, I had some tabs open. Still had that Army of the Dead Twitch tab open. Anybody chime in on that? Sadly, I was working, so I couldn't really check it out too much. But thought it was kind of cool. I was like, hey, they're doing some cool little marketing thing for Army of the Dead on Twitch. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, so it is Friday. Yes, it is, Eric. What is up? All right, and then, of course, we got Mr. Josh. How you doing? Mr. Valle, what's up? So excited for these. It's not even funny, Jess. Not even funny. That's a little funny. Well, hopefully it'll be a little funny tonight, you know? We'll have a good time tonight. Hey, what's going on, Bradley? How you doing? Mr. Jason here, of course, for your Jason. Michael, what's up, buddy? Hi. How you doing? Miss Stewart's here. How you doing? Churro Ninja. That's right. Every time I see your name, I always go, you know what? I haven't had a churro in such a long time. I want one now. So one of these days, it's going to happen. Purchase, Mr. Purchase Fiddle. What's up? It's hanging, buddy. Short, shriveled, and always to the left. What line is that from, guys? Yes, we are. We are pouring one for a unique artist. You know, I mean, I'm not a big rap guy, but you know, when it comes to uniqueness in rap music, man, I mean, that man was definitely one of those. So yes, we'll definitely be pouring one out for DMX tonight. Sad stuff. 50 years old, man. Can't believe that. What's going on there, Jason? Everything's going good, man. And Mr. Will Morris, how you doing? All right, we got another David Hummingbird right here. How you doing? And we got Christian. What's up, beaches? How you doing, Joey? And we got Jas right here. Yeah, we are ready. We are ready. What's up, Anthony? How you doing? Amar, what's up? Day's been pretty good. Like I said, today was kind of like the training is over with. Time to get to work. So I kind of like did my thing where it was like, hey, all right, now I got daytime work as well as keeping tabs on it's just kind of cool how I have like my my whole little workstation now. It's grown outside the studio. Now it's like this other part that, you know, it's this whole other thing. And it was kind of like just because, you know, me, I like to stand, you know, I'm just a stander. I mean, of course, I'm going to end up pulling up the bar stool in a little bit here, but still, I like to stand. So I was just kind of going back and forth, and it was kind of cool. So today was kind of awesome. Hi, honey. Christina, how you doing? Miss you lots. James, how you doing, buddy? Darius and Bradley saying here, hello to everybody. And we got Kathy here too, another real life friend. Thank you. Well, I figured I'd wear the Justice Con 2020 shirt tonight. Why not? Hopefully, you know, I'll get the new Justice Con shirt because that logo is definitely fucking awesome. Is Mama Film Junkie here? Where's she at? There she is. Mama Film Junkie. What is up? What is up? I've been doing my homework for tonight. Uh-oh. You find those Joker shirts yet, Scott? I'm gonna strive not to have one of those brain fart moments where I have Scott just go like, "What? I just talked about it." That was funny. Oh man! Like again, I don't know where my brain was. Well, I kind of know where my brain was. You know, it was soaked in vodka first off, and you know, there's just other things too, which we'll probably talk about in a little bit and stuff like that. So, but anyways, guys, hello, Ascendant Agent. How you doing, bud? All right. Everybody's here. Everybody's good. Everybody's grand. All right. But to get my plumbing fixed, you guys still talk about the plumber so long ago. It was my water heater. Water heater was leaking, so we had to replace it. Yes. It's all good. It's all good. Release the Joker shirts. That's what I'm talking about. But thank you guys for clicking in tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be talking about some Justice Con 2021. Man, I mean, I tell you what. I mean, I don't know how much we're going to talk about it tonight because I know the official schedule hasn't been fully released. But I mean, obviously the guests have been announced for Justice Con, and it just seems like there's one big get after another. It's going to be pretty big. It's amazing how big. Even last year was big. I mean, but this year now it's like you got two movies that the Snyder is going to be talking about. So you got basically 2 different days of, you got partly Justice League and then we got partly Army of the Dead. It's just pretty insane with what's going on with all that, but it's pretty exciting. But yes, guys, let's go ahead and look at right out of the freezer. Look at the condensation. Don't stick your tongue on it, Dave. It's got to get stuck. Yeah. I love that. Right out of the freezer. Been chilling this for about, I don't know, 2 days. And yes, we are pouring one for DMX. May he rest in peace at the age of 50 years old, man. It's crazy. Crazy. You know, he was a unique voice when it came to music, man. He was a poet. Yeah, I remember hearing some of his poetry that he would read off. Especially in like his later years, he really got into that stuff, and just that voice was so unique. That he just had that voice to him, so you knew exactly when you were listening to a DMX song or anything DMX, you heard his voice. And man, it's just it's sad because the details with everything that happened, what caused the heart attack. Apparently, I mean, apparently he had some struggles, man. So, but anyways, raise your glasses. Rest in peace, DMX, man. Cheers. Salud, man. It just sucks. No matter what happens, you can have a pretty good life, get all kinds of riches and fame and all that stuff. But still you have some demons. And I know, like, he had some rough times too, later on in the years. It's just crazy when I saw like a bunch of videos today and everything that I was talking about DMX, like him showing up in Sum 41's video and being in certain movies like Exit Wounds and everything. And I was just like, man, this guy was around forever, man. When I was in high school, of course. And yeah, just when you go back and see where like all the stuff that he did, especially in the early 2000s, man, I was like, damn, a lot of stuff that guy did. So yeah. Dark Man, aka DMX. Yes, man. Jeez. Crazy stuff. But what was I gonna show you guys? But yeah, may he rest in peace, man. And then we had somebody, didn't we have what's his name died too, right? Today. I don't even remember. Like yeah, well. We don't need to talk about that. It's fine. No, but what was I going to show you guys? There was a tweet that I had that I was going to talk about. Let's see here. Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez is trending again, but thankfully it's not for the reasons that we were worrying about, like, him being canceled, like Pepe Le Pew. I think we're okay. Prince Philip, that's who did. Yes. 99 years old. He didn't quite make it. Crazy. Didn't quite make it to 100. Crazy. But I was like, yeah, that's right. Prince Philip. He died today too. So, but yeah. So cheers to him too. Hey, I mean, he's royalty, right? Sure. I mean, I'm not too familiar with him that much, but cheers to him too, Prince Philip. So there you go. Yeah, blaze it up. Blaze it up, Jose. Prince Philip was 2 months. Oh, he was 2 months shy. 2 months shy. Oh, man. Of 100 years old. Almost made it. All right. So I'm trying to remember. He said, oh, yeah. This is the tweet. This is the tweet right here that I was thinking about today that I wanted to comment on because it kind of blew up. A lot of quote, like, not too much quote tweeting, but it got a lot of engagement right here. And it's just kind of funny because I kind of wanted to just talk about it briefly before we bring the girls on. This tweet right here. Okay, so okay, there's a new rumor going around. Again, this is not the first time, by the way, guys, that Christian Bale has been rumored to show up in the Flash movie. But now the rumor is that since Michael Keaton has not full on said, hey, I'm going to be part of this movie, check it out, guys. now they're going like, now these, you know, in the Scoopy community, they're going, okay, well, Christian Bale. Let's just put Christian Bale out there. I kind of wonder, like, where do these guys get all this from? I mean, I seriously wonder if they make it up, because first off, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense because why? I mean, the Dark Knight trilogy was so grounded and so just, and I get that, like, it's a multiverse, anything could happen. I get that. But it just seems like it would just totally tarnish that whole trilogy that, you know, I mean, the Dark Knight is considered one of the best, if not the best, you know, superhero CBM out there. And when I started hearing about this rumor, I'm like, this is not going to happen. Okay. Christian Bale, unless Christopher Nolan, I should say, calls up Christian Bale like, hey, we're doing this thing. You know, I'm going to be part of this thing. I'm going to be a producer or some kind of shit. That's the only way that Christian Bale would actually do that again. Come on, guys. So don't buy into the bullshit, please. Don't buy into that bullshit. Is Conan O'Brien going to be in The Flash? Yes, Conan O'Brien's going to be Eber Thorne. Okay, Eber Thorne. All right, he's going to be Reverse Flash. He's got a good. I think he could pull it off pretty well. But yeah, no. Yeah, that's the new rumor today, and I'm just going, you know what? That's not going to happen. Okay, not going to happen. It's already been rumored before, and it's just stupid. It's just dumb. Come on, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So don't believe it. But I found it funny because there was a lot of people that said, no, it's not going to happen. But then there was also quite a few people that went, oh my God, that'd be amazing. And I'm going, no, because I even said it before. If they're at all going to tap into the Nolanverse, not Christian Bale, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Okay. Let that happen. I'd be maybe okay with that because that'd be something different. It wouldn't be technically a Batman. And we'd find out where Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character, whose first name is Robin, which I don't like, but you know, you've heard me complain about that many times. But I'm just saying, like, if they're going to actually tap into the Nolanverse, get Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Don't get Christian Bale. You know, that Bruce Wayne retired. He's having fun making babies with Selena in some in international waters. That's what's happening. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. Don't remind me, Symphony. I already reminded myself. Like, I know it probably will happen now, Steven. God, I mean, Christian Bale is going to be in Thor: Love and Thunder, and I'm kind of going, oh God. I would not have guessed that Christian Bale was going to jump over into the MCU, but sadly, this is where we're at. Oh. You know, and I'm just kind of like, oh man, what is happening with the world? But you know, hopefully he saw something in the part that he knew he could do. So, it's crazy. It's all crazy. But I just saw that. And I'm like, God, really now? Because it's just, I just kind of wonder. This is what I hate about the scooping game. I just hated about the scooping game is, well, once you like scoop one thing and then you just want to scoop something else. And then I just kind of wonder, like, is shit getting made up now? You know, it's just a lot of when things do get made up. Yeah, they definitely do get made up. I know that for a fact that they actually do get made up, and it's awfully strange. But Christian Bale, and I just don't see him coming back, you know, unless Nolan would be involved. Or unless there was something very, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, Jeffrey Dean Morgan is right there. It's right there. Okay? It's right there. If you really want to have a legit kind of like Flashpoint thing, just fucking do it. But I still wonder too, like, I mean, the Flash movie is just, it's almost in shambles because of the whole Ray Fisher thing. I mean, that's another thing I'm wondering. I'm like, what is going on with all of that? How are people feeling about that? You know, how is Ezra Miller feeling about that? That's the first thing that I want to know is how is Ezra Miller feeling about that? So, yo, Pirate Ship. Thank you, Jason. Cheers, man. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, all right. So we got a couple of them, man. Yeah. The thing about the scoops, it's more interesting than actually new. Yeah, it's very true, Stephen. Very true. Yeah, exactly. And Kathy, I mean, I know you're a Jeffrey Dean Morgan fan. I mean, I know you're not too familiar with the comics, but in a version of a Flash story, yes, Thomas Wayne, who he played, of course, was a Batman. I think I told you that actually a while back. So I think you're updated with that. Hold on a sec. Let's see. We got everything. Oop. All right. Affinity. Yes. Cheers, Dave. Oh, there you go. I still need to try the tequila, man. One of these days I will. One of these days I'll try that tequila because I hear it's absolutely delicious. All right. So here we go. Let's see. Got everybody backstage and boop, boop, boop. All right. Have joined the stream. All right. Make sure I got the right link here. Okay, yeah, but one of these days I'm going to try. Okay, I think I'll try the tequila when Henry Cavill gets added to Black Adam. Why not? That'd be a perfect time to actually try that tequila. Okay, time to bring on the guests right here. You know them. You know them well. We got Nana, one of the nerd queens. We got WonderMeg. We got Cole. What is happening? Lady.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Good.
How are you?
Good. Cool. Thank you for joining tonight. All right, let's put the names up. There we go. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining. How's your Friday going?
We were busy like all day today.
Yeah.
Whoa, celebrities you are all of a sudden. What happened? It's almost like you have something coming up or something. I don't know. I don't understand it. What happened today? Explain yourself.
Well,
We recorded something for the radio, so that was cool.
right, I saw
Which is
something
coming out at 7, and we did an interview with Sci-Fi, so that was 2.
Whoa. The Sci-Fi hit you up. And yeah, I saw on the timeline that some radio station was gonna have you guys, and they're gonna show it. You said tomorrow at 7. Was that Eastern time?
WMSC.
That's awesome. So you guys are making the rounds. It's the Justice Con press tour.
and we got the merch running about half an hour ago. So.
Oh wow, jeez. Yeah, you guys are gonna be busy for the next couple of weeks. I'm just saying. Caffeine is a must for you guys right now. That's for sure. But
4:20 a.m. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, and thank you, Nana. I know it's always a struggle because you're you're on the other, almost the other side of the world. So I know it's a little difficult for you. And you just started working again too, huh?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go straight to work after this.
Oh man. I mean, like I said, anytime you need to duck out, that's fine. I won't, I'll cry for a little bit, but not that much. I'll hold back the tears. Don't worry. I'll be okay with it. But guys, make sure everybody in the chat and everybody, of course, make sure you're subscribed to the Justice Con channel. That's where everything's going to be at. It's going to be pretty huge. April 16th, 18th, man, we're like a weekend away. How excited are you guys? How excited are you, Mr. Host? Yeah, I am hosting something. And I'm not going to, obviously the schedules and everything hasn't been revealed yet. So I don't know. Are you guys planning on doing that this weekend?
Probably Monday, actually. Hoping to do Monday. We need, schedule's mostly done.
Okay.
You are one of the few who actually seen it. But schedule's mostly done.
What are you talking about? I haven't seen anything. Just no.
We just need a few more approvals, and we've got a few more guests to announce. Hopefully.
So compared to last year, how crazy is this one going to be?
Freaking loaded, man.
Nuts.
we've got more talent than we have average people.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's not just Justice League stuff, it's Army of the Dead. And the fact that it's smack right dab in like the middle between, Justice League came out, pretty much it'll be a month almost, to the weekend. And then Army of the Dead's coming out like a month later. I'm sure that was partially the man of the hour that kind of maybe come up with that. He kind of knows how to coordinate things a little bit. Was that Zach's?
Yeah.
Was that Zach's date that he chose?
Yeah. When we went to him, it was essentially like, when do we want to do this? Because we knew that we want to do it after the movie, so that we can do kind of like a as he called it himself, deep dive. But then he was like, okay, but Army's coming out then and then, so let's do it in the middle. And
it was actually funny with Army. We'd actually spotted some tabloid and had accidentally broke the news about the date like weeks beforehand, and I had it on Twitter. So we go into a meeting with him. We're like, so we heard about the for Army. He's like, when did you hear that? How? We're like, so we're thinking about somewhere in the middle. He's like, but how did you? It was really funny. It was the one time that a scooper or a tabloid site, but it helped. It actually helped a lot because we'd been bouncing back between dates for like weeks at that point.
Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, it's perfect. I mean, like I said, it's right smack dab in the middle of it, and yeah, just like coming off of Justice Con last year, which you guys did a great job. I mean, the fact that now, I mean, I can't even imagine you doing all the panels like you did last year. I mean, that would be that'd be pretty grueling.
We're not hosting, of course, but we're gonna be there just in case you guys we'll be in the background in case you guys need something or whatever. But no, can't after last year, that was a lot.
I have no idea how we even did that last year, to be honest.
I don't either.
And that first day we were sitting here with you on the stream afterwards as well.
That's right. Right. And right after the first day I did a stream and you guys joined that too. And it was just I don't know how you guys were upright still after all that.
That was the adrenaline.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny too, because now thinking about it, Zach has been so he reached out. He's so friendly now. Now it's just kind of like, oh yeah, we're just talking to Zack Snyder. So our buddy Zack Snyder. It's what it is now. Before it's like, oh my God, it's him. It's him. Now it's he's part of the community. That's what I love about the guy. He's just so you've seen him in so many different live streams, whether it's a huge live stream or whether it's a small one. He just makes time for it all. And that's what I love about him, and as well as Debbie, is the fact that they do that. And now it's not even nerve-wracking to even talk to him. It's like, you just want to talk to him. Hey, these are like friends of ours now. That's what's awesome about it. I mean, some of the other guests are going to be, oh my God, Dave Bautista, what?
Yeah, that I think anyone would be pretty shocked to talk to him, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he's going to be great. And also Joe Mang. I mean, it's just, there's so many people that you guys announced, and everybody's just going insane. I mean, how did Dave Bautista come about?
Zach.
I know. I could just go down the line and Zach, because of Zach.
No, that one was pretty simple, because at first we just wanted to try to only get the girls from Army, because come on, it's more fun. But it was actually funny because I had been telling the girls what one of my best friends from childhood had been saying, and he was like, are you guys going to try to get Dave Bautista? You should try. It'd be really, really cool if you did. And I said to the girls, should we? So we just kind of mentioned
requests for Dave.
We mentioned it offhand to Zach, and he was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and all he has to do is just send a message, and they just show right up. It seems almost.
To be fair, we did try most of the stuff, even the people that Zach helped us to get. Yeah. We tried to reach out first, on our own.
Yeah.
Just to sort of, because I mean, obviously Zach and Debbie, they've been very, very helpful and very generous with the whole, with this year's Justice Con. Without them, it wouldn't be as big as it's going to be. But we did our best to try and, first do it on our own, just so that it just, so that we're not going there and have them do all the work, basically.
Yeah, but if we ended up hitting a brick wall, then we were like, we were trying to get in touch with this person.
I just sent a text message. All right, let's do it. Hi, it's good.
His contact list and his phone must be pretty awesome on that.
I can't even imagine what that looks like. Just even looking at his text message thread. I mean, how many times has he just been looking at his phone? I mean, you guys know when he just looks at his phone, you're like, is he gonna
Yeah.
Gonna
Show
show
something.
I mean, I remember he on the League of Mayhem. I mean, he showed that Martian Manhunter. Just hey, there it is. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Still not over
the
that.
halls. He just gets a text message from Junkie like, "Hey, here's here's part of a song."
With
And
a
he
song.
plays it. But I could just only imagine what his phone is like. I mean, that thing must be blowing up.
I
nonstop.
wanna point to Ascended Ancient. No, there's more than 2 women. There's like 6 women in the movie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a
Army
ton
of the
of women in Army of the Dead.
Yeah, it's
He
a
was
Zack
saying,
Snyder
isn't there
flick.
only 2 women?
No,
It's a
like when we were reaching out to all these women, they're like, "Oh, well, do you want this one as well?" And we're like, "We didn't even know they were in the movie, but yes, we do." And there's a ton of ladies involved with this, not even just like in the cast, but like behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, we've got a pretty cool panel lined up for that too, for the ladies who work behind the scenes and who were helping, not just with Army, but also with Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Mhm.
But obviously, the way the panel's scheduled, then we will talk mostly about the Army. But yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's gonna be interesting because obviously, when you have Snyder probably talking about both, it's like, of course, there's gonna be a bunch of people that want to just grill him about Zack Snyder about his Justice League movie.
Mhm.
But of course, it's like, hey, he's got another movie coming out too, guys. Remember that.
We got a mod squad who's ready for that chat.
There you
So,
go. There you go. I was about to say.
Van Hammer is strong with these ones.
To be fair, people will have a chance to do both because Zach, I don't know how much it is known, but Zach's going to have 2 panels this year.
Ooh,
Yes.
look at that, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we made that clear. We should probably
Yeah.
should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here you go.
Zach's gonna have 2 panels. Here's your exclusive. He's gonna have one on Saturday and one on Sunday.
Oh, there it is, guys.
Exclusivo!
There you go. 2 Zack Snyder panels right there. One for Justice League and one for Army of the Dead. So plenty of questions. I mean, yeah, it's going to be. I still remember last year with Zach's panel and how many people are watching? Like 19,000?
17,000.
Oh, I thought it was more than that.
18,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
See, I went
Yeah,
19.
well, when we were actually live, it was about 18,000, and since
That
then
was
the views
insane.
are frightening to look at.
That was insane. I didn't know how.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Meg was trying to
Fucking crazy.
even look at the live chat. There was no looking at it. You were to.
Mm-mm.
I almost went into a seizure trying to look at the live chat. It was that.
Yes.
insane.
We even
Slow
had it in slow mode too, so
Slow
it's
mode didn't have any.
you could only send a message every 30 seconds, and it was
Yeah.
still insane.
Yeah, it's amazing what that guy does, man. He just makes live chats go crazy. Yeah, no, but yeah, I mean, just to have that, I mean, that's what's so great is now you can have 2 panels, spread it out a little bit. I mean, I'm sure they're still going to be absolutely insane, but it's just the fact of the matter is I know a lot of people are going to be still in the if we're specifically focused on Army of the Dead, people are still going to be like, what about Lois pregnancy? Come on, answer that. I saw the test. There are people, but as long as you got moderators doing that. So I have to ask you girls, how many times have we watched Zack Snyder's Justice League? Nana, you go first. How many times?
I think it would be at this point about 17.
17.
17?
Wow.
Yeah. 5 of them would be Justice's Gray.
Holy shit!
I'm taking
Like,
Meg as
what's
let's go with Cole. Cole, how many times have you watched it?
I think maybe 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
I'm not really good at watching things on repeat. I have to put I like listening to audiobooks too, so it's going between the 2.
Gotcha. And Meg?
9.
9.
Meg's 9 because I work and I have a life, whereas the rest of us are losers. We have no lives.
Exactly.
But look at it this way, okay? I come from work that I had to go back to now, and I just I need a comfort movie while I'm doing all this Justice Con stuff. And what's the best comfort movie for Justice Con stuff? Zack Snyder's Justice League.
It really is. It's like I've said it many times. It's comfort food. I mean, you put that thing on, and no matter. I mean, I've done it the same thing too. Is I'll be working on things, and I'll just have it on in the background. But then, of course, there's many times where I'm just going, I just stop and start.
And you're like,
Whoa, yeah, this part, yeah. Look at him. See, Batman punching a parademon in the face. I love it, or something, But yeah, it's the ultimate comfort food. Which version do you prefer, gray or regular?
I like
Gray
the
for me.
For me, it's the regular version because, like, for some
Same.
reason, black and white kind of after a while it hurts my eyes and I start to get a headache. So while it's very pretty to look at, I don't feel like I can fit the whole 4 hours before a migraine comes on. So
Yeah.
I usually stick to the.
Makes sense. Nana, how about you?
I think the gray.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Same
Yeah.
with you, Meg?
I like the color version.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I like them. Like, I like them both.
Yeah.
It's kind of like picking between children, but I
Really
think
is.
that, like, lately I've been watching mostly the gray one.
Yeah, there's something about it. I mean, I did a whole video about it, you know, just the origin, I guess of it, which actually started at Justice Con when he mentioned why he turned into black and white, which was hilarious. I hope he brings that. I mean, that energy that he had last year at Justice Con was just, oh my god,
Fucking hard fact.
I mean,
Well, I don't know if
Like,
you've seen
just-
the post. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've seen the post that he did. Like, what was it, last night or when was it?
Yeah, it was midnight EST.
Where he like announced that maybe Chris Terrio was going to show up.
oh, yeah, that the possibly the writer, yeah,
Yeah.
the writer of this whole thing
disclaimer,
might be showing up.
That's
yeah,
how we found out. Just thought that
we
everyone would
had no
enjoy that
fucking
tidbit.
idea.
We found out in that post.
It was what was it? It was like 12:30, and like I was like, "Girls, did you see it?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I said, "So Chris Terrio, what the
We're
fuck?"
like, yeah.
yeah, he might be showing up.
No big
Yeah.
deal. No big deal.
I know. Yeah, we all saw that and was like, "What? Really? Interesting." And what was your immediate like thought? I mean, especially after the article came out, and I think it was. Again, Zach with timing, he just knew. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to wait for the article to come out, and then I'm going to announce that he might show up." Which he probably will. I think it's going to be good, you know. But the fact that it was right after that article, and then all of a sudden he just announces that Chris Terrio might be showing up. Hopefully, I think he said hopefully, right? He put that. In the post.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine. But yeah, how did that? I mean, how did that feel when you're going? Oh wait, now we're going to have
It's
Chris
like,
Terrio
dude.
too. Holy shit!
Well, I immediately checked our texts and I was like, did he mention that? Did you know? No.
Yeah.
Really?
I missed something. No, I mean I think Nana, you were sleeping, right? Like
Yeah,
you said you were
yeah.
going to
And
bed.
I woke her up and I was like, Nana,
my
we have a
eye.
situation.
I was literally
I think
about to
that's
close
like
my
the
eyes and go to
story
bed.
of my life, though, because I always go to sleep and things happen at like 2 or 3 a.m. So today, at least, it was like 6 a.m. So it's okay.
True. It was crazy.
No, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, when he announced that, what'd you guys think about that article that came out where he just was straight up going, "All right, I'm gonna." He didn't. There's some things that he held back on a little bit. I think when they asked about Joss Whedon, he kind of was like, "That's not for me to say," and you almost go, "Oh man, he's got some things to say." I think. But what did you guys initially think about the that article that came out yesterday?
I mean,
Holy
I was
shit.
definitely, yeah, it was something, okay. But I mean, we've been waiting for it for so long because he said that he wants to talk about it like, what, year and a half ago or when?
Yeah, during Star Wars.
Yeah, so it was like we were waiting for that article for so long. So when it finally dropped, I was like, okay, I'm here for the tea.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was literally like, okay, all right, this looks long. Got to settle in now. Let's find the tea.
Yeah.
I was like hiding in my office at work on and off, like taking screenshots of where I left off in the article because I said, this is crazy. Like it's really cool to see him finally say something because it's like we've waited for so long for him to drop the tea on it. So
Real, I know. I think a lot of people were. I kept getting questions. You need to get Chris Terrio on here. You get to, for like over the years and like contact. And I remember hearing because I tried to reach out and I heard, oh, he's not saying anything, and that was months ago, not saying anything. And now all of a sudden, I catch word like, oh yeah, he's going to start opening his mouth now. And I went, oh God, yes, this is it, guys, this is it. And then the fact that is he going to start making the rounds? He's going to show up on Justice Con. I'm like, perfect. Oh man. And the fact that Zach and Chris will be on at the same, the one request I ask is what was initially Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice title?
Yeah.
I think a lot of
That's a
us
big
kind of
question.
wonder about that. Yeah. I want to hear.
Written
back
in
and forth.
that's written in bold letters in my book. Like
Yes.
literally, like
It's a lot of us.
Since that post that Zach made, we've gotten like 20 messages from people like, I don't know where to submit questions, which by the way, submitting questions will happen in the live chat during the panel.
Yeah.
But aside from that, we got like these messages. I don't know where to submit questions, but could you ask what the
No, I know. I think a lot of people were going when he mentioned about the title, and all of us were going, "Huh? What would he have titled that? And what did they go back and forth on?" And you know that whole part of it was kind of interesting because he's not a fan. He's not a fan of Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice title, not at all. Which I
it
found
never
interesting.
made sense, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all like settled with it now. It's like, yep, that's it. You know, but I think all of us kind of just call it BBS or Batman or Superman. I never say the full title. I never say Dawn of Justice. But yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it
I
does
say
seem
the
like
full
it's one of
title
those-
when I'm to differentiate between the theatrical and the and unlimited ultimate edition. Because some people don't realize the ultimate editions. Yeah, I have to spell it out. Like, no, that's not my favorite movie of all time. It's ultimate edition.
There you go. I know. It's funny when people always say like, "Oh, I'm going to be watching," or I'll even tweet it out or something. I mean, yeah, I'm watching BBS. It's the ultimate edition, right? I'm like,
oh my god, that drives me insane.
I know, like, how would I not be watching the ultimate edition? It's always the ultimate edition. No
I don't
matter
even
what.
get how that is a question at this point.
It
Still.
still is. Still, people ask. It's the ultimate edition, right? I'm like, are you crazy?
Yeah,
it's real. You know who you're talking to. It's like
yes.
you'd be able to look Zack Snyder in that if you were casually watching the theatrical.
Yeah, the room.
Really read the room. But yeah, I'm really curious to see like what title. I mean, somebody I think Capecast, they actually sent something over to me that had like a bunch of various titles. Let's see if I can pull it up here. That I guess were, let me see here, it was like an old article where there was a bunch of like running titles. Let me see if I can find it here, but they found it and they're like, hey, this might have been like what some of the titles were at one point. See, everybody's sending me the whole Speedy Gonzalez thing. Come on, people. I get it.
You're trying to find important stuff, and it's just Speedy.
Speedy Gonzalez right now. Like, oh, he's okay. He's okay. I swear, he's okay. Here it is, right here. Let me share this right here. But this was some of the titles, I guess, that were part of it at one point. Man, I can't even find that. All right. So here, let me do this. So it's some interesting titles, and I completely forgot about this. Was like something old from Screen Rant right here. So there were some interesting titles: Battle the Night, Beyond Darkness, Black of Night, Darkness Falls. Wasn't there a Tooth Fairy horror movie that was called Darkness Falls? I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Yes.
Well,
Night Falls. Shadow of the Night.
That sounds weird.
Yeah.
I like Batman v Superman personally, but like I think Battle is like the closest to one.
Yeah, Battle of the Night. Yeah, they sent me this right. Yeah, so I don't know if like any. I kind of wonder if like any of these titles were actually considered. Probably not, but because they seem a little. I mean, I don't think they would have had Man of Steel and then a subtitle kind of thing. That would have been kind of.
All kind of fall flat. They feel very flat and like feel like something that from Terrio and Snyder at all.
Yeah, and even in that article, he talked about how he was like, yeah, of course they had to put Batman and Superman in the title, and I almost kind of go, okay, did you not have that as like a title option of no Batman and Superman in your title? Because he kind of made it seem like he didn't have that in his title. Neither.
Yeah,
Batman
that's what I got from the article too. Yeah. That like that was like the main thing that he was saying, that Batman and Superman were not in the title when that it was just called something else.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I would genuinely be curious to hear what his thoughts were on what the title should be.
Right when he pops in. That's
I always.
Just kidding.
Like, hey Chris,
I always like that.
So, what was the title?
Steven's right. I feel like fan fiction titles. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they really do.
They do
Actually,
feel like.
I think I might have used them in the fic. Oh, the shame.
Yeah, especially when you have like Man of Steel in front of them. It's like, no, I don't call it that,
No, if we didn't, like, I don't think Man of Steel would fit with it.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, I think it was always, it felt like Zach always wanted it to be Batman versus Superman, because when it first was announced, it seemed, and then shortly after, it just seemed like it was Batman vs Superman. Batman vs Superman. That was the title, and then all of a sudden they dropped the S, and it's just Batman v Superman. And then Dawn of Justice was kind of, to me, it felt like, okay, yeah, they're trying to set up Justice League, so they had to put Justice in there. It almost fits like how you would try to search optimize a YouTube video, because you have Batman, Superman, and then Justice within the title, and it almost was going, okay, we got to like have Justice in there, and we have to have the two main characters. And I think that's what they settled on. Maybe Zach was going, hey, we got to do something. Here's my pitch, and this is what I want. Dawn of Justice. How do you like it there, guys? And they went, oh, yay, good, Zach. Now make it funnier.
Cute. That's cute.
Funnier.
Yeah, now have Lois being punched in the face.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I
liked how they built it to be a fight, though. I always liked that it was billed to be a big fight night, though Batman won.
Yeah, that's another thing that Terrio kind of complained about too, because it kind of wasn't really that. And when you watch the movie, there's so much more. It's like, yeah, these two are being set up to fight each other, but it wasn't just about that. It was about how the world reacts to Superman, how Batman's reacting to Superman. There's so much, of course, when it comes to a Zack Snyder film, there's so much, layers, so much onions to peel. But yeah, it was nothing but a hashtag who will win and everything. And it's just like, when you look at Godzilla vs. Kong, I mean, they condensed that to, hey, these two motherfuckers are just going to be fighting. I don't know if you guys have watched it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, Meg and I did.
Okay. Nana, you didn't watch it yet? Godzilla vs. Kong?
No, she's watched Zack Snyder's Justice League 17 fucking times.
HBO Max is getting exhausted. It's like, please watch something else for a moment.
I am dividing my attention between HBO Max and Now TV. Okay, I gotta rack up the stats on both. Like,
there you go. Rack up those stats.
Doing my duty here.
Exactly. What we're supposed to do.
Honestly, I think with BVS though, the fight night whole thing, that sort of advertising is ingenious in the way that it hid all of the nuance from you, so you actually didn't really know you were going in for a much bigger story. And I can't help but appreciate that when something doesn't give everything away all at once.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. But I remember people reacted to it, like people that I worked with, and they would say, oh man, it was boring. And then some people thought it was great, but some people said it was boring. And I'm like, well, what were you expecting? I just want to see them fight. And I'm going, okay, that's where the marketing fell flat, because they were just pinning it as there's going to be this huge, it's just going to be a whole thing of them fighting. And they didn't really kind of understand, it was supposed, what I loved about Terrio was when he kind of comments about, you got these big, huge special effects that are going to happen, but some movies just cut out what leads to that. So then it's just, you're just getting the VFX without anything that builds up to it. And it's like that's not what I wanted to do exactly. You got to build it up to like the fight or whatever the heck. So
I think I really liked how he was mentioning certain parts that he wanted to add in there to add to the story. And then when I read the article and he mentioned these specific bits that, he added there, or, things that he's changed or he wanted in there. And I was thinking, how these seemingly little things completely changed the narrative of the movie. And the fact that then they cut them out afterwards, again, changed the narrative of the movie again. And it just shows, I think it shows his skill, how good he is with such a small things to completely shape the story and make it, bigger and, with deeper meaning and with everything. And then how little can literally shape it into something else again, like cutting out a little bit that makes Ultimate Edition the Ultimate Edition,
Exactly. I know. And it's what's great about it now, though, is now that when people are seeing Zack Snyder's Justice League, I love seeing the tweets where we're going, oh, now I'm going back and watching BVS and Man of Steel, and oh my God, it's actually kind of good. Wow, this is what it was leading up to. I get it now. Yeah. I was hating Superman in there, but he was leading up to how he's going to be. Oh, I get it. It's like, come on. This is what we were related. Come on, this is what we've been telling you for 3.5 years.
We've
4
been
years.
there. We've
Yeah.
been doing this.
I know. Isn't it kind of great though? There's a bit of a vindication in this fandom where when everybody was hating how, oh yeah, he fucked up, Batman and Superman. It's like he was leading him to this point. The movie that you enjoyed? How about that? You actually enjoyed Justice League, right?
People don't want their characters to develop. They want instant gratification.
Yeah.
They don't want any of their stories at all.
Yeah, I know. And then another thing too was a lot of people were worried. I had a few DMs hit me up where when people were revealing, oh yeah, Superman's only in for 10 minutes, which I think it's a little longer than 10 minutes. But they were kind of worried, like, oh, is that it? That's all he's going to be in there? I'm like, he was in 2 movies prior where he got developed like crazy. I mean, it's a Superman arc. He's had 5 hours plus of development. It's okay that he's not in it for that much.
Literally talk about him like the whole fucking movie.
He had a solo film.
And then even the sequel was like half about him, maybe about 50 or 45%, maybe 40. Maybe there was a little bit more Batman, which is fine by me. But at the same time, I'm going, yeah, you had 2 movies that really developed him to get to where he's going to be right now. And so when people were worried about it, I was getting messages going, and I'm just like, hey, you're going to be okay. You're going to enjoy it. Fine. We have 3 other characters that really needed more development, and you're going to get a lot of that. It's going to work. And then after that, no complaints. I haven't heard anybody complain about how long Superman is in the movie, besides, thirsty tweets that wanted more Cavill shirtless.
There's more to DC than Superman, I promise.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think like when you look at MCU and you look at Endgame or Infinity War, and you actually look at the time that certain characters were on a screen, even like Captain America and so on, it's not that much.
Yeah.
It's not, it's at the end of the day, it's not about how long the character is on the screen from the movie, because when you have a team up movies, you're not going to be able to give the characters that much screen time anyway. It's more how you use it. If you use it meaningfully, it can be 5 minutes. It can be more impactful than half an hour.
Exactly.
And that's mentioning someone who actually had a solo film in the Marvel verse, like Hawkeye or Black Widow have yet to have their solo films, and nobody complains about how long they were on.
No, I know. It's so like that. And they say, like Thomas here says, if you can ask Terry about the Superman Christ parallel and the contradiction of stabbing of his Doomsday's heart with the holy lance in BVS. All right, you guys writing this down?
Let me go.
Yeah. Write that down. Take a screenshot.
I don't have a notebook on me. Who has a notebook?
I screenshotted it. We're good.
Yeah, this is question 237.
Yeah,
approximately.
Yeah, something around there. Yeah. No, but when it comes, and it's funny too, because when it comes to either friends in real life, female friends who of course are Cavill. I don't know why. I mean, I guess
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Don't lie. Even
No,
straight men are attracted to him.
If I could rub that chest hair, I would. Anyways, but it's just funny because I remember, I think my friend Kathy, who was actually in the chat, she was wondering when Cavill's going to show up. I'm like, it's going to, but the thing is, she actually told me, she goes, wow, this is really good. Like, I totally forgot. Like, she wanted to watch it in different parts, but she watched the whole thing in one night because it was so good. And I'm like, there you go. And it paid off, right? Cavill was great. And when he showed up, it was absolutely amazing. And man, that black suit just, pink popped so good. And you know what's funny too is because even when Snyder debuted the black suit on Justice Con last year, did you notice how it was tweaked a little bit, the way that he landed? It wasn't the same. And I almost want to know, like, what made you want to, like, do that more rough landing that Superman has. And I almost kind of go like, well, he's still trying to, get back to it. It was a little bit of like a harder landing than it was just gliding down like it normally
It was
would.
actually pretty impressive after having just watched BVS and Man of Steel leading up. It's like, God damn it, Clark, to learn the land better fast because you're everywhere.
Yes, exactly. But I found it kind of cool. I was like, yeah, he's still trying to find, he's getting back to it. He just put the suit back on. Maybe he's just like, oh yeah, I forgot how to land a little bit. So I landed a little rough right here to scare the shit out of Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred, who already cracked open a drink because this is too much stress.
Yeah.
You say, I love that too. And everybody always asks about that too. They go like, why is Alfred just working on a car and drinking some,
You try to still when your adopted son is going off to battle the apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly. You got to keep distracted. And he was like, why didn't he help? I'm like, well, they're going halfway around the world. They have a plan. And, we don't need to have that. I actually kind of dug that where we didn't have to have that Alfred full-on dynamic where, like, he's always in Bruce's ear. I kind of liked it that it was like, hey, you wait for Superman, Alfred. He's coming. He's coming. I'm telling you, he's coming. And we're going to go and save the world, and you wait here, pop a drink, and there
was so much character development for Bruce. It was so like the fact that he was going on fame. Like, my baby, I'm so proud of you. Jessica. It's okay. We all feel attacked about that.
Yes, exactly. I mean, even me. So, I defend Cavill in his mane of chest hair.
It's okay. We know you've got a folder on your desktop that's devoted to him. It's all right. You don't have to. You don't have to lie. You're in a safe place, Dave.
I know. I'm in a safe place. It's fine. Well, he's got, and that's what I kind of like. I kind of like the fact that Superman has some chest hair. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, when Man of Steel came out, I was like, yeah, there you go. Superman with some hair on his chest. Not just like, because I think a lot of people think, Kryptonian. I mean, and Christopher Reeve, I think, was pretty, smooth. Where did this conversation go to talking about?
I don't know, but I like it.
You took it.
I totally just went to that. Yeah, I know.
How many drinks have you had?
Yeah,
I've only seen you drink once.
That's it. Just one so far, and here I am talking about Superman chest. That's great, guys. Great.
Ray Porter. That's not Ray Porter, is it?
It is Ray Porter.
Is it the real Ray Porter?
Is it the real Ray Porter? Please stand up. He usually does stop by. He will stop by.
Only Darkseid. Try gapping the on an Aston Martin DB4 without whiskey. That sounds like Ray Porter. That is him.
So he's like calling BS. He's like, there's no way you could do that with a little bit of whiskey inside. Yeah, see? Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it.
Ray was very sweet. Ray, once we showed the poster, Ray texted and it was like, so when can I get merch?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. That's what I love about Ray. I mean, he'll make the rounds too. He's shown up in my live chat a few times too. And a lot of people don't believe that it's him. Like, that's not the real Ray Porter. I'm like, yes, it is, guys. It really is.
It's like the social media needs to get with the program and start verifying him.
Yeah. They really do.
Yeah.
Celebrity now. I know.
We need to make a new hashtag campaign. Verify Ray Porter.
Right, and then go ahead. Cool. You said so.
Oh no, I was just going to ask you. Do you know who you're hosting for JusticeCon by any chance?
I mean, I do, but I mean, you guys.
Do you want to share it?
Do you want to talk about it?
I was going to wait for you guys to share it, but I mean, I'm kind of.
Are you guys watching interested in who he's hosting, or you guys don't really care?
I think they are, and I mean, I'm just gonna hold this right here. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm holding. I know.
I can't. Oh no! I can feel it all. Like, I know you wear glasses too, but you don't realize we're blind.
I know, and then I always position my camera like far away just so to get the ambiance. But as you can see, if you guys are wondering, if anything,
release the hosting news. So Dave, the film junkie, is hosting Joe Manganiello at JusticeCon.
There it is.
Dave v. Deathstroke.
At all. Yeah, not nerve-wracking at all. I know. If only. And I'm trying to get in contact with Ben Affleck guys and see if he'll just show up and be like, hey, let's have a showdown here. No, that'd be sweet. Wouldn't that be sweet? But
That would be cool.
no, but I appreciate it, guys. I mean, I know when you guys were setting this up, and then you let me know that I was gonna talk to Joe, and that's awesome. And I briefly talked to him on that charity stream on premiere night, but I just love. I mean, the fact that he's so on board with so many things, and that he's using the hashtag, he's tweeting out the pictures. I mean, how awesome has Joe been? And even today, he posted out about the auctioning of those
It was awesome.
Snyder shots, right?
He seems to be cool. It was really funny. He emailed us because Zach gave him our email to him, and I was like, huh. That's Joe Manganiello in the email. Okay. I need to sit down.
Yes.
And then she was like, nah.
I was like, I can't reply to this. I was like, I
It
can't.
was actually
reply.
funny because we were on a Zoom meeting with Zach, and we mentioned that we hadn't heard anything back yet about Joe, and he just texted him and said, "Hey, dude, are you interested in this?" And he said, "Yeah."
He was like, I don't know. He was like, what is it? Because Zach was like, you're interested.
And Zach was like, "Thanks, dude." What did he say? He's like, "All Deathstroke all day," or "Deathstroke."
Yeah,
all
you gotta
day.
go on with you gotta go on with my girls. It was pretty funny
Yeah.
because he was texting out loud.
Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. No, I mean that's that's awesome that he could just do that. And then, I mean, but like I said, I've loved the fact that Joe has just been. I mean, we all want to see more Deathstroke, obviously. I mean, the fact that he came back. I mean, just for that small amount of time. I mean, what he did with his hair. I mean, you could tell that he's dedicated.
Mhm.
How much research he's done. I mean, all the stuff that he's talked about and I love the fact that he's kind of taken a page out of Zach's book of, hey, let me just tell you everything that Warner Brothers turned down. Hey, let's just talk about that. Let's talk about Ben's movie. Let's talk about my movie. Let's talk about the fact that I was going to be in Suicide Squad 2 at one point. And I love the fact that he's doing that just to, just to throw a little more shade at Warner Brothers. And but we got another person that's going to be joining. The panel's going to be starting joining. We got Mr. Stephen Colbert. What's up, sir?
Hey,
Hey.
The
What's
caveman.
The caveman.
Yeti.
That's your hello,
Yeah,
Stephen.
like a Yeti. I said, oh man, I should get that drop from my.
You should.
Every time I join, it's like my own. It's like my my entrance song.
Yeah, like a Yeti.
Yeah,
I love the fact how Snyder said that too. He's like, he looks like a Yeti.
yeah.
I think your beard was longer too, actually, though.
It might have been.
Yeah.
Can I try a quick social experiment?
Oh.
Oh,
I'm
God.
scared.
I'm
It's
afraid.
It's called a toast. I
Oh,
want everybody in the
Wait,
chat.
hold on. I have to get a new white
And-
cloth.
Yeah, everybody got to raise your drink.
Okay. Let me invite
Okay.
Mr. Scott McClellan
Meg,
first.
go
Hey,
get a white
Scott.
claw.
No, I already had one ready.
I want to
Oh.
try something.
I said
All right,
open it.
everyone in the chat, raise your drink.
Hold on.
Scott, raise your drink.
Does that include
Scott's
us?
still
'Cause we're not
recovering.
really in the chat. Right?
Well, and in the panel.
Okay,
And in the panel.
thank you.
Everyone raise your drink. And we'll say, to the vodka stream and to Justice Con. Now, everybody take a drink.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, everyone hit the upvote button under the video.
I like it. Okay,
Okay,
Steven.
That is a great social experiment.
Yeah.
Where'd
The
you get
the
that one?
instructions were unclear. I disliked it. So
We got one.
Damn it,
we go.
man.
Hey.
Damn it.
There we
Vodka,
go.
instructions unclear, unfollowed, unsubscribed.
yeah.
13. Okay. It was marginally. Oh, there we go. 20. Okay,
Marginally
cool.
Hold on.
Cool.
hold on.
It's got you like-
It's going up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
up.
All right.
Got it, guys.
Scott, the medium. Yeah.
Scott,
What was that? I'm sorry, I was
I said
distracted.
Scott, the medium.
There's 6 dislikes. How rude.
We know you are. We see you hate watching.
I always find the dislikes funny though, because that means like I
It's
assume.
like the same engagement. I don't think people understand
Well,
that.
not only
Like,
the YouTube dislike is does the same thing as a like,
Yeah.
but second of all, in my head I've got someone like turns it on and either they're like they know who we are and they jump on and they're like I don't like them, downvote, take that, and then like split out, or they're just like lurking and they're like that'll show them that downvote. It's gonna express my displeasure with the vodka stream.
this is really gonna mess with.
Like especially if it's like just literally a few of them.
Oh.
Like if it's just like
Yeah.
under 10 of them, you're just thinking like,
So-
what are you proving?
There we go. Wait, let's get one more, and then Dave, I can tell you exactly how many upvotes I can get you when I jump on your stream. We're at 39.
Okay.
So let's.
So okay. Are
What
you
happens-
okay?
What happens when we get one more?
Mm.
43. No. Take one away.
Uh-oh.
Whatever.
I'll go
We're
just
almost at
like it.
40. I almost hit exactly 40 upvotes for you. Oh well.
Thank you, Sufinity. Thank you. Meg stole that from my closet this afternoon. It has to be.
They're
It's
from
the
Hot
exact-
Topic people.
That's
I bought
what it
all
is.
3
Yes,
of them.
yes, they're from Hot Topic.
You know
Hey,
what?
hey.
I got so annoyed because I sent you the link to those too. So you're like, what Joker shirts? And I'm like, I sent.
Wait. So you're saying when Scott was like, "Oh, it's
There's
so
a whole
cool.
nother level to
They've
it.
got Joker shirts on the DC shop and on Hot Topic," and Dave was like, "Yeah, but I'm really wondering where you can get
Where the
Joker
Joker
shirts
Yes.
from."
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you had already sent him the link.
Yes, I sent it to both Scott and Dave. At
So
the same
anyway-
time.
But why male models?
Numbers.
You get but why male models?
The best part, as always, with the Vodka stream is just enjoying my Saturday of the videos and the memes that entertain me for 24 hours. And there was that one that like I faded into black and white at one point in the video, and I really appreciated that one.
Oh man. Like I said, I don't know where I totally just
No, we know where you were, Dave. You told us where you were.
well, a little bit. There was a little bit of something, yes. And then there's like, and then all of a sudden my brain was like soaked in vodka, just kind of going, Joker shirts. Let's talk about that. Where are the Joker shirts? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm too busy representing Wonder Woman today.
There you go.
I have
Oh, I have that
so
one.
many new shirts. It's ridiculous. I don't even know when I'm going to wear these shirts.
Oh my god. I was cleaning out my closet and there were so many I can't get rid of. Because
I'm sorry, Mama.
Yeah, and on top of that, we launched new ones. Like
I know,
literally
I know.
an hour ago,
Oh, no,
'cause, like,
trust me.
why not?
What my wife is not going to be happy about is the fact that I'm going to buy another coffee mug. And I know if she happens to see it, she'll be like, why the fuck did you buy another coffee mug? I'm like,
I have the same problem. My dad's
It's
like,
for
you have to
charity.
my dad's
Yeah.
like, recycle 2 and then you can have another.
At
I'm
this
like,
point,
"But
we
why
gotta start
2?"
thinking of stuff like, all right, what do we need that for people? Like let's do like Snyder Cut branded like groceries and
Yeah.
like socks. Socks would be great.
Oh,
Some
socks would be great.
socks and
Pens,
underwear.
pencils. That would
Yeah,
be cool.
Pens and pencils.
Notebooks.
Yeah, notebooks would be great. I mean, like think of like some Snyder Cut stationery.
Yes.
Yeah. All the
no, get my wife. We need like a personal planner.
yeah.
You know, like the kind with the rings. Like my wife buys those like out the wazoo. Which, by the way, I did. I will admit, I bought her a matching T-shirt that I gave her for Easter, and we both wore our shirts today. We wore matching.
That's awesome.
Sure.
Yours is so
Declan was all like, "Daddy, did you know that you and Mommy are wearing the same shirt?" Yes, Declan. I know that we're wearing the same shirt. Did you do that on purpose? Yes, son.
And then he
Yes, we
asked,
did
"Where'd
that
the
on
Joker
purpose."
shirts, Dad?"
No. Literally, Declan, the 5-year-old, really said, "Daddy, is that a Snyder Cut shirt?" I went, "Oh my God, I've done this to my 5-year-old. My 5-year-old is like, "Is that a Snyder Cut shirt?" I have brainwashed an entirely new generation. My job here is done. Thank you very much.
When I was a kid,
Until
we
the
used to
newborn
travel.
starts talking.
Right. We used to travel a lot when I was a kid, and my mom had this great idea, which, like, as a parent, it's a genius idea, but also I would never do it. We would all wear the same shirts everywhere we went, so it was easy to find all of our family members. It's not at all embarrassing looking back at family photos. We're just like everybody's wearing the exact same shirt everywhere all the time, but it was like functional. It's like a very functional thing that we did, though.
There's always something. Yeah, you've seen those family photos where everybody's wearing the same shirt. Nothing wrong with that. Anyways, so we got course, Justice Con coming up. Scott, you are also one of the hosts, which
I am.
Cool. That's going to be cool. I mean, we already said who I'm hosting. I don't know if we're mentioning him, or if you guys want to wait.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I remember. I remember quite vividly, actually.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic.
He says while hiding his shaking hand.
I'm just saying, I'm fiddling. You know it when I start fiddling. That's how Dave discovered the bottle opener was because I just have to fiddle with things,
which I have now on my refrigerator.
So, girls, do we want to let Scott tell people?
I think we can let Scott tell
I genuinely forgot. So go ahead.
That's great.
Well,
he's interviewing Toby Emmerich on day 2.
Oh my God! Do not start that. I want to
Well,
no. Well, I'll give you guys a little bit of a hint.
Are you effing stupid?
That is true. That's happening. Yes, it is.
He's going to interview the satellite.
Yeah. A SETI satellite that, yeah.
Oh, that's
I don't know, secret
thank
guest.
You, Dave. Now I know who it is.
All right, go for it, Scott.
Yes, on Saturday I will be interviewing Harry Lennox. I am so excited.
Oh man. Oh man, I mean, I'm telling you, like when I played that video with my interview with him, the laugh that I got from him because of how you structured that video by eating the cookie and then of course bringing up your Martian Manhunter figurine. Oh man, I mean the laugh that came out of him, he adored that.
Of course, now I'm like, damn it, I used my own question already.
Well, hey, but you could talk more about.
You get a whole hour of questions.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, the research has already started. Like I've got
more about Titus. I mean, I thought that
that's not the only panel you're doing, though.
Well, no, it's not. We were teasing. I was playing the long game here, but
right.
I guess I can go ahead and say the other one that's got me.
Cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
Damn it, Dave! Stop stealing my thunder,
Kick
man!
him out of here.
Can we kick him off his own stream?
Jose, can we put him in timeout?
Please, please, Jose.
Does he have a roommate to kick him out?
Nope. I live alone.
Casual Batman just comes in.
Puts him in a fucking chokehold.
It's forcing him to listen to Army Hammer texts.
Yes. So as Dave has suggested, on Sunday, Tim and I will be hosting the Sunday Zack Snyder panel.
Nice.
So we had quite the conversation last night. We have we have questions.
Yes.
Okay.
We have questions.
Did you guys freak out? Did you freak out a bit?
Oh, I freaked. Tim was too tired, and I was just like, dude, this is anticlimactic. I'm like I text him. I'm like, okay, just got done. Okay, on Saturday, I have Harry Lennox 1-on-1. You have who you have, and we have Zack Snyder. And he was like, cool. I'm just like,
well, to be fair, when we had you guys on the Zoom and we were telling you people, I was like, I'm curious what the reactions are gonna be, because Enosh at the time already knew who he's hosting because we kind of told him off on his own. But then we were telling you guys, and we were like, so I want to know how Dave's gonna react. And then I saw Dave, I was like, he's freaking out, but he won't show it.
That's the problem with you guys. You're all too quiet. You're not going to show that you're freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
Also, and it won't shock the Vodka stream at all that Callum was on that Zoom call too. So the whole time I'm like,
he stole the show, to be honest.
I'm like, he's grabbing my ear, and pitching. I'm like, I have Zach, really?
No, when it came to Joe Man, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. I was kind of inside I'm going, oh shit, it's Joe Man. Oh my God.
You're like, time to go rent all of his movies. Time to.
Which I've seen most of them. I think I haven't seen his new one. I'm gonna catch it because I know he's got a new one that came out. I've been meaning to catch it, but
The Shoplifters of the World.
Yes. I do want to watch. I've seen the trailer, and I thought, okay, I need to check this out. So I definitely will check it out.
Well, it was really funny is that when Tim was trying to ask me who all was hosting who, I was like, dude, once I heard who I had, I checked out. I wasn't even paying attention to what everyone else was doing. I became super selfish all of a sudden, and I just...
It was fairly easy to put it together too. Like who was going to go with who. Like instantly,
we put a lot of thought into it. Like
Scott's a theater kid, and so is Harry, so they go together.
And like so and so hasn't interviewed so like we put a lot of thought into it to make sure everyone was matched up with someone they'd have fun with.
Yeah.
Exactly. We got one more person that's going to be joining. We got Ryan from Cape. Cass, what's up?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
And we have Amanda.
Yes,
Amanda.
I was wondering. I'm like, I like Amanda's got to be
here.
with her dark phoenix hair.
Yes. Oh my God, I'm
That's
obsessed.
awesome.
Guys, all the panel stuff is cool, but they got Joker shirts on the DC shop now.
I had no idea.
You.
So weird.
It's not gonna stop, man.
I'll be your friend.
No, Ryan, you need to understand. It's been a full week. We can harass Dave for a week because he's going to do something tonight that then we're going to harass him for the next.
Oh, okay.
This is it's a cycle.
Joker shirts is out. Whatever else is but Henry Cavill Harry Chest is in.
It's already up there. I've already been talking about Henry Cavill's hairy chest, which is I'm just saying. I mean, it's not even like it's there's just something mythical about it. I guess you could say. I don't know. It's like it's not too hairy, right? All right. See,
no, please keep going.
Yeah,
We're all intently listening.
The perfect amount. Amanda, you agree with me?
Women. Like, can we review the evidence?
Yeah, can we bring up Exhibit A, please?
On hairy-chested people. I am married to a Yeti. So I would like to be able to review with my professional opinion.
On what? Henry Cavill's chest?
Mm-hmm. Let's pull it up.
She seems to be an expert on the matter.
Let me see. I don't know. Let's see. Should I just type in Henry Cavill hairy chest?
I like how Dave stops himself and he's like, wait, how do we get here?
Yeah, no, exactly.
This is the second time he has said that.
Yeah.
This stream. I don't care. I'm all about it.
He did invite 4 people from League of Mayhem here. So
exactly.
It
was bound to happen. So if I can't seem to. The only thing that I keep on finding is the fact that Henry Cavill has a new girlfriend.
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna have to go. Something came up.
All I care about is the dog, honestly.
All I cared about was the computer. So
yeah.
I was just like, look at that puppy. He's so happy.
Yeah, Cal was just loving it.
He's like, I'm out with my woman.
Okay, I'm not showing that. Holy crap.
Yeah, I was going to say, Google it your own, like.
No, I was looking at Twitter and something popped up on Twitter. It was a drawing, but it was, can't show that.
Did you Google Cavill on Twitter?
No.
I
Googled Cavill.
Rule 34.
Google Cavill.
Yeah. I was like, that's probably a wrong.
Rule 34 of the internet. You're old enough to know.
Everybody really looking for Henry Cavill's hairy chest right now.
I mean,
this is what the Vodka
I feel like now I'm obligated.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to share their screen, Ryan, I know you probably got some,
I should say this. Are we talking about more
I am Superman
than Witcher?
Oh man. See, this is what I love about the Vodka stream. You just never know what's going to happen. Hairy chests, Joker shirts. That's what it's all about, guys. But
and this is just Coke, by the way.
Oh.
Just Coke.
Mm-hmm.
No. I have not.
Is it Coke or Coke?
No. You would know if it was Coke because I'd be threatening to hug all of you right now.
Yeah.
No,
he'd already be like halfway through a speech while I'm sobbing.
Exactly. And we know that it's not alcohol because if it were alcohol, at some point he would turn his camera off and disappear and then just never come back. And we would leave your dead screen up for an hour.
Hey guys, gonna go put the baby down. Be right back. Never comes back.
It's okay. It was
was the
making baby number 3. That's all.
God, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I wish you could have the image of me. Literally, I was passed out on the floor right by the door to come down here. That's as far as I made it before I just went.
We got Ryan.
Brandon text me.
Right now. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon texted me.
Ryan's about to give you his whole fucking savings account.
I know.
Like, that's cool.
Sugar daddy. He definitely is. I'm like, it's fine.
Save
Brandon
some
texted
from
me in the
her.
middle of that episode, Scott, and he was like, "If you're not watching the vodka stream, you've got to watch it." Scott is nursing that bottle.
It was way too much. You know, I made a Jameson and Coke with just a little too much Jameson and not enough Coke.
Oh man,
A little.
that stream was epic.
A
Because
little.
we're talking about spoilers, and then it's just halfway through, it just turned into an "I love you, man."
Someone has to
It
start
was
tweeting
such
out
a
when
moment,
Scott-
though. The community needed it. Like, I
Yes.
feel
No,
like Scott
seriously.
handled something
It was
that
perfect.
people
It was
needed.
perfect. It really was perfect, and it was funny too because my mom the next day she's like, "Oh my god, he was so funny," and then she goes, "Steven and Amanda were having so much fun. Did you see them? You guys were having a ball. I'm just saying, you guys were laughing up." And
I
just,
laid
like,
down on the floor at one
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
And like I got up and I saw in the chat someone said the Colberts are weak, and I was like, I think that is the definition. I just had to lay down so I
I
could laugh for
don't
a
know.
while.
I don't know. Amanda regularly drinks straight from the red Fireball
Yeah.
bottle every League of Mayhem. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That happened once.
They're straight from the
Last-
bottle,
enough
and
to
then
make
they're
an
straight from the
impression.
fireball bottle, like or handle. I think I should specify like
I
that.
don't
my
know,
dad
it's
was
been
my dad was
televised.
so funny.
Ryan,
dad
I
was so
just have
funny.
to ask you, what has possessed you to join this insanity?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
Hey, look.
dude, you had an opportunity. You were a featured guest. That was your out, man. You could have just like
One
but
and
no.
done. But
Yeah,
now
but
here you are.
yo,
Look, Dave will appreciate this. I watched some Braves baseball tonight, then I roll into talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League. I can get used to this. I can get used to it.
Exactly.
Hey,
be
No, I
careful.
mean-
Be careful. Once you're in, it's like Al Pacino from Godfather Part 3. Just when I thought I was out, pull me back in.
Yes, exactly.
I've been MIA for like 2 weeks, and still it's like in the back of my mind every day.
Well, I mean, everybody here is
in the
kind of like,
cracks and crevices where I don't have speech stuff right now.
yeah. No, I mean, Ryan, I don't know if it was you or Brandon that said, we got to talk about the Chris Terrio thing. And I was like, right, it sounds like these guys want back in already. I mean, it's
Oh
like,
yeah,
hey,
you're not going to be able to get rid of us, man. That's going to be
okay.
a problem.
That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. I don't mind that at all. Don't mind that at all.
Meg, can I ask what you're drinking?
Yes.
Got White Claw.
It is a mango White Claw with
I
a
knew it.
pink
Gross.
striped straw.
Mango. Good
So good.
choice.
I'm about to go get a watermelon one after
straw,
this.
though.
Yeah. See.
Okay, Meg, I have to ask because
Straws.
forgive my ignorance. What is a White Claw?
It's
Not
spiked sparkling water with a hint of mango.
Get with it, Scott.
Think
It's
No, well,
alcoholic.
no,
seltzer
hey,
water.
hey. I was asking so I could become more
It's
informed.
it's gluten free.
Ooh.
100
Okay, so
calories.
basically, Scott,
I
what
believe it is low carb.
yeah.
It's 2
That's
carbs.
There
yeah.
you go.
When it comes
and,
to these
it's
seltzer, when it
delicious.
comes to these seltzer drinks, I mean,
It doesn't
it is
get you-
kind of it is kind of scary because they are essentially water that's got some alcohol in it. So you're actually hydrating as you're dehydrating. I don't know how to explain it, but anytime that I've actually had some fun with some seltzers, I don't have a hangover the next day because you're literally, that's how dangerous these things are. Is you're literally hydrating as you're getting drunk.
Yeah,
It's
it's
great.
awesome.
Well,
Yeah.
and they're a pretty low alcohol content, but
Yeah.
higher than you would
Yeah.
think. It's like more
Which
than a
upsets
Mike's
me.
Hard, but like less than an IPA.
Without
they're
the
not
sugar. So you
And they're
don't
not
get that like sickly sweet, oh, I should stop before I have too many of these feeling at all. That doesn't occur. You're just like, nah, this is like drinking a funny tasting sparkling water.
Yeah.
I'm
Which
down
all
with
sparkling water is funny tasting, but at least
That's
this one has
true.
alcohol in
this.
it.
Yeah.
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 I love sparkling water, but White Claw just doesn't do it for me. And like I drank like 5 once, and I was like, I'm not drunk. What the fuck? This is
Yeah,
a
I've already had
ripoff.
2, and I don't feel anything. So
I was like, I
No.
spent the money to get drunk. What the fuck?
No, but yeah, I mean, the first time I had one, I was like, oh, is this going to be some kind of like super sweet, like, oh, God, okay, I can have one of these. No, it's not like that. It's got like maybe 1 gram of sugar in it. You have like a little bit of taste, and then that's about it.
No, but what they're good for if you're trying to like be buzzed or drunk is have something else first, like have a couple shots or something first, and then they're a great way to like write it out.
Yeah.
doing it
Dark
wrong this
side.
whole time.
Dark
Yeah,
Side
we
has
got,
a good comment.
The pregame.
It does, and I've said that
Sparkling
before.
water
It
tastes
literally
like
just tastes
TV
like nothing.
So am I the only person here who likes
You are
sparkling?
watching the vodka stream.
Oh, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
By the way, Meg, I'm shopping for you right now.
What are you buying me?
I'm not buying you anything
Okay.
yet. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I mean, he's going to
Wait,
suggest
wait,
something
wait.
for you.
Just
to
have
do.
a
I've
couple
already-
more.
I've already
Have a couple more.
suggest- I've already suggested something, but now I'm actually going to give an avenue for which to purchase
Ooh.
because Meg knows there's too many goodies in my man cave. that-
Oh, whenever
I
I,
think we
feel a
all
little
do.
Can you
bit,
pull something
whenever
out from beside you right now?
whenever I feel a little bit sad, I message Scott and I'm like, "Hey, can you show me some stuff in your like dungeon down there?" And he does. It's awesome. And then I send him pictures of my stuff, and then we're happy again.
You know what's weird about it? It would actually be okay if he kidnapped us.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I
Well, it
would.
wouldn't really be kidnapping because I consent to
Right.
it. So
That kind of like that Cloverfield Lane sort of situation, except
Yeah.
like
Yes.
without the alien ending.
Pretty much when the end of the world's going to happen,
the-
Scott, we're all showing up and we're going to be
John
hiding.
Goodman's
Oh,
dying.
we're
Well, you know-
Hey, he's John Goodman. I guess.
Scott's house.
Sorry about
or
that.
Enoch's house. That's where we're going.
Yeah, either
We
Scott
have
or
3
Enoch.
places to knock off
There's
the
too
list.
many-
Someone,
There's too many
I,
people who are like basically called that futon because I remember Meg once saw my stuff. She's like, I want to sleep near all of that. I went, well, I have a futon. It'd be 5 feet of everything you could want.
mind you, the futon is also covered in things as well, so it's awesome.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. I'll have to move some stuff.
I can do it. It's fine. Don't just leave it.
You can like make a little quilt of comic books, just like lay them out, drape them along yourself.
I would-
That'd be
I
Well,
could
there are
never.
quilts actually on it that are comic
Oh.
book related.
Of
so-
course there is. I love it. Oh, Scott, you're awesome.
Yeah, it was really
I
funny
love
when
you
I
so
posted that whole like what DC character energy do I give off. I was really interested in some of the answers that I got. I was like,
Oh, yeah. What'd you get? So somebody said Dr. Fate, of course.
I got a couple of Dr.
I
Fates.
like that.
I got a lot of Lex Luthor.
A lot of Lex
You are
Luthor. I would have went Hugo
So
Strange. I would have went
shady.
Hugo Strange.
well, here's the thing about Lex Luthor that's bogus is that like it comes down to like it's the same thing as like the Bryan Cranston fan
Yeah.
casting.
Yeah.
Where it's like people's
Bald.
brains
He's
just
bald.
vanish.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, Lex Luthor is a bald guy. It's
Yeah.
like, no, that is not.
I
Not
will-
always. B, like they're like if that's where your version of that character starts and ends, please learn more about Lex
But
Luthor.
I will say most of the Lex Luthors I got were specifically Superman the animated series. So I'm sitting here going, I can take me some Clancy Brown Lex Luthor. That's good. I also got a lot of Alfred, which I could respect.
I said you were Shazam. So
You did say I was Shazam, and I have to admit, my energy, I do put off a lot of Zachary Levi energy. I have to admit.
You
I
really?
believe
You're
I
a big
asked.
child. That's the problem.
yeah, I thought of it as you're just a grown up big kid.
Yes.
Someone was like,
yes.
someone was dragging Zachary Levi earlier on Twitter because
I
of course
saw
people
that.
always do that. But it's so hilarious now that I was realizing the juxtaposition between him and Dwayne Johnson for like whenever they finally do a crossover for those characters is going to be hilarious because Dwayne Johnson is like, I'm gonna wrap him up and I'm gonna smash him into a ball and Black Adam is gonna own Shazam, and then Zachary Levi will be like, hey guys, everyone can just be friends, right? It's not all about who's the stronger guy.
It was like perfect. It was a perfect response of like how he should respond. Like, yeah. were we gonna say?
Yes,
Ryan?
got it. I think
That
I
seems
think I
fair.
responded to the.
Linda Carter
Okay.
retweeted DC character energy do I give off? That's
Oh, I love her.
Oh, wow.
that's only your only Wonder Woman. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all we see you as. But you know, what were we gonna say, Ryan? Sorry.
No, I was just saying. I think I responded to Scott's with which DC character buys the most merch.
Yeah, I saw your. That was funny.
Ooh, the Larfleeze.
Yeah.
Yes, it would
There
be
you go.
Larfleeze. Yes.
But does he buy merch or does he just like
No, he just takes.
or yeah.
He
So
just
maybe
hoards
All
and
right.
takes. Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's a reason he's the only Orange Lantern.
I would say if I was going to compare it like that, I would say like that one the dude from the episode of Batman the animated series who kept purchasing the Gray Ghost stuff.
Oh, the
All that
collector.
stuff. The collector, yeah.
I love toys.
I love
Toys
toys.
can do things. Which, by the way, at advertisement for our Batman the Fanimated stream that starts tomorrow night.
Yes.
That character is both drawn to look like and voiced by Bruce Timm.
There it is.
Hmm.
Hey, this is
well,
why
that's another
you
layer
can see
then
why I
because
want to do this stream with Scott. He knows all the history, so I'm just like, cool, man. Look at that, something blew up. Yeah.
So that episode is like literally about Bruce Timm fanboying over
Adam West.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also you mean like the collector or the one that's with Ben's favorite hero?
Did
Did I get those mixed up? They are.
They are the same because the toy collector is the one who's using plots from Gray Ghost episodes to hold the city ransom, and then Batman and the Gray Ghost, his childhood hero, have to team up to take on the toy collector. So it's the same episode.
This is
Scott, how many times through have you watched that show?
What was that, Brian?
How many times through have you watched that show?
I can't count anymore.
I'm so glad that at least someone in
He's
the
an
room
English
understood.
teacher.
Tell them, Scott, they earlier
Yeah.
shamed me about watching Zack Snyder's Justice League too many times.
Okay,
No, we
hey.
weren't shaming you. I was just so shocked
And
because I hadn't heard of one
now,
person.
and to defend it, that show's been out since 1992, and I've been watching it since I was 10. I just turned 39. I have an excuse.
Are you saying there is no excuse to watch Zack Snyder's Justice
No,
League
there's
too
no.
many times?
My thing is I don't know how like I lost count after like
I'm on
6
11 and a
or
half.
something
11 and a half.
because I don't know if I've sat down and watched it like start to
you
finish
are about 11 and a
since,
half.
like after the first week, but I've got it on all the time and then I'm watching individual scenes a lot. So like the number of hours.
I can't do that. I can't watch individual scenes. It's like all or nothing. It's like I'm going to watch all 4 hours or I'm not. Like,
I always get carried away, but I've got to do it for like show prep for Justice
Well,
League
I always
Minute
start determined to
together.
watch only certain scenes, and I just kind of get like stuck, and it just.
I need a new. Be right back.
What happens is, everyone has to freeze in place while Meg is gone.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to do that. I'm not.
You look for like a certain thing that you want to watch again. And so you like watch that again, and then you notice something interesting about it that draws you in that you then think about for like another implication for something that happens later on. And you're like, oh, that must only be like 20 minutes from now. But because time warps when you're watching it,
because of the speed force.
Actually, right. It's actually like 90 minutes away. But then you end up watching the rest. You watch the rest of it. You watch the rest of it.
Because at that point, it's like, oh, I might as well just watch it, you know?
Right. Exactly.
Did everyone
Those
in the
are my
room here
pieces.
get the premiere link and end up watching it at like 1:00 in the morning?
Well, I
started
got to watch it on Saturday, so I was already like I have to admit I was a douchebag because when everyone else is like waiting for that link when Microsoft went down, there was part of me going, well, I sure am glad I watched it 48 hours ago. I'd be really pissed right now.
You know what? And I got the link 48 hours earlier too, but I was waiting for Cole because she didn't get hers, and then it was delayed. And I'm like, I had that link
y'all.
2 days, and I didn't.
There you go, Scott.
Good.
But it's
Your
gonna be
best-
better.
Sorry. No, but yeah, I mean, yeah, when that happened too, I was just kind of like, okay. I mean, yeah, I kind of felt the similar, Scott. I was kind of, good thing I've already watched it like 3 times. I felt bad.
And I felt so bad because
tired.
Tim was waiting for the link because
Yeah.
we were supposed to record episode 300, and he was like, I mean, it's really funny when Tim starts cussing in text messages. 'Cause it's like,
Tim
he's just looking at-
cusses?
Oh, you've obviously never listened
Only
to
in
our.
text. Just kidding.
No, that's why that's reserved for our Patreons at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you can listen to our unedited conversations, and it's really funny when that goes off.
I have to pay.
By the way,
to
that
hear
was
my
a plug.
friends
All of you are
argue.
supposed to drink.
By the way, whenever you mention that, I have I don't want to act like it's burned into my brain. I just found it's a funny anecdote. But whenever you mention on it, like the Patreon only episodes, my mind always flashes to one of the first Patreon only episodes I ever heard. I pulled up and it was you guys had like an off-air conversation about one of my articles. And I distinctly remember Scott's opinion was like, I said something about how canon was going to be an issue because they introduced things in the movie, and Scott was like, well, I mean, it's basically the same thing. I mean, it's fleshed out, but like it's not going to introduce any errors into canon. Like it's still, you can continue after it the same way for both movies. And I was like, I don't know, I guess we'll see. And you know what, Scott? We saw. And I was right.
Well, guess what? I spent a lot of 2017 being wrong, and I've spent the last 3.5 years doing penance for that. You know, it's what makes 2017 hurt so much. Is damn, I feel so stupid.
Yeah, that's why I decided I was done being wrong after 2017. I was like, I'm just going to be right from here on out because being wrong is
right. I'm sure Amanda believes all of that.
I mean, usually.
Obviously, you don't know the conversations that Amanda and I have behind your back, especially when she sends me videos of you being asleep, which is really funny.
I'm sure it is.
Gotten those too.
Amanda's holding out on us. Jesus.
No.
I thought we were friends.
Just
really thought we were friends.
just when the mood strikes. I literally just asked myself, by the way, did I actually do that? I kind of believe that I
did. You did.
I was drinking my
sounds
morning
like
coffee. I was drinking my Saturday morning coffee one morning, and I kept on getting like my phone would not stop buzzing, and it was just more of Steven rolling over, Steven snoring, Amanda poking Steven, and Steven being like. and at one point, I think
a child at play. I will like sick the chill. I'll be like, "Oh, wake up your dad. Tell him."
I'd say
need
like you don't
coffee."
realize how merciful I'm being, but you'd just be like, "Oh, you'd never do that to me," like which
You'd be.
feels
You know,
it
I
hurts.
do know how merciful you're being. I understand. Like it's very you're a saint. You're absolutely the better half of this couple. Like if for the record, he's the better half of this couple because he puts up with that shit. Sometimes also we like to prank each other by dumping cups of cold water over the shower. No, you have done it back. Listen,
if anyone did
not
that
since
to
I have
me,
given you children.
if
But you
anyone
have
did
done
that
it
to me, they'd be a missing person immediately.
My wife and I definitely do that to each other.
It is fate till death do us part. You're right. You're right.
Well, death is coming a lot faster if I was.
Seriously. All right, we got a couple of more guys that are gonna be showing up here. Well, I mean, I guess you could say some more of the world's finest here. We got Joey and we got ACS right here.
Good.
What up, guys?
What's up, dudes?
What's going on?
It's another Yeti.
Can you?
I placed him right underneath Steven.
Cool, and this is
my
why
dad.
they didn't invite us back.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, but wait.
No. Where did the chicken go? That's why they don't invite us back. It's the chicken. That's why.
Joey, I gotta say, I'm so glad that you've become a regular part of World's Finest. It's been so nice getting to know you through that show. You're just so sweet. I just wanna hug you. I'm not even drunk yet, but you didn't get to get the hug the last time.
Are you sure? Yeah, that was just Coke, Scott. Coke.
Oh, he's got a beer now.
I moved
Joey
on.
does bring an innocence to World's Finest for sure.
Don't worry, Joey. You've got a speech coming later on.
Yes, he does bring an innocence because Anthony and I are both fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
you
freaks.
Yeah, I don't even swear. I don't even say that word.
Turn the volume down when I watch a show. I cannot tell you how many times I've tried to do laundry because your Sunday night and that's the perfect time to do laundry.
We picked the Lord's Day on purpose.
And then you got Anthony, which I don't know. Anthony can go Anthony is like chaotic neutral. He can go either way. I mean, Meg, you're just like you can be straight evil. It just happens. It's fine.
Yo, this is why Meg gets along with Nana and I. She has to be chaos.
Yes.
There it is. That's
Otherwise, the three of us would not work so well together.
But no, that's it. That we have the D&D spectrum here. We have Joey, who's good. We've got Anthony, who is neutral, and then we've got Meg, who's chaos. There's a reason that it
We're
exists.
a real yin and yang for each other.
But Joey does cuss though.
No, I do not. No.
You should see our Twitter DM chat.
It's
Guys,
funny
my parents are right there. Shut up.
The best part was that
It's okay, son. It's okay, son.
BVS comes home when we were all at and we shared a room,
Yeah.
and Anthony was going to bed, and Joey was like, I think he's mad. And he was just like, I love you. And it was just silent. For like 10 seconds. And he's like, oh no. And then Anthony's like, love you too.
No, Anthony, what you say is Anthony, your response is I know.
Like I'm out.
That's your response.
Yes, exactly, Scott.
Good night. Meg and I
would've let him know. I would've said, say it back.
Room. I could hear that, Meg. I don't know if you heard that when it happened, but I heard it when it happened. Oh,
Man,
I was aware when it happened.
Joey it was long enough for a few beads of sweat to form on Joey's brow.
Joey was on that like tipping point if he wasn't gonna get any sleep that night, or,
like, I just
or he was gonna
misjudged.
say it and you were gonna be able to sleep.
I was trying to
Later that night, Joey's
say to me.
seriously misjudged the situation.
God, this is why SnyderCon had.
Joey is
can't
the
come back because,
mastermind
dude,
behind so
we
many
need to actually
great
meet
things.
each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, Joey is the mastermind behind so many great things. Like there's so many good jokes and like ridiculous, I don't know,
many good ones
meme-worthy,
you can't even name.
hashtag-worthy things.
I think Joey's like
he came
source
up
of
with
like
February.
90% of League of Mayhem jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Half of the League of Mayhem jokes end up turning into memes because of Joey.
Well,
So
I mean, you
thank
guys
you,
give me good content to work off of, so.
There you go. That's the way you got to look at it. And we got a couple other more folks that were at BVS also.
Someone's got to make a
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, good
Joey is really quick.
Wait,
He has the best fucking zingers, dude.
Yes.
He always gets us every time.
Yeah.
Except for
He's
now.
good. He's good at like, yeah. If you stumble, he's gonna call it out like real
Yes.
quick.
Yeah.
But
Guys,
guys, let's not bury the lead. Tiff is here.
Yes.
It's true.
What's going on, guys?
Wait,
How you
so
guys
Tiff,
doing?
we
What's
were
going
just talking.
Yeah.
If there were a like apocalypse type situation, maybe like zombie apocalypse, wink wink, Army of the Dead, I don't know, drink because that's
what's
what
that?
we've been
What is that?
doing.
Is that a film or something or a book
that
or
sounds like big thing.
Now I
And-
know.
It's an interactive VR viral engagement experience at the local the Westbrook Shopping Center.
Stop.
In my hometown of Las Vegas.
So we were talking about whose place we would rather, like whose couch we would rather crash on, / who would we rather have kidnap us and adopt us into their
They're two
like
wildly different
underground-
situations. All right, so either
Where would we want to
post-apocalyptic
spend the
zombie
apocalypse?
situation
Or where
or
would we want to be kidnapped?
kidnapped.
Right,
Yeah, we don't want
right.
to kidnap me.
Right.
Okay,
Scott,
okay.
was it you guys or is it Scott? Do we want to stay in Scott's basement or do we want to stay in?
If I was
with
gonna
you
get
guys?
kidnapped, it's Scott. But if it's like if I have to hold somewhere, during a zombie apocalypse, I'm going to Poindexter Lounge, right?
Ah.
I don't blame him because if he has to get hold of my house, he is going to have an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 8-month-old like crawling all over him and be
This
like,
feels like normal. I feel like it would be
That's
fine.
a Tuesday.
you know, right?
Exactly. What's another 2? Who cares?
Exactly. Well, and we don't have a basement. We're a bi-level, so we won't put
Yeah.
you down in a hole anywhere. Like you know.
Shots fired.
And we
Ooh.
have toys to play with to keep us busy.
Oh no! I have toys.
No.
There's probably something in there about foraging
I
and
think
like
both can be
mushroom
true. You all have
hunting
toys.
and like
Scott, to quote someone who's very fast, I think that's an understatement.
Yeah.
When it about
No,
toys
that's an
there.
undersimplification.
Yeah.
That's an oversimplification.
Oversimplification.
Yeah, an
See,
oversimplification.
Enosh, if you're going to quote it, how about you quote it correctly?
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I was too busy looking at my toys.
Oh.
Trouble.
See,
I
not
mean,
only
we're
do
all
I have
talk.
not only
We
do I
see
have
Enoch's-
toys, I also have ample reading material and viewing material. So
Damn.
I
got books.
Oh,
Oh
was
no,
gonna
that's
say.
cute. That's cute.
Is that the
you
Jedi
have
Academy
books.
trilogy?
That's adorable.
Wait, was that the Jedi?
Look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
It's the Jedi Academy trilogy, right? Did I spot that
is.
correctly?
Yes,
All
it
right.
is.
I have those too.
Yeah.
I love those books.
Those are
I've never met
fantastic
anyone
books.
else who read those.
Oh no, I read them. Yep.
oh well, now we know where Cole's going.
yeah.
Oh no, I
Jake
have.
and-
I mean, I got
one.
Jake and
we got
Jada.
books in the
Yes.
other room. We got books in the other room
That's
with all
just
the other
what's here.
toys
Yeah.
Yeah, no
in the
lie.
living room.
I don't
Their
know.
house
Joey,
has
where are we
toys
going?
everywhere, and it's amazing.
What?
Joey, where are we going?
We had to put
in case-
some Lex Luthor behind glass because of Meg, though.
Yeah, Meg was here. Yeah, Meg was talking. Let Meg be heard.
Yeah. Your turn. So, anyways,
Yeah, so
See, there's
no.
Joey right there.
I'm just saying,
Right there.
Enoch,
You hesitate.
the lounge has toys literally everywhere. Like they have a Star Wars themed bathroom. So
That's awesome.
Dave, you need to get the Nacho Libre. So, anyways, drop.
Wait, do you guys have a briefcase for your Funko Pops? Because I just
have
got
to-
one today, and I'm like, what
That-
the fuck is this?
I don't know.
noticed and I love it.
I don't know. We have too many Funko Pops to put in a brief. We
tell
have
me
nothing but
about it.
Then it'd be
Tell
the
me
briefcase lounge.
It's a
It'd be the
briefcase holding.
No, we got this really cool gift from Geek House
Show.
Oh, that's
Geek
cool.
House show, and we did their show, and they had this crazy elaborate video of this guy coming out of a vault with this case,
Oh, that's sweet.
Like you
and they're
expect to have
gifts for
this-
us.
Like all that's missing is the handcuff
can't
and the
find it.
key.
Nice.
He's like,
I've
that's
never
cool. Now
seen this
we can
before.
move all of our Funko Pops in 3,000 trips.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, I wouldn't even
But we'll
attempt
look
that.
cool the
You know
whole
what? But
time.
I was telling Cole that this is gonna be great when we go to San Diego, and like if we ever win a Funko lottery again, which probably won't happen for another 50 years again. But if we do, to put the most precious ones in there, and
There
she
you go.
goes,
Heavy.
You are insane if you think I'm carrying that heavy things. Okay,
Surprisingly heavy. Like I've seen people do that with really priceless comic books or like a manuscript, but I've like when I opened the box, I was like, "The fuck did they do? This is so crazy."
I feel like Scott disappeared to try to go get something to prove.
I think he's
dude,
going
he's
to. I think
totally
he's
gonna
going
try to
to
show you up.
He's
gonna
writing
find
his
his
speech.
most-
He's
he's
getting
gonna
his
find
speech
his
ready
most-
for
Quick,
next
quick, go
episode.
find something, Enosh.
He's going to find his most.
Can I just point the
precious
camera anywhere in my house?
I literally have the Grail
I
from
get
Indiana
it.
Jones.
I already get in trouble for like taking people on like
Tours
of the house during live streams. So
I
Why do
literally
you get in
have the
trouble? She
Grail
does
from
it too.
Indiana Jones.
Well,
so
because the
we've got all
joke,
kinds
well,
of
yeah.
stuff.
So the joke is the first time I was ever on StreamYard, I didn't realize I was on a live stream. Yes, I know.
Wait, are we telling the fart story
We're
again?
telling the fart story.
No,
again.
no,
We
no.
have
This
to
isn't a
tell
no.
the
No,
story
please not the
again.
No,
fart.
this isn't a fart story. No, this isn't a fart story.
Do caca poo poo.
I got invited, and it was the first time I met actually a bunch of people in the
Fandom.
in the fandom, and so I thought it was the first time I had ever been on StreamYard.
Wait, are
And
we
so-
telling the story about the time that you recruited those two drunk ladies at the bar to be part of your YouTube?
No, but I've got that video.
Are
I've
you
got to
kidding?
post that video.
Talking
I've
about.
got to
That
post that video
happens.
because I forgot all about that video
That
on my phone, and then I found
legitimately
it.
No,
Yes.
but it happened though.
There's some backstory we're missing, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
I need a
That's
little
pretty
bit
much the whole
more
story.
information here.
Yeah. No, so I thought it was like a Zoom thing. Like I thought I was just invited to like come like talk about nerd stuff with like some people. I didn't realize it was a live stream. And so somebody saw the back of the room and they said, "Oh, wow, you got a lot of toys, man." And I was like, "Well, yeah. And so they're like, "Well, show us what you got." And so I had my phone at the time. I didn't have a camera set up. So I just pulled my phone out and I started showing people around the room, and people were like, "Oh my gosh, you have GI Joes." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh my God, you got He-Man." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "You got wrestlers." "Yeah." And you got Star Wars. And I started taking them all over the room. And I'm like, "Well, this is just one room in the house." "Well, hold on a second." So I took them into the living room and I showed them all over the living room and the lightsabers and the more toys out there. And then I was like, "Well, here's the Star Wars bathroom. And then here's our bedroom," because Tiffany's got all her toys in our bedroom. And then the closet and everything else. And so I took them all over the house. And apparently I took over Max's live stream and I didn't even mean to. So
In the Star Wars,
highest ratings ever.
it looks like a galaxy.
We had one episode of League of Mayhem with just Tiff, Enosh, me, and Nana, and I think there might have been one or two more people there. But it literally turned into the three of us showing our collect. We
Like,
tried.
"Oh, look what I have." Yeah.
Try. We did try. We had like half the conversation about actual stuff, and and now we got.
Show me mine and I'll show you yours.
I just, I love knowing other people though who actually like toys like me. That validates me in
favorite-
some strange way.
My favorite
Louis
is
was
knowing
so
that
fun.
that pop that's behind ACS. Baby.
Yeah, see, that's how Scott one-ups everybody. He goes, "I have an here.
Come
Yeah, look at this cute thing. Yeah,
He's like, "Go ahead, do baby things."
cuter than your
I
pop."
want to smell you, baby.
But see, he's trying to pull up his dog.
No,
See, I care about
not
the
the same.
Let's see.
Not the same. I want the baby smell.
Harley. Is that
I
Harley?
got my
They're
Michael
saying-
Keaton
yeah, it's
Batman
Harley.
right here. I got my Michael Keaton Batman. I'm good with this.
I've got my.
Okay.
I got a chicken.
So who all bought the Hot Toys Black Suit Superman?
I got
Batman?
Harley.
Oh, Ryan, do you
Nice.
what do you have that at?
Nice.
No, it's a pre-order. It's the same one Scott and I ordered.
Yes,
The-
that we were
Yep.
on the payment plan for because
You don't have to let everyone know we're broke, man. Yay.
I definitely bought the. I also bought the 1/3 Prime 1 Black Suit Superman. So I'm like in debt to my wife for my entire life now. So
I
She
got the
owns
Mez,
you.
I know
got
those
the Mez-
conversations.
yeah.
I got the Mezco like steel box that comes with like Batman, Flash, and Black Suit Superman. Yeah,
Nice.
I'm still waiting to hit buy on that one. I'm just like, I want it really bad, but I'll probably buy.
So I guess
Wait,
this is a
wait.
good time in front of everybody to tell you about all the stuff that I bought this afternoon.
Is it more expensive than Mando's ship?
But you got some stuff in there. Got a few things in there too. I was like, Tiffany needs
Can
this.
we pay the mortgage?
Yes.
Then we're good.
Okay. Can we pay
As
some?
long as you did that.
You meant for last month, right?
It'll be fine.
I love the priorities. Yeah.
For March.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're still good for this one.
You got a pretty good collection behind you too, though, man. You got a good background, a lot of good stuff behind you. Like your Batman vs Superman, whatchamacallit right there. That I want that right there. That right there. Yeah.
It's in blue though. That's not okay.
I don't mind it.
I want the poster.
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh yeah.
Wonder
you got
Woman
the-
holding
Yeah,
the
he's
head.
like, which one? I got fucking 20
that?
of them. I change them out every week.
Yeah,
I can
the
tell
one
you.
that kicks butt.
Yeah.
Wait, Anthony, is yours signed by Zack Snyder?
Well, Joey,
Oh.
Joey, it's hard to tell because it's so fucking far away.
Meg, no, Meg, no.
I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to one up, but I got Zack Snyder, I got Debbie Snyder, I got Larry Fong. Oh man.
Cool. So, anyways,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. What? What's going on? Huh? Yeah.
Joey.
I'm an idea.
Yeah, Dave, I've got that too. I've also got Larry Fong wrote my name on it. So
Oh yeah, but you didn't see him sign it. That's yes. I
still have it. I still have it.
I saw him sign my
And
poster.
this is a dick measuring contest.
Well,
Oh,
speaking of which, I don't want to brag, but do you all have a C-3PO that has a penis?
God, I did I intro that
From the re-
perfectly.
Dick. Yes.
It's metal too.
Yeah.
Does it really
and-
have?
Yeah, and I can take him out and play with him. They don't
You
call
know
it
that
golden
thing-
rod
you know-
for nothing.
Listen,
That's a good
Enosh.
night.
I have some sound advice for you though. If it doesn't have flair, it doesn't go there. Just so you know.
What the?
We have all kinds of
Demonetized.
He's covering his.
Okay.
It's a famous
We need some
topic.
backstory. We
Okay,
need some
it's
backstory on
backstory.
why.
Okay,
Why
so
does he
there,
have a penis?
so
I mean,
this is a famous Topps trading card from Star Wars, the movie,
Okay.
the original A New Hope, and for 40 years they claimed that this was like an optical illusion, that it was a mistake. They tried to say that a piece was dropped at the exact same time that it was taken, the picture was taken, but it clearly looks like C-3PO has a penis. Okay, and so like this card is actually well sought after. If you find a real one, it's actually worth some money. And so a buddy of mine makes custom figures, and as soon as I saw that he made this, I was like, I have to have it because he actually made this.
Why did he
had to make it?
Because it's a popular thing. It's actually a famous.
I really wish it was a misprint.
My-
I would have
my
loved it more if
favorite-
it was a misprint.
My
It's a
favorite
famous
was
card.
when
It's
Anthony.
the only 3PO that survived Pope Pius.
My favorite was
The
when
nerdiest joke.
Anthony Daniels had to like explain that on Twitter, and he's like, "No, so it turns out it's not actually a penis."
No, but this one
Poor
is.
man.
This one is.
Look at that
like,
thing. Jesus Christ.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Yo, Don Cheadle in that drop is fucking. Yo,
I also have Admiral Akbar. We're caught in a trap. Elvis.
Did you just say we're caught in a trap?
Yeah,
James Cline. We're caught in a trap.
Caught in a
got a
trap
Mandalorian
version.
He's not interested in textual accuracy,
Holy
y'all.
shit.
Clearly. Not
We're
interested
caught in a trap. I can't hold
No,
out
stop it!
because I love you too much, baby.
What is happening?
Jeez.
With a Mandalorian guitar.
Okay, you know, girls, I was gonna suggest that maybe Enoch
C3
tell
penis?
everyone who he's hosting
Nice.
anymore. He
Nice.
loses that privilege.
Yeah, Ines, make sure you bring this up on your Justice Con stream. Be like, hey, I got the C-3PO figure. We gotta
I'm sure your guests would love
C3
it.
penis. C3 penis. Like,
Nah, we can't tell. We can't let him know. He lost his privileges.
I bet.
Oh, and Joss Whedon.
Jose. Oh my god.
And Jose, yeah, and Joss Whedon, right?
Oh my god.
I had to take it away from
Oh
both.
my
They were playing with it.
Gold member.
Gold member.
Member.
I need to call God.
Everybody's
One of their
talking about
pads is gone AWOL.
So yeah, guys, we're looking for a new host for Justice.
Yeah.
I won't
doesn't
talk
have a
about
gold
robot
penis.
penises.
I promise.
Joey over here, like, hey.
I give our blessing,
will, though,
Joey, as your adoptive parents. We give our blessing.
I love the new hair color, by the way, Amanda.
Yes.
Very
Oh
cute.
my
I
God.
liked it. I like it a lot.
I nominate Tim to take over. That's my nomination.
I don't think Tim could handle it.
No, he said Tiff.
Oh, Tiff?
Okay.
Tiff can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim can handle it. Yeah.
I'll take a back seat. I'll just be over here in the corner playing with C-3PO.
Well, don't play with him too hard.
Oh.
Yeah.
You
take
said
more than
you said hard.
I did.
Now,
Yeah,
if I could just
ears, cover Callum's ears. Yeah.
If I could just get his counterpart, R2 did too, I'll be good.
There you go.
What?
Jeez.
No,
Yeah,
his is
I know, it's
retractable. It's like
Yeah.
Please
That's
drop
retractable.
something.
Yeah.
Drop
He's like, hold on a minute. I got to get some info.
it's like a red rocket.
Isn't that the best line? Hey, baby, I got to get some info. I don't know if you have you guys ever seen that that little cartoon where it's like R2D2 and the Death Star, and it shows R2D2, trying to get the information out of the Death Star, and the things comes out and everything, and it says 9 months later, and then there's BB-8.
Oh God, I've not seen that.
You don't need to know what
That
type of
makes
videos
sense,
you're
though.
watching.
It makes total sense.
It does.
That's why he's round.
Whoo, man. This got interesting. Thank you, Enosh. I love it.
You're welcome. See, sneaking under the radar. People don't expect it from me, but I got.
They
jokes.
don't. I'm expecting you to have like an R2D2 that has like some weird, slot in the back for C-3PO. Anyways,
Yeah.
that'd be weird.
Duncan is
You
strong.
never know. I can call my friend Bruce. My friend Bruce.
Hey, you know that C-3PO that you made me? Well, can you make me an R2, but instead on the back? So it's a request from a friend.
information
First of
for
all.
It is.
Yeah,
Communicate.
that's every time he's
And
like,
while
this
you're
is
at
so
it, I have
popular, and he's
another
the only guy
friend who
talking
would
about it.
actually like a pair of handcuffs and a key to go with their case. It's to go with their case to carry their pops.
Yes.
They do sell that.
Another friend who wants that too. So to be clear, I want the adult toy.
Should I be writing this down?
Yes.
Yeah,
Take a
that's your
request.
next order from your friend.
or just mark it right now. A minute or an hour and 57 minutes. So
All right.
let's go right back to it.
To the chat, give Dave enough super chats, and we'll get custom figures made all around.
For everyone.
In Galaxy's Edge, they sell handcuffs.
What's that?
Next Comic Con costume.
Yes, next comic. That's my next Comic Con costume right there. I'm
Okay,
sure.
you
I'm
can't
sure
go
all
with
the
us.
parents will love it. I'm sure all the
You
parents
can't
will
go
love
with
God,
us.
Henry Cavill's here. Sorry. We're going that way.
It's a wardrobe malfunction. All he says as they drag him out of the
You'd
hall.
be malfunctioning before the day is done.
They wouldn't
I already
even
am,
let him
baby.
on the campus. See, they'd be like,
It's
no,
our
no, no, no,
wardrobe
no,
malfunction.
out.
Wow.
All right, guys, I will have to go because
Yes, I was about to say,
and
Nana,
I have to
you
go
played
to
way
work at
longer than-
11. So
Oh no.
Oh no.
I am so
Oh,
sorry.
I gotta introduce.
Right when Ryan's dog showed.
Aw.
Yeah, this is Cara
Aw.
Zor-El.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Hi, Cara.
Yeah, she's
Okay,
like, what's
uh,
going on
Nana?
right now?
Nana,
Oh my
thank
God,
you
I
for
love
joining.
her.
thank you for joining, Nana. And
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. And looking forward to JustCon. And like I said, think you and have fun at work.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Bye,
You know what?
babe.
It's a good thing that I do coffee for a living. So
There you go.
Oh, there
That's
you
what it's all
go.
about. All right. Well,
Bye,
thank you.
Nana.
Appreciate it.
Bye,
Bye,
Nana.
Nana.
bye. Good morning or good night.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo, Anthony.
What up?
So guess what I just found? You know that Superman that we both have? That Jim Lee black and white Superman?
You found one with his penis out. We got it.
Yes.
Yeah, we get it, dude.
It's got a
And
huge
it's black
ball.
and white.
He's wearing a G-string.
Yes. No, I didn't know that they made a Wonder Woman and Batman of that too. Did you?
No.
Yeah, I just ordered the Wonder Woman one.
Wait. Do you have them?
I don't have it yet. It's coming.
You mean this Wonder Woman?
No.
No.
Hand me
Yeah,
the-
they've
hand me
had
the
those
black
have been
and
ever.
Black and white.
Yeah, those are fine. Yeah,
No, he's talking about
Is
the
that
pin-
toilet paper?
Oh, yeah,
Anthony?
And you're like,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So
Yeah, that.
so
yeah.
open it up. Open
it's
it up.
got Jim
It
Lee's
looks like
art and
toilet paper.
No. It
Oh, you
opens
got
up.
his.
Show them the
Okay.
figure inside. There you go. So
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
like it's not colors. It's
it's all black and white.
Ooh.
Wow.
But they make a Wonder Woman and a Batman, and so I have the Wonder Woman on the way. for
Because
you.
those are the Enoch, because those are the new 52 redesigns, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Wow.
Wait.
And you know what's funny is I'm not even a
Oh,
big
wait,
fan of the
oh.
new 52 redesigns, but black and white they look amazing.
I love them. I can't help it. It's a sad. I love the new 52 designs.
Well, we're equal opportunity here.
Oh, I've got those, and I've got the Greg Capullo ones too. That's over there because I loved it when they did like the artist editions. Because I got like the stop it. 'Cause I got the Greg Capullo series. I got the Darwin Cook series.
But do you have a
But-
Homer
but
Simpson as
Scott-
Henry Cavill
Oh, see, he's
That I
always
do
right.
not
Scott.
have.
Or Homan.
Scott,
or
do
Homan?
you have a dog?
What'd you say?
Do you have a
Or-
dog?
I have a cat. I do not have a dog.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll probably
Thank you,
steal your
Ryan.
stuff
Thank
and
you.
not your dog. Because Enosh knows I can come to his house. I'm just gonna take the dogs, not the stuff.
Exactly. She brings a big bag and then our dogs disappear.
They'll come with me willingly.
Yeah, I have a little cat named Selena. Yes, I was the one
Of
who
course
named her.
you did.
Nice.
Yeah. Good job.
I love cats, but I'd rather kidnap dogs. So your stuff is safe. Is not. Everyone else is pretty okay.
Pretty
Okay.
okay.
All right. Now let's get back on some topics here. We've all like been like, hey, look at my big pop right here. Yes, yes. No, but
So Chris Terry,
Is that your euphemism? Is that your
Yeah.
pickup line? Look at my big
Exactly.
pop.
Look at
Is
my
that what
big
you said,
pop.
Lars?
That's exactly what it is.
You seen my big
Have
pop?
you seen my 10-inch Superman?
Look at my big pop.
Seen this? Look at the size of the head.
It's the
Anyways,
same one.
Whip out your big 10-inch.
I got two 10-inch Supermans right over here if you need them.
Oh my god.
Well, stack on top of each other's 20 inches, right? It's 20,
That equals 20 inches if I put them top to bottom. Yes,
Just use lube.
I measure from the base.
Sounds like a neat day.
So the topic.
Use lube and a spotter.
Oh my god.
Well played.
oh man.
So anyway.
Yeah.
Wait. Is this World's Finest featuring like 7 other guests?
I know. I was
Or is
gonna
this
say,
like-
dude.
Justice Con,
Is
World's
it- I'm
Finest.
just trying to figure out.
There's all
What,
kinds of things happening right now.
We bring out the worst
Anthony,
of everybody
it can't
else.
be World's Finest because we're missing a certain drop. I don't think Dave has that one. So it doesn't quite
What's the,
qualify though.
Are you talking about the throbbing of something?
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
baby.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that.
I brought all the throbbing for all of us.
not
Enoch,
exactly.
put the dick penis guy away, please. I'm called
That's,
boss.
that's totally his new name. Is Dick
Goldie's
Penis. Hi. Hello,
I'm calling your boss.
I'm fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. This is 6 million one.
You're gonna get Dave's stream taken down.
It's already. It's already.
Enoch,
we haven't been
I'm
up for an hour.
reporting you to the bishop.
C3 penis is going to get
He
us
says
removed.
6
Glad I'm
million.
not Catholic.
I'm telling Mother Sister. Trust me, I will find out.
Oh shit!
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, Dave.
No, it's
I
fine.
don't think he's
No, this
Catholic,
is
but
what I
hey,
love.
nuns scare everyone.
No, this is what I love. This is what I love about it. But I was just
He loves dick penis.
I love three penis. I love it. I love it. You know, that should be a new segment on your channel, Poindexter Lounge. Just have
you
him
go.
talk.
After dark.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I do have this one over here, the one who shall remain nameless.
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
The one who shall remain
Uh-oh.
nameless. I mean, it's about the same thing.
Oh, what's happening?
It's a
I'm a
different
Oh,
party.
is that what's his name? What's his name? I can't even remember.
Doomcock.
Doomcock. There you go.
Yeah.
I want to do like a
Poor
parody of that,
Callum,
like
I'm so
someone
glad
who's
he
actually
can't hear
nice and
this.
like funny, and call her like Joy Vagina.
There you go. That'd be funny. I like that. And then bring in C3 penis. Just,
There you go.
To do like yeah. He's gonna
He's
show
like,
up.
now
and
it's my time to shine.
yeah.
Scott's got his own show going on there in the middle.
He's like, you pay no attention to those penises.
Explain why he couldn't take the explosion at the end of. Okay, so some people. So Crush It is saying Superman has survived exploding stars in comics. Can someone explain why he couldn't take the explosion at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League? So,
Homeboy
was it really an
dead.
explosion? Was it really an explosion? Because when the Unity gets together and just kind of just wiped everything out.
It's like antimatter or
Yeah.
something like that.
He
It's
was
kinda
literally
like-
just dead.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Cyborg even said like this is technology that they don't know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So it's a whole.
and
Not
Also,
only that,
anything-
but Superman just woke up from a dirt nap. You know, give him a break.
Well, and let's also understand that Superman's power levels literally adjust to whoever is riding them at any given time.
Yeah.
Writing them.
Yeah, exactly, because that was the problem in the Silver Age.
Oh
was-
dear.
I mean, Superman had such a power level that nothing could happen, which is why it was so earth shattering when John Byrne wrote him in the in Post Crisis, and his tape could tear, like his cape would tear up.
Yes.
Like, it was so
Yeah.
Yeah. Cal and everything.
listen to the baby.
like actually, father.
He was like,
Actually, Dad.
Yo, like yes, the cake tearing tore everybody up.
by the way, shout out to Crush It, because Crush It actually sent me that Henry Cavill standee back here.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Where
Crush
is it? It's gone. Oh, it's over
right
your
here.
left shoulder.
for his-
There it is. Why did you move it? I hate it when you do that.
You got to rearrange.
He had
We
to,
used to
he had to
have-
fit me in the
Just-
picture, so
Oh, okay.
In college, Amanda got
or Henry.
a life-size Snoop Dogg standee with a
Nice.
Four Loko can that she stole from the liquor store, and like they didn't. I don't either didn't have room, or her roommates decided they couldn't have it, so it ended up getting stored at my house, and like scared the shit out of everyone that walked into our bar, because like Snoop Dogg is like behind the bar, so you turn on the light, and he's like Four Loko.
No
We've
story
got-
about
we've got,
Amanda
My
surprises me
Kylo
anymore.
Ren cutout did that
Yeah.
for a good 2 weeks. It scared everyone who walked past my bedroom.
See, we have the I forgot
Bob.
what- yeah,
The
Bob. It's the
karate
thing-
trainer thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's in our
yeah.
sunroom, and I actually had to get thicker curtains because when I would wake up in the morning, I thought
yeah.
someone was in our sunroom and scared the crap out of me.
So
I heard her scream
If I
one
want
night.
it-
She was walking to the garage when it was in the mudroom between the garage and the
Well,
house.
I was screaming and swearing because
So
it
Yes.
if you've ever seen one of those like MMA things that like there's no legs, there's no arms or anything, it's just a head and a body that
Yeah.
It's just a
Hey,
torso.
it's
that's what we
sitting
have.
it's sitting in this room, or like if the curtains are open and you just wake up
Mhm.
and you're just like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You are instantly awake.
It is literally like that. And then you're like, yo,
Yes.
is somebody in there?
That's how I
No.
respond too.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know. Like I have a couple friends of mine where every now and again I go over there. We just have some drinks, have some fun, and I crash in their spare bedroom for the longest time. They had a Johnny Depp from Pirates of the Caribbean cutout of him like in the room, and I literally wake up and I would see that fucking thing and just be like, "Oh, where's the rum? Jesus Christ!" Like,
Savvy.
Jack Sparrow's watching me sleep.
But it's
Yeah,
the rum
for a
gun.
long time. Yeah. So
my friend Rain sleepover. She likes to wear wigs a lot because she has short hair like I do, and she would go with the wig on, and then she'd wait middle of the night, sit bolt upright in the bed next to me, rip it off, and whip it across my room, and I would watch it land on Kylo, and like, how the fuck you do? And then I'd go to sleep, and I'd wake up a few hours later, and the odd with a wig on, I would holy fucking shit. She's like, whoa.
I feel like Stewie from Family Guy. I feel right.
I feel right, Brian.
I feel right. I feel right. I feel right, Brian. I feel right. I know what episode you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, good stuff. But so back to like some topics this week. We had a couple of good articles that came out. First off, we had more Ray Fisher stuff, and I don't think we really talked about more of the stuff that came out of that. And I'd like to get everybody's opinion. I mean, more talk. And it is kind of funny because, Ray Fisher has talked before, and some trouble had been had with certain people, and when that happened before, and it was kind of like, okay. Yeah, what I found interesting is when Forbes did a article where it's just like, hey, they're just relaying what Ray had to say, and some certain things happen with that, and then it's like, okay, but now I guess we're more in depth with it now that THR did an article. I mean, now it's like, hey, let's let the man speak.
Yeah. Well, it's not just THR. I think one of the things that I thought was interesting about both of these articles. Well, not just both these articles, but kind of the stage that we are in, the way this information is being reported, is first of all, there's a lot more coming directly from like cast and crew and interviews, and so it's taken more seriously. And the movie's out, and people kind of so it's been taken more seriously.
World. We're in a post Snyder Cut world. It's crazy.
We are, and then but specifically with but specifically with these articles, the Ray Fisher one was from Kim Masters, who, if you aren't familiar with her, like she wrote the article that got Tsujihara to step down.
Yeah.
Like she's like an OG, like legendary. She does her job. And usually kind of levies her writing chops against Warner Brothers for some reason. It seems like they've got a lot of things to
Gosh, we should get her to write a couple of more.
Yeah. But between her and then from Anthony Bresnikan was at Entertainment Weekly for a long time. Did a lot of, I'm sure Enosh is familiar with him. He did a lot of cool Star Wars stuff. He kind of inherited that Star Wars beat from who used to do all the on-set photography from Vanity Fair. Man, they were there since like A New Hope. But anyway, Bresnikan went to Vanity Fair, and he is like probably, as far as like names in like journalism that is focused on film, outside of like the blogosphere, we're talking about like real journalists. Those two names, Anthony Bresnikan and Kim Masters, are about as like credible as you can get as when it comes to like their reputation. So Bresnikan did that like shocking true story of the Snyder Cut piece. Then Kim Masters did the Ray Fisher one, and then Bresnikan did also had the on-set interviews with Ray and Joe, and now he's got the interview with Terrio. And we're kind of at a stage now where like I feel like probably a lot of us read some of that, and there was like some inflammatory quotes that are kind of cool to have out there, but for the most part, also we're kind of like, okay, we knew. There wasn't a whole lot in the Ray Fisher piece that was like revelatory, more so than it just kind of was stated in a more official way. But what I always look at with this stuff is because Kim Masters is saying it, and because Anthony Bresnikan is saying it, and you look around Twitter, and there's a lot of people who have like not gotten with the narrative of like what actually happened here, that see like that thing from Kim Masters, and they're like, oh wow, what WB did behind the scenes on this is messed up. And they see the one from Anthony Bresnikan, and they're like, oh, wow, WB really like chewed up these guys creatively and spit them out, despite them like having a plan for these characters. And it's like, yes, like I know, like, I understand why people don't like believe fans when fans say this stuff, or they don't believe like the lower tier blogosphere or whatever when this stuff is written. It's like this is all information that's been out there forever, and it's like to finally have like those seal of approval on it, like that is officially the narrative going forward. Like that's not going to be overturned. Bresnikan and Masters covering that kind of is like, okay, we are squared away and settled off as far as what happened with Ray Fisher and what happened with Terrio and everybody else. And so like now moving forward from that, it'll be fascinating to see like how people talk about what happened behind the scenes.
I just love the title of the Chris Terrio article. Justice League screenwriter Chris Terrio is super pissed off.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, both of them to an extent, but I mean, Terrio has not said anything. Ray obviously is really putting himself out there. Terrio, like,
he's hushed up for how
well, not just he's hushed up, but like what he pulled with this interview is like, I don't know if falling on his sword is overly dramatic, but very well could have lost himself any chance of getting another job with Warner Brothers or any other big studio because of the things he said and the way he said them in this interview. And I don't think that should be taken lightly. The fact that he's kept quiet this long and the fact that he said as much now should speak to how important he thinks it is that those things be said, and don't take that like self-sacrifice on his part lightly.
Yeah. No, it is.
And for Ray, obviously, but you know, we've been known about him.
We've been known. No, but like yeah, when it comes to Terrio, like I said, yeah, the headline, the fact that it said that he's pissed off in it.
Oh yeah,
perfect. And
that headline was super intentional. That headline, like we know people read it if they see that.
It was almost. I mean, you know that they and hey, can we title it this way, Chris? And he was like, yeah, just like that.
He was like, be surprised if it was his idea.
Yeah,
the pull quote
in that interview. Also, for context, the way that was structured, it's not like Bresnikan sat down with him and that was like the entirety of their exchange. This is compiled from a series of questions and back and forths they've had either via like phone and or email for probably a few weeks or more. And so I don't know what all Terrio told Bresnikan, but the title I think probably reflects more the sentiment of like the totality of what he said, whereas the article is what Bresnikan was like, this is what I'm comfortable publishing. So I think that the cast and crew have kind of reached a point where they're like, you know what, if WB is going to be gloves off with the way they're handling the press, then I guess we'll be gloves off too.
Do you guys think anything's going tomorrow? Because like the last 2 days, we've had one article a day. Think anything's going to happen like Saturday?
I don't know. Is there?
Yeah, I don't know. We're not the ones to ask.
No, but I think what was also very fascinating is that after the Ray article, we did get casting news, I think, for Black Adam, but like the reactionary, quick, flashy news thing, they didn't even bother this time. Like the Ray thing came out and they're like, it included my favorite quote of all time. Warner Brothers says the Untitled Snowman comedy is still in production.
That's because Jason Momoa blew that shit up. It's like ever since then they can't pull
every
the
time they had that in that article was like
so good.
I'm gonna put that one on ice.
Not because
the fact that Kim Masters put it in there the way she did to me was like that's the best shade I've ever seen, because it was in parentheses. It was just like it was mocking them for like not admitting that it was
every
BS.
time you tweet that out, it makes me laugh out loud.
Yeah, I wish that we had audio of it, because it'd be it's like my version of like a drop on Twitter. Warner Brothers says the Untitled Snowman comedy is still in production. The fact that they refer to it as an Untitled Snowman comedy, also.
Oh my gosh!
Clip that up. Clip that up with the audio, and then Dave, you clip that.
I know we need to have something for that.
Have Ray Porter read it for you.
That's the virus.
Yes. Have Ray Porter do it, or Enosh. I think either one would be pretty funny.
And in breaking news,
this Untitled Snowman feature.
Comedy.
To sit in on that meeting when they're finally like, I think we're gonna have to make this movie for PR reasons.
Right. So wait until Jason Momoa is like, I'll be damned if this movie doesn't happen at this point. Like Momoa is gonna be the one that drives it to happen.
I'd love it if he started campaigning for it, like just started doing stuff, put up on stuff on like Instagram and Twitter and stuff.
Actually, that would be a fun fan campaign. Is like basically calling their bluff on release the Untitled Snowman comedy.
Oh.
Challenge accepted.
It's so ridiculous. Who's the voice going to be now? It's going to be somebody.
It's got to be Momoa. No, it's got to be Momoa.
Yeah, we got to give him Momoa.
He's been fighting for that role for years, man. Take it away from him now that it's finally happening.
What my career's meant for. Jeez.
But then it just turns into like he's talking like a surfer dude.
There you go.
Yeah.
All the
whoa, like snow is like totally cool, dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the
snow cones, man. Yeah.
They've been so great. Like the 2017 theatrical cut was an act of vandalism, Cherio said.
Yeah.
Zach may be too much of a gentleman to say that, but I'm not.
Oh, I love that.
And that's very true. That's very true.
But
It's like Zach would not go as far as, I mean, last year on Justice Con was probably the most fiery I've ever seen Zach. Like when I went and revisited that whole thing because I was looking at like when he clipped out when he talked about why he put why he put the Snyder Cut in black and white. He was so fiery. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I hope he's like that again this year when it comes to Justice Con because I just hope he just throws so much shade because last year he was anywhere else he kind of like he pumps the brakes, but last year at Justice Con he did not. He was fucking full fucking ground.
Especially the fact that he's going on Vero now and he's like, maybe I'll have Chris Terrio on with me. It's like, whoa,
yes.
hold on. Like,
Yes.
get in trouble.
That was when we found out too about
it was a complete surprise to us. Like we were all chilling and we saw him post the poster and he said, "Oh, maybe Chris Terrio will show up." And we're like,
Swear to
"Oh,
God.
okay."
I swear to God, you put Josh Gad in that thing, and you're going to see a whole lot worse than what Chris Terrio had to say.
Thank you, Enoch.
Josh Gad is a hack.
Yes,
Yeah, dude, I can't fucking.
I'm not a
stand
fan.
that guy.
I'm not a fan either.
cannot
Thank you.
stand
Josh
that
Gad
guy.
can take that carrot and he can stick it up somewhere else.
He's a pretty good LaFoot.
He
actually
already
just
walks
got really
around like he's
awkward.
got one up there anyway.
Yeah.
His over sweaty face and misshapen.
Tiff, is he okay, Tiff?
Yo, yeah, I know. Tiff's looking at him like,
Do you need to call? Do you need,
I have
He
these.
wants to build a snowman.
do we need to?
No, I
This is
have these.
awkward
I
now.
get so fucking annoyed when he posts those pictures of
God.
him as like the penguin. I'm like,
Oh, I
dude,
know.
God.
shut the fuck up, please.
Well, see, this joke is on mini levels for me because
Scott, welcome back, Scott.
I have a group of friends.
Okay, hold on. Scott needs to sign off. What?
Oh.
You need to sign off, Scott?
I do need to sign off.
Scott, man.
Bye. But of course, you can't find me on Twitter, Scott DC.
There it is.
27. You can find my podcast, the DC Film Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Vero. And you can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
and
hey,
you can
before
find him
leave,
next
Scott,
weekend.
Before you leave, Scott, what's happening tomorrow night?
Oh, yes. Tomorrow night, join us at Film Junkee on YouTube, where we're going to be discussing Batman, the Fanimated stream, featuring Dave and Scott.
There it is.
I love when you put your finger to the side of your head like you're activating an old microphone. You're like, this just
Professor
in.
X.
Transmission.
No,
This
this is my
Professor X.
This is Professor X. This is my Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
I really do, yeah.
That makes it even worse.
But it's not a DC one though. That's not a DC one, but that's a.
Hey,
Scott,
Anthony,
where can they find you next weekend?
Oh, you can find me at Justice Con over at the Justice Con YouTube
that
channel,
too.
where I will be interviewing Harry Lennox and Zack Snyder.
There it is. There it
Like
is.
Ron Burgundy.
Hard fact.
Yeah. All right, Scott.
Dave, I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, see you tomorrow, man. Can't wait.
Bye, guys.
Scott.
All right.
You know what my favorite Chris Terrio quote from that interview? I think we should take turns reading our favorite our favorite Chris Terrio quotes from the interview. I think that'd be a good roundtable exercise. But I would like to start with mine. That was really just my excuse to read mine. You guys can do whatever the fuck you want.
I was going to say, you're not planning on letting us
mine. I
talk.
just know it. Yeah.
These guys were in charge because they controlled the money at the top of the pyramid. They were making big decisions. Not the film executives we're talking about, but Wall Street guys. One guy I can only describe as the man whose central casting sends you when you're trying to cast douchebag number one, pulled me aside and started telling me how to write Batman.
That's my favorite quote too.
That was a good one. Yeah.
My God.
You can picture it so well too. And because it's not like he didn't say the biggest asshole you've ever seen. He just said he's douchebag number one. Like, not only is this guy a douchebag,
more
but he's
than
like
one.
he's notable.
Puts his arm around you. It's like, hey man, come here.
Yeah.
Someone made a Josh Gad YouTube account. They're in the chat.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. So that joke is one for me because I have some friends that we were once having a conversation, and I've shared this story. We were having a conversation. I don't know how I got started on this, but they kept going on about Josh Gad being cast as the Penguin in the Batman or something or another. And I don't know why. I was being stupid, but it just kind of turned into like a very realistic rant for me about Josh Gad and how much I hated him.
Something like came out, it stirred something.
Something deep inside just came out that I realized at that moment that I absolutely cannot stand Josh Gad on a subatomic level. And so I was like on fire. And so I thought it was so funny that I read it on a stream one night, and people have just not let it go. So yes, we have Josh Gad show up every once in a while and harass me on the stream.
The funniest thing about the Josh Gad, or the least funny thing, the funny thing because it's
his face and his self and everything about him.
Did you watch Cats? Is that what did it?
He's the perfect example of like the guy that doesn't quite read the room on like when a joke isn't funny.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Penguin is the perfect example with that, where it's like he's like, April Fools, I'm playing the Penguin. It's like, dude, that wasn't even funny the first time. Like,
yeah. like haha, okay, buddy.
Nobody like, no, I don't know.
Nobody wants that.
It's not like first, like we know that it's fake now. Like it wasn't funny in the first place. It wasn't a good idea in the first place. And at this point, we know it's fake, but it's not so classic. I'm not like, classic Josh Gad. Like, it's not an inside joke we share with him or anything. It's just it's like, remember that dumb rumor that was going around for a while? April Fools, it's still a rumor. I'm like,
well, the guy who was trying to tell me that he'd be good, like I said, literally Seymour, or was it Seymour Philip Hoffman was once. Philip Seymour Hoffman. I'm sorry. Philip Seymour Hoffman.
That's how his name is listed on his birth certificate.
Okay, honey.
So.
You left your helmet. You left your helmet upstairs.
Philip Seymour Hoffman was once rumored for that role, and I said, "Now think about him in that role and how probably amazing that would have been."
Yeah.
Now think about Josh Gad. In that role. Shut up and go home. Take your Josh Gad home because nobody wants it here.
If that doesn't make you laugh, think about Philip Seymour Hoffman in Mission Impossible 3. Then think about Philip Seymour Hoffman as Penguin again. And then think about Josh Gad as Penguin again.
What's her name? You know, what's her name? I'm gonna hurt her. I'm gonna hurt her. Yeah. Hurt her. Yeah. Yeah. I love that.
Dude, best cold open ever. I love that.
Dude.
Can you make that whole
now
cold
look at
open
me.
drop?
Now look at him.
Drop that entire cold open once every show.
Just 2 minutes of it.
Josh Gad fan. Look at Philip. Now look at me. Now look at Josh. Now back at me.
What do they call it when they break the 180-degree plane? That's like where you switch. You're not supposed to.
Oh yeah.
They switch sides on with the camera in that scene and everything. When the tension switches, it like flips the whole thing around.
Yeah.
And Tom Cruise is like giving it his all. Yeah, make that a drop, Dave. That's my request.
Okay.
My favorite quote that I think from the Chris Terrio thing was when they asked him, says, "Were you hearing anything about Joss Whedon and his management on the set?" I probably shouldn't get into that.
That was mine. That was mine too.
Yeah,
that was mine too. The fact that he was like, I plead the fifth. I'm not going to say it. You know what? It just kind of shows me right there, because literally the theatrical version has his name and Joss Whedon's name as writing credits in that whole fucking
The fact that,
that
he
had to
saw
piss
the
him off.
screening, and the first thing he did was call his lawyer.
Yes.
He's like, get my
That was
name.
my
I
off
love
of
that.
this."
Yeah.
God damn it.
I love that so much. How angry do you have to be to go get charged money to talk to your lawyer?
Yeah.
No, well, how angry do you have to be to 5 years later burn your career to the ground for the
Seriously,
sake of roasting a
That's what
movie?
makes these guys
Like-
so credible. Like they gotta listen to people like Chris Terrio. I mean,
Well,
if they won't
well, I
listen
think,
to
like-
Ray,
Yeah.
they gotta
and
listen
I
to
think-
him.
And I think Terrio was just like, you know what? I went through one experience, and then he went through another experience with Star Wars that probably was. I mean, we don't know that story. We don't know that story yet. So
There's,
he's
there's a story
I
there.
was-
I'm pretty sure.
I was a big fan of him getting the job, but I think in retrospect, I
We
would
all
say
were.
he should have been smarter than to take it. There was no way the movie was ever going to be anything other than
that's a zero win situation.
Uh-oh,
And
Enoch,
that's going-
we got Josh Gad in the chat. I'm just saying.
I'm watching the movie.
Sorry, Anthony. Anthony, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I saw that right now.
No,
But go
no,
ahead.
no. That's
But like,
did it anyway.
Where's the rabbit
scene,
foot?
like,
That's hilarious.
the scene yelling Khan, but instead it's Gad.
Gad!
Gad! Make that a meme.
Yes. You know,
Yeah,
here's the
you
other
do.
thing.
You
The other
do.
quote from it that was
Enoch create that shit.
Um,
Yeah, but yeah, it's that's Chris Terrio zero win situation. With writing anything like that after all this other stuff had been like already like put into place before he came on. So, wouldn't have took the job. Like whoever just said I would have taken that job, definitely wouldn't have taken that. That's just they're asking to be fucking like clapped on, I guess I should say. And that's coming from somebody who's like pretty cool with like the sequel trilogy. So,
well, I think that the red flag.
He's an
people would,
he's an
I think, compare
Oscar-winning
it.
screenwriter.
I think they would compare it to like what happened with Justice League. But I think what's different and probably what was pitched differently to him is he wasn't coming in to take an already shot film and like rewrite it like Whedon did.
Yeah.
I think what they told him was like, hey, look, this other situation fell out. We need to write a brand new movie. You'll have sole screenwriting credit if you write the whole thing. No, maybe not sole, but I mean, I'm sure they sold it to him as like, this is not a patch job. This is your movie job.
Mm-hmm.
But like anybody that knows anything about like Star Wars movie production is like half of principal photography is reshoots. Like they're doing reshoots. Yeah. Right. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing. Like it's as an efficient way of producing a movie. They shoot multiple versions of things. They reshoot things during principal photography. And so like in the end of the day, they're able to like really craft a lot of different things in the edit. But for this particular movie and the fact that they were trying so hard to like retcon things, he was just put in it was like there was no way that anything but like
but then it makes you wonder who shot first.
Yeah.
Greedo. Don't even start.
Yeah, I got a prize for you, Josh Gad. It's called size 15, and it's on the end of my leg.
Penis.
Yeah, I know. He's got a C-3PO that will show you.
Yeah. I got a size 15 right here, baby. Go right up your snowman butt.
About the Terrio interview too, which between the Terrio interview and then if anyone hasn't listened to the Rough Cut podcast where they interviewed David Brenner and Dodie Dorn and one other editor who worked on the Snyder Cut, it's like one of the most educational things about like how this movie came into being I've listened to. But it's hilarious because you listen to it's not there's been a variety of people that said it, but those are the two most recent ones where every time it comes up, everybody's reaction seems to be like, I don't know how Zach shot this version of the movie. Because Terrio was like, somehow he got my script. Yeah. I don't know how he shot my script, but like
okay,
the movie that we got is basically my script, and I don't know how I couldn't tell you how he got all these lines on
and that's another thing too is like the fact that he goes, were you banned from set? And he goes, I wouldn't say that, but he wasn't invited. That's strange to me.
It feels like it would be professional courtesy to at least invite him.
Well, of course, like every writer, I mean, I'm assuming like, when it comes to movies, like the writer can be on the set, usually is.
It depends on someone talked about this specifically a while ago. I don't remember who it was, but writers are all in a weird spot because sometimes like they don't want him around. Like the director doesn't want him around sometimes, because but in this case, I think Snyder would want Terrio around.
Yeah.
Like, they had a relationship where he would want him around.
It's total like most of us in this room have spoken to him. He would definitely want him. It's his power.
You know, my thing about that is I feel so bad for Chris because, you know, to have written something and then basically have what you wrote that was brilliant, and now we've seen it, so we could compare, right? So I mean, to just literally to see something that was brilliant and well thought out and well put together and amazing, and then see it bastardized to what Justice League ended up being. Vandalized literally to what Justice League became, and then to have it out there publicly with your name on the vandalized version, and the hatred that I have seen Chris Terrio, and we've all seen him, you know, have to endure from people on social media and different
Oscar
things,
winner,
mocking him,
the man who wrote Argo,
mocking him, mocking him in all kinds of social media and different places, like that was his fault. I mean, I can't imagine what that would be like to walk around with that and really not, and because of whatever reason, you know, whether it be just because you're a good guy, or I mean, also, you know, what about the fact that he did this article? The guy still got to work again. He obviously is pissed off. Like literally just about to say, screw it all.
I think that he's got enough. He'll make enough in residuals to like be well off the rest of his life, but that doesn't mean that he's like okay, like just never getting work again.
Exactly.
But which I think that if you look at like the series of events, also there's an awesome level of like the FU is that much better because he could have done this anytime in the past. Like obviously he knew that a lot of these thoughts are thoughts he had since he saw the movie for the first time. So it's not like this is the reaction he's having after the movie came out. And he's like, I had nothing to do with this. This is trash. He sat on it for 5 years. He waited for Zack Snyder's Justice League to come out, and then he comes out, and people are like, "Oh, this is so much better," and they're giving him praise for his writing and everything. He's like, "Oh, you like that version, do you?"
And he took the gloves off. He was like, "I'm
on fire." He's like, "There, you like that? Well, I'm never doing it again. Take that."
The take 30 minutes out of Argo thing. God.
Oh, I was gonna say, I guess it just goes to show it doesn't matter how big you are; they're gonna push you around because they even pushed around Jason Momoa, and he's like one of the biggest stars that WB right now. And Chris Terrio won an Oscar, and he got shit on.
The if you took 30 minutes out of Argo.
That whole thing, it wouldn't make sense.
I was like, novel concept.
Well, and like his whole point, and I think that it reveals a lot about the way that BVS was constructed and approached and thought about versus the way that like people conceive these movies. Because he said like, even from, and I know this is the thing you guys were talking about earlier. It's the thing I've always complained about a little bit too, which I appreciate the point. So I guess maybe I don't know if I'm going to be as harsh on it, but I appreciate the point that like, it hid the nuance of the movie by marketing it as like a brawl movie. But one of the things that Terrio said he was frustrated in was the fact that people like went into it and their expectation because of marketing was that it was a take your brain out, watch superheroes beat each other up movie. And so therefore they felt like they had permission ahead of time to dunk on it, which then just gave them carte blanche to like, to just say whatever. And the second you reach that point, you know that like we've seen some of the criticisms this movie takes when people feel like they have the liberty to go hardcore in their hate for it. But he's the fact that he's going to compare it to Argo in the same way of like take 30 minutes out. There's a lot of movies that I think you could take 30 minutes out and they'd still be like fine. But and a lot of comic book movies, especially because it's not a comic book movie. Because you look at and also you look at what they took out too, and the things that he talks about in the interview. He talks about how he fixed the Africa scene, how he was like that was insensitive because he was talking about he's like you can't have.
They were gonna make a joke at
it. Was like when I read that, I could not believe that WB couldn't read. Like, how long has U.S. been on and off war with different countries? Like, could you not read the room? Could you not?
Well, but not only is the fact that he like fixed it, but he turned it into a Lois's plot for the entire movie. That ties through all the way to the end of the movie. It's not like he just fixed that scene, but he made that scene like integral to the movie. But then you look at the theatrical cut, and what did they cut? All of the things that he did to fix that opening scene is what's cut from the theatrical cut. Which I think goes then to show, like, in, like, for example, Captain America Civil War, I hate picking Marvel, I hate picking Civil War for the comparison, but just because it's the most logical, like, one-to-one that you could have, you could cut out most of that beginning in Civil War, and it would impact the movie negatively, but not nearly the way that cutting out the Africa stuff impacts BVS. There's another way to make that story more concise in Civil War, and you know, those things could be communicated differently. But with BVS, it's like you're taking out something that's it's the first domino that then tips all the other dominoes in the movie. And so when you take that out, then everybody's like, but it doesn't make sense why these dominoes are falling. It's like, well, yeah, because literally they edited the first one out for runtime.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at like what's the punching bag for the low-hanging fruit for punching bag for BVS is the Martha scene at the end. But then that's essentially the motivation for why that was so influential on him, is what was ripped out of the theatrical.
But that's also like the one thing that we face with criticism for people who don't like Snyder films. It's because you can't take your brain and watch them. You have to be, at least for the first couple of viewings, you have to be consciously aware. You have to be willing to think and comprehension skills. And most people can't handle that.
When Justice League, when Zack Snyder's Justice League first came out, everyone was very quick to like want to rank and compare. And there's a lot of people that were like, ooh, it's not quite as dark as BVS, or it's not as cohesive as BVS, or
I know.
Which I get. I watched it and I was watching, it's like, wow, this is very different from BVS. But it ended and I was like, I can't, like, I'm someone who has trouble comparing movies in the first place or ranking movies in the first place.
Me too.
And so, especially being one of the like in the early waves to see it, you get people DMing you and like, how does it compare? I'm like, I can't. It's literally not fair to compare. It'd be like saying, like, what do you like better, The Fellowship of the Ring or The Dark Knight? And it's like, they're two is doing different things with different characters and different, like, and you even look at like Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League are different cinematographers. They're different stories. They're different tones. They're different aesthetics. It's not fair. It's one, and we're not just talking about like different genres in the way that like Marvel, I'm doing it again, in the way that Marvel will be like, oh, this is a political thriller. Well, no, it's an action comedy that has undertones of some political stuff. Or it's like, this is a cosmic, and so it's an action comedy that has cosmic tones, like whatever. That's always an action comedy with wrapped in this other stuff. Or like BVS is actually a political thriller. Man of Steel is actually a first contact story. And Justice League is actually a high fantasy epic. And so like, not only can you not compare them, but then I don't even remember why I started this whole loop that I got back to this point on now. But just the fact that you can't
Marvel will do that to you.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so different that it's not fair to do in that way. And Chris Terrio is awesome, I guess, is my point. Like that, I don't know. I'll remember in the middle of someone else's sentence. I'll be like,
Did you see that? Somebody was posting when Argo won for Best Picture in 2012, I believe. And Ben Affleck, like when he turned around after his speech, the first thing he did was hug the shit out of Chris Terrio.
Yeah.
And it was like, there it is. There it is, man.
A couple hours, I watched both of their acceptance speeches because Terrio won Best Writer and then Argo won Best Picture. The big thing that year was that Affleck wasn't even nominated for Best Director, and people considered that a major
bullshit.
It was a big snub. And it was suggested that them winning Best Picture was throwing him a bone for taking away the Best Director, or for giving the Best Director snub, which I don't know how all that politics works, but that's like the thing.
Yeah, there's always some weird politics when it comes to
But what's fascinating about it is when you watch, so the Best Picture is awarded to the producers, and so they called Argo for Best Picture winner, and they go up there and what's his name? I can't remember one of the producers. There's Clooney, Affleck, and one other guy were the producers, and the one that isn't Clooney or Affleck went to give the speech first, and he did some thank yous and stuff, and he's like, but really, the reason that I thought I wanted to be the one to speak is because Ben is also a producer on this movie, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to thank himself because he's also the director. So I want to take this chance to thank Ben. And then he, as the director, and then he handed the mic to Ben, and then Ben basically gave a best director acceptance speech.
He did. 100%.
Which I was like, that's so
why
cool
he's
for them to
friends with Zack Snyder.
And
That's like
I thought it was
totally
so-
the kind of shit they'd pull.
Exactly, but I thought it was so cool the way that they set that up, because it was like that was such a big thing. It was like Ben was snubbed for that, and then when the other producers on the project set him up to give a acceptance speech as if it was like the equivalent of a best director award, and I was like, that's cool.
They said, "Not in my house, you don't."
Yeah.
Sorry, that commercial's been on a lot with Shaq and Geico, and my dad says it at everything. So I was like, "Not in my house, you don't."
And Bama Tembo.
No, but I mean, even like talking about
So
in the article where he talks about, like, you know, when he got brought on, when Terrio got brought on, and I was trying to remember back when I was doing the live stream that I was doing, you know, about the article. I was like, did he get brought on like when they were already in production, or was it beforehand? I know it's always kind of weird when you hear about things that change with a movie. I mean, for fuck's sake, you still hear about like casting in a movie when like the movie's going to, premiere in 2 weeks. They're like, hey, so-and-so has been cast in this movie. I'm like, I'm going to see it in 2 weeks. What the fuck? But it's always kind of weird. But so I was kind of trying to remember the timeline. Like, and I think Terrio like kind of explained it throughout, where he was like, yeah, Ben was on board, but he wasn't sure about, the initial story that I guess Goyer was like the original writer of the movie.
He never said, that was the thing, is that he never said Goyer.
Yeah.
But if you look at what he was saying and the things he was saying, I was like, yeah, Goyer would write that about the Black Muslims. Like, I like Goyer, but
There's a time and a
Goyer.
place, and he was not the time or the place.
Yeah.
It makes sense though that he was going into this huge undertaking, and he wanted someone he knew and trusted to have his back during it.
Yeah.
There's a tweet going around, a screenshot of a direct message with David Ayer. It says that he told him the runtime of the Ayer cut is 2 hours and 22 minutes.
I'm not sure if that's real.
Yes, it is. It's from my boy Morgan Armstrong. He talks to David Ayer all the time.
So the Ayer cut is.
Yeah, this thing is like everywhere right now.
Let me see.
Well, I saw it yesterday though.
Yeah, it was on. It's been on there for a couple days.
Yeah, that's 100% real.
Huh?
How did I miss?
Thanks for telling us now.
You're welcome. It's on there right now.
Meg, I sent you the tweet. You just don't check your texts.
Yeah, I'm a little
called out.
busy.
Is it wrong to support all future DCEU films to support the actors and directors, but not the studio? I mean, see, that's the conundrum that we get in because, like as Joey was, yes, it's wrong.
How dare you?
Case closed. Next.
You do that, we'll send Josh over to your house and make him talk to you for long periods of time.
It's one of the things. It's like, it's like I respect James Wan as a director, and I'm like, okay, what is he gonna do for Aquaman 2? What I like the Muschiettis, and from what I've heard, that they were totally on board with. Hey, they met with Fisher. Even Fisher said that, but of course they're stuck between,
It just sucks to see the position that they get put into.
Yeah, they're stuck between a cyborg and a studio, and it's just.
I think it depends on the movie, honestly. I'm planning to support Adam. I can't lie. I'm planning to support the Batman, but I don't know about anything. Personal reasons, I can't support the Suicide Squad. But and is one I really don't know if I'll be able to watch it unless they fix what they did with Ray.
Well, and
one
the
of the
other thing
things
with the
is
Flash is that it by its nature, and part of the problem with this is just the rumor mill of like, oh, they're going to use it to undo all the Zack stuff, and that feels too vindictive to really be what they're doing with it.
Well, plus, do you think that Ben would would sign up for that.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah,
an
that's
interesting
true.
question also.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing with the Flash is like I don't have as big of a deal with the headless Henry Cavill or the headless Superman in Shazam thing as a lot of people do, but it did play weird if you know the behind the scenes situation where like I can appreciate if I did. It's one of those things where I saw it. I'm like, I wish I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes because it's a fun like even the fact that his head is not on the screen it almost adds to the comedy of it. Except for the fact that like there's all this other stuff going on behind the scenes that you add an inference to it. So therefore, like even if it's not Andy Muschietti's plan, if the Flash does something that like changes the timeline so that Batman is a different actor or something, I'm not going to be able to not see like the studio's fingerprints on that and interpret it poorly.
That's my problem too, because
Which
I'm a DC guy through and through, and that's what I said. I think it would be easier for us if they weren't so hardline and Ann Sarnoff hadn't come out and been so just attacking.
It's okay. We said it for you.
Yeah. And so attacking towards fans and just basically like, we're not doing this. Shut up and go away. Basically, you're a bunch of toxic fans if you want it or whatever, but just stick around because you might like what we do. So it makes it hard for me because I'm the same way. Like, I feel like I want to go see this movie. You're going to put Michael Keaton in a movie with Ben Affleck. And
right.
Hopefully. Right. Like if Keaton's actually read the script.
No, it's going to be Christian Bale. What are you talking about?
Oh, dear God. But so I know. So, but the thing is like if you would have said to me, Michael Keaton's going to be in a Flash movie with Henry Cavill or not with him. Well, I mean, hey, that'd be great too. But with Ben Affleck or whatever, I'm so excited because I love Michael Keaton as Batman and I love multiverse stories and I love all those things. So you're killing me here, knowing what happened behind the scenes with Ray and knowing those stories and stuff. And I'm just like, oh man. But if you come out and you say, hey, we're doing a multiverse thing and it's going to be okay because we're going to continue the Snyderverse. We're going to finish that vision that Zach had, and we'll see what else comes of that because it's a multiverse, and so all of it can exist together. Not we're going to do this whole multiverse. We're literally infinite possibilities, except for Zach's.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like
feel
my normal.
it.
It's weird. Like my rule of thumb for like PR and anything is really weird with this one because like imagine if she just said nothing.
Right.
Like what? Like which honestly, they could have said nothing. You look at everything Warner Brothers has actively said about this ever. If you look back at the very beginning of the Snyder Cut movement, fans were like, well, first you look even back before that when Zack first came out of the movie, people didn't blame, or not everybody at least blamed Warner Brothers initially. People were defending Warner Brothers against the bloggers that were saying that the tone was being changed and all that stuff. And people were saying, no, you're just like it wasn't even just anti-Snyder yet. People didn't say anti-Snyder, then people said anti-WB or anti-DC.
Yeah.
And then Snyder Cut came out and people were like, oh, this is so disappointing. But they blamed Joss Whedon, but also they were like, but Zach had a family tragedy. We can't, that they should have delayed it. It was mistakes made, but maybe they'll release an extended version because we didn't even know how changed it was. People were saying maybe there'll be an extended version. There's some deleted scenes. And so they were saying, please, WB, release this. And they were begging for an Ultimate Edition because they've done that for all Zach's movies in the past. And then WB came out with the Wall Street Journal piece, which they brought fans in. They selectively quoted them. They made them look dumb. And then they included that quote from an unnamed WB exec that was like, who are all these crazy people asking for a cut that doesn't exist? Like, and from that moment on, the whatever control there was in the movement over like the way fans behave towards the studio, like people talk about like fans being toxic towards the studio, that's when that changed. That's when the tone changed from that's when every single Twitter thread was full of hashtag release the Snyder Cut under every WB post. Started after that because what WB said was like they drew a line in the sand. They drew battle lines and they said no, we refuse to do this. And if they had just said nothing, I don't know, maybe I'm sure things would have grown, but it galvanized people. And so maybe it would have grown, but it would have grown in a different way. Or like, for example, and this is not like, I don't know, this is like free PR advice, WB, but like,
Here we go.
So many people that are, and this is a like devil's advocate PR strategy that would have killed the Snyder Cut. So I'm not in favor of it. But think about how many people campaign for the Snyder Cut that like really mostly just care about like Henry Cavill Superman or Ben Affleck's Batman. Imagine if they had, after the Snyder Cut, if they had announced Justice League 2 with Matthew Vaughn or whatever, and it was a sequel to this one, and it was whatever, but it had Cavill and it had Affleck, or just announced Man of Steel 2 or whatever. I can almost guarantee you, if they had actually moved forward or even pretended to move forward with a Cavill Superman movie or a Justice League 2 or whatever, it would have destroyed everything right then and there. But from the get-go, or from the moment of that WB piece, basically, it was WB was openly stating, we refuse to provide the content that we got you all hyped about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
We were parading the cast around at Comic-Con for Justice League and for Suicide Squad, and we got everybody all hyped up. We're doing these activations and everybody was so game for it. And then you guys had our backs when the internet was trying to destroy the Justice League movie before it even happened. And you defended BVS. You were warriors or whatever people want to do on Twitter to defend the criticism against WB when we wouldn't even defend our own movie.
It's such an odd,
exactly. And then they're like, we're not only going to not give you the version of this movie that you want, but like we're not going to get. So like the options were literally surrender all that hype that you have no idea what to do with now that you've stored up over the years. Like not just like about the Snyder Cut, but about Henry Cavill, about Ben Affleck, about any of these characters continuing on.
They could have so easily used it to their advantage. And as William just said there in that last super chat, like if they would have just simply said, okay, let's finish this or whatever, let's unite these fans together. We can all enjoy everything, because look, I don't want to destroy anybody else's love of whatever version of these characters that they love. Like I love these characters too. I don't want to destroy their favorite version of Superman or Batman or anything like that. And it's a multiverse. It can all exist and coexist.
Yeah.
But just don't try to destroy the thing that I like.
Well, and it even could have been without Zach. Not that I want it without Zach, but they didn't. They could have done that, but instead there was nothing. There was no announcements for, and that's what's so weird about them, like sticking by Walter Hamada is like, what movies has he put on where is the new anything? There's nothing happening.
I know two that got canceled.
Yeah. Well, but not only that, but like we've got Aquaman 2 coming. It's like, okay, well that's been
only sequels
since forever. We got Shazam 2 coming. Well, that's a sequel to a movie that's been in development since 2007. We've got Black Adam coming. That's been in development since before Man of Steel.
I think Black Adam has been in development before I was born.
Yeah, exactly.
And so like it'll be worth the wait.
It's been in development since The Rock has done his first squat. Yeah, that's right.
Since he was but a mere pebble.
Yes. He was literally in his bassinet and he was like, I'm training for Black Adam.
He had not even worn his first fanny pack. And so, but like they sold fans. They put a lot of time and money and resources into getting fans hyped up about this vision of what was going to happen. And then not only did it just not happen, like overnight, like after Suicide Squad, they were like, boom, all of that is done. And people had merchandise and movies they were watching and hope and anticipation for sequels and all of this stuff. And it was just gone. And instead of being like, you know what, that's over, but here's this exciting new thing, they were like, that's gone. And we'll develop a plan for something. And then like nothing happens. And now it's not just like, oh, they're still saying there's going to be a plan, but they're also saying, but we're sure as hell not going to get that thing you've been hoping for 5 years.
Yeah.
Like
she could have just like, even just acknowledged the fact that there was hype. I mean, obviously the interview took place before it showed up on HBO Max, but it's like, hey, you have a Flash movie that's going to be coming out. Use this to hype up that. It's like, hey, we got Ezra Miller, who was Zack Snyder's Flash. He's going to be in his own movie. You know what? That's part of it. You know, we're going to wait for the numbers. We're going to see what happens. And she just squashed. She just was like, nope, no Ayer cut, no more Snyderverse. You know, it's just like,
or like literally imagine, people would have been mad, but imagine the difference. Like they could have said nothing would have been the best thing, or
in a world where we have a plan,
we appreciate
the untitled snowman comedy.
We don't even get excited about these characters.
In the Snyderverse.
Yeah, we appreciate people are excited about these characters, and we're thrilled to have Ben Affleck returning in The Flash, and Ezra Miller returning in The Flash, and Wonder Woman, and Gal Gadot returning in Woman 3, and Jason Momoa returning in Aquaman 2. Like, yeah, that's all bullshit. But
into it.
Like,
for those of you who loved watching The Flash save all of humanity,
Yes.
Zack Snyder's Justice
As
League,
opposed to
look
just one
forward to
Russian
The
family.
Flash.
Yeah.
yeah. But no, it was literally like we're glad that that's done with because we're not doing any more of it. And like it's just it's been weeks and I still can't wrap my head around it. And this is why
you could just see why they're so trying to squash this thing, and it's unbelievable. Again, and I'll always resort to this: Brad Paisley. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
Well,
okay.
I mean, you hear us talking about it, you wonder why Chris Terrio is mad, or why like after all this hemming and hawing, finally Ray Fisher is like, you know what, I'm just gonna tell it all. Because it's gloves off, and like at this point, because of the and I guess Fabian Wagner has always spoken his mind, but that was another interview this week because of this. Like really, like it's an unmitigated PR disaster as far as I'm concerned for Warner Brothers with where things stand right now. And what I'm waiting for at this point is not so much who's going to talk next, but who's going to be the first person who leaves the Flash because of the Ray Fisher situation.
Dude, I want to know what Ezra Miller's thinking about.
Because
him and Ray were like fucking besties on the
people
goddamn
have left people have left movies for less before, right? Where there's been especially when it's an issue of race, where they're like, hey, you look, this character is a character people wanted to be played by a brown person, and I'm not a brown person, so I'm going to leave. Like, if that is like kind of the precedent in Hollywood, how long is it before?
And it kind of makes you wonder about Michael Keaton. It's like when he started like, maybe, I don't know. And it's like, is he shit that's going on with this thing?
Look, the Michael Keaton thing, either with the Michael Keaton thing, either that is all a ploy to try to get more money or negotiate, or honestly, that right there shows the absolute crumble that Warner Brothers is in their planning and everything. When you're literally getting ready to start shooting the freaking film, it's literally coming up in just a couple of weeks. They've already put out pictures on Twitter and Instagram of the prep, and hey, we're here, we're at the studio, we're doing all this stuff. And one of your biggest names and draws for this freaking movie comes out in an interview and says, oh yeah. I think that's on my my tablet back at home.
I don't know if I'm gonna have time.
I'm just so busy.
COVID.
The month it's supposed to start,
and this is here is mostly hearsay. So I'm like, how do I even say this?
It is.
One of the things that I've been hearing for Keaton this whole time is that he was never even like 100% on board. This is one of those things where
I've never heard that he's confirmed it 100% either. Yeah.
Why does DC do this?
I don't know. Thank you, Ryan.
And this is why on Twitter I compared it to like they're managing PR like payday loans, where they keep on promising these things that they're going to have in the future that they don't have, and then when it comes time to pay the interest, they're like, new guy.
And then in an interview,
they're like, hey, we got this new thing. What do you think of this? Oh, that didn't get quite the reaction. Oh, well, hold on just a second. What do you think of this one? Is this okay? Is this good?
Michael B. Jordan Superman.
Here's a platter of stuff. Here's a platter of stuff. Just take your pick. We'll give you all of it. Oh, none of it? Okay. How about this? It's just dumb. It's so frustrating as a DC fan to see this over and over
again. Knowing that they've got in Dallas and also in like wherever in the Zack Snyder secret vault, there is a whiteboard just waiting. Just waiting with a full, and you know what? Let's say it's only a short-term solution. Let's say it's not there. Let's say they don't even like it. You know what? Saying let's just finish that whiteboard will buy you a hell of a lot of time to figure out what the fuck your actual plan is going to be for the future, instead of like I don't care if it's bad at this point. Say, you know what? We're going to finish that, and then we're going to give you a brand new plan, and then you have 3 years of slack to say, okay, let's actually, and then you know what? The second Justice League 3 comes out, you say, here's our new Justice League cast, here's our new universe plan, and you've got the time to develop that, and you don't need to be like making up movies that are or like selling movies that you don't even have people signed for yet.
But in that process, you built up the goodwill to actually show that you finished the course of one story and now you're moving on. And I think everybody could breathe easy about that and say, hey, cool.
And the fans that don't like Snyder are going to know, you know what? A couple years and they're going to have a brand new Justice League universe plan. The fans that do like Snyder are like, look, you're doing good by him. Like, I don't know how anybody, the only thing is that people that don't like Snyder are going to, I mean, they're going to have to wait that long anyway. It's not like any of the stuff that they're excited for is going to come out. Like what? Like they don't have a slate. There is no slate.
There's failed projects over and over.
Convince us they have a slate, but they have nothing.
And then in that article,
and with the plan, multi-dimensional, fucking and with the plan.
Well, then in the article, she asked us to trust that they have a plan. Right.
Well, that was the hardest part. Was they're like we're working on a plan, and you got to trust that we have it. And like literally, I went back and I looked up an article from, but it was before Jeff Johns stepped down as this CCO, and they've been using that term like we're coming up with a plan since Justice League came out. Like it's
we have no plan.
Like either and what's crazy about the fact is that in the meantime, Todd Phillips somehow manifested this Joker movie that they paid next to nothing for,
and they wanted to watch it too.
And he's like, we could do a whole bunch of these, and they're like, no, we're gonna come up with a different plan.
I know.
Like they could, like
we're not gonna get more of that.
Like if we have to wait for the plan to manifest, then at least give us like a dozen of these like Black Label movies in the interim.
Yes, because that's something that Marvel is not doing. I made a stink about this a while ago. Like the fact that, you have Zack Snyder's Justice League, you have Todd Phillips' Joker. It's like, that's not what Marvel is doing. They're not doing they're not doing this right here. Stop trying to capture that Marvel fucking, whatever you're trying to capture. And the fact that we haven't heard anything more about the Black Label stuff, like, because we know that Todd Phillips said he pitched other directors and other characters. And it's like, come on. Where are you at? There's no plan. There's no fucking plan. And
they're just literally throwing stuff. They're literally just throwing things against the wall.
They need to stop trying to copy people's homework. That's literally what they're doing. They're copying the homework and changing the name on top of it, thing that we won't notice.
Well, and then the fact that they have this whole this Justice League sequel arc that they can actually tap into, which would take place in this nightmare world that everybody's all excited about now. Remember when BVS came out? Everybody was going, what the fuck was that nightmare? Batman with a trench coat and a gun? What the hell was that? Now everybody's going, oh, did you see that? Batman talking to Joker? Like,
Yeah. Everyone,
guys, chill out. We got Plastic Man in development.
And Blue Beetle. Yes.
And great. Super Pets.
What my favorite too is,
and don't forget that snowman comedy that we've got.
Whatever John Cena's doing.
The people that beg
whatever John Cena's doing.
I honestly forgot what it's called.
Have you guys seen that picture floating around? And I hadn't noticed it. Somebody showed it. Who was it who showed that to me? I think it was Isaac showed that to me today. My son came up to me and showed me and I hadn't noticed it with the new Suicide Squad video game that's coming out. There's a picture of Superman, and I kid you not, it's literally John Cena.
He looks just like him.
He literally looks like John Cena.
I saw that too. Somebody even said that said this literally looks like John Cena.
I mean, is that the new plan? Like, we're gonna go to this new Suicide Squad movie and it's not Peacemaker at all? It's like, no, I was fooling you the whole time. I'm
multiverse. You can do anything you want.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What if that does happen? I would be so disappointed.
Oh, I'd be so annoyed.
In my head, Enosh. You put that in my head.
Garza would be so happy.
What did you say, Jess?
He just replaces everyone with John Cena.
What'd you say, Tim?
Is that also why he's taking care of all the dicks on the beach too that he was talking about for for justice?
Multi-dimensional. We're talking length and girth and weight and multi-dimensional.
Anthony wasn't paying attention until just that moment.
See, that's why I do these things because if I can get Anthony to throw his headphones, I'm good. I've done it.
Dude, all you have to do is just fart on screen.
Right? Yeah.
Got one on deck?
No.
We kind of talked about it last week though.
No.
The as time goes on,
Joker
the
shirts?
multiverse.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Joker shirts.
Joker shirts.
DC store, by the way.
John Cena eating dicks on the beach.
That too.
Sounds like a galaxy.
As time goes on, it seems more and more like the multiverse is just a
just did
tool
that
to
to
course
shut us
correct
up.
instead
Yeah.
of like create.
Yeah.
Like
Well, it's like
It's
like somebody
literally a
told them-
threat.
It's like they were like, what did they do with those X-Men movies? And they're like, oh well, we could do that with like the multiverse. And they're like, oh, the multiverse will let us like get rid of Snyder. And they were like, yeah, but also it'll let you do like anything you want. And they're like, but it'll let us get rid of Snyder, right? And they're like, I mean, yeah, but also like literally anything else also. And they're like, cool, so Snyder's gone, so now what? And they're like, well, literally whatever. And they're like, no, we need a plan. It's like, well, you got rid of the plan, so.
we were working on a plan a couple years ago. Does anybody have that plan? We can.
Did anybody write that down?
Oh, that
Well,
slate.
the multiverse is
Oh,
such
dude.
an
That
amazing
would've been a
and
really good
beautiful
idea.
concept.
No.
Instead
We
of using
forgot to write it down. What was that great idea that we had?
I was gonna
let's
say
see.
that their plan like strategy just says make plan.
Yeah. Step one, make
Man.
a plan.
And then they just sat there with a pen in their mouth for like 2 days.
I was gonna say they were like make plan. All right, let's go to lunch.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I still remember like when they had that special. I think it was on the CW or whatever the hell, where it was Jeff Johns and fucking Kevin Smith, and they were talking about the slate and all, what was leading up to Justice League. And I remember watching that, going, "Oh my god, this is gonna be great." Here we are, 2021, and we're like, "Where the fuck is all that shit?" It's
Yeah.
But kudos to fucking Kevin Smith for he's Kevin Smith. He's part of the gig. It's part of the gig. Of course, he was going to be like, okay, I'm going to host this thing, cool. And we know that he's a great host because when it came to premiere night of Zack Snyder's Justice League, good on him for fucking with all the technical difficulties. He was the man and just like kept it going.
Yeah,
But,
the weed was strong with him that
Yeah, I was
night.
gonna
You
say,
could tell.
Oh, there it is. There. Hey, we got John Cena, fucking Superman, right there. Look at him.
Dude, that's
hilarious.
It was great. It was
Oh
like
my
Kevin Smith was like owning the like the eating up time thing, but also he had this look in his eyes that was like very clearly like, I did not realize I would have to ramble for so long when I said
If I had known,
known-
he was high as fuck.
It's like, if I had known that I was gonna have to stall for time instead of just chatting with Zach, I would have definitely waited on that blunt.
Well, then when he faked everybody out, and he was like, "Yeah, it's coming out in like 10 minutes."
Yeah.
No.
He's like,
That
oh,
wasn't
it
his
turns out
fault.
I had the wrong time, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't his fault. That was not his fault though.
Yeah,
they
it
fed him
wasn't.
that time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I remember when he said that. I was like,
he still looked,
Yeah.
But then he was like,
Yeah.
it's 4 hours long. So you can wait through the whole thing. Don't take any breaks. Just watch the whole thing. You're not going to want to take a break anyway. Just pinch it off. But you know what?
Yeah.
If you've got to go, like if your screen isn't too small, just take it in the bathroom with you. You know what? Maybe keep it up with you if you want.
Yeah.
You got options. Like you don't have to stop and see while you're watching it. But
This
like
is why we love that man. And the
I'm
fact that
starting
he
to feel really bad for Kevin Smith though, because DC keeps dragging him out for every little thing, and like half the stuff never even comes to fruition. Like I actually felt good for him, like with having Zach there to be able to say, "Yeah, this one's actually happening." There you go, Kevin. We're going to throw you a bone. We're going to give you one that's actually that people want to see and is actually happening right tonight. There you go. We're going to give you the wrong time.
We
But-
completed a project.
Here you go.
One project.
hey, remember 5 years ago when we had you on the CW to hype this
Oh
movie
my
up?
god.
Oh my god! I mean, like I said, I remember watching that and going, "Oh my god, we're here! DC's getting their own cinematic universe. Oh, there's Jeff Johns and Kevin Smith." And now I'm like, I have mixed feelings about Jeff Johns.
Jeff Johns all along.
And still the same feelings about Kevin Smith. Yeah. No, it's all great. But I love the fact that on his live stream or his podcast, he said, "Hey, restore the Snyderverse." And I was like, yes. God damn it.
Everybody's saying it except for WB.
And that's
Everyone's
what
saying it.
once again, the thing that's so crazy about it, and I think that
Paisley. Sorry.
what's missing in the like fan marketing for it or whatever, and I think because they're saying Snyderverse is like the ask is basically just 2 movies.
right
I mean,
now.
maybe 3 if Ben will do Batman, or like, hypothetically there could be more if like there's interest in doing more, I guess. But practically speaking, we're talking about a 5-year commitment max.
And you can do it lean and mean too. Like
This should have already
Zach's
been done.
used to doing it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they just stuck with this whole thing would have been done by now already, and they could do whatever, literally whatever they want, and like without having to blame it on Zack Snyder anymore. Like,
I expect the video next. It's like, hey guys, Kevin Smith here to talk to you about this awesome brand new Snowman movie that's coming out.
Hey man, yeah.
Hey guys, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
We got Jeff Johns here to talk about Snowmen.
I'm here with my friend
And
Jason
Josh
Momoa,
Gad.
and it's a cardboard cutout.
Josh Gad is gonna be here tonight, sticking a carrot where the sun don't shine, while Jeff John holds it.
the trick to Kevin Smith is you gesticulate wildly, but never take your elbows away from your ribs.
Yes, you got to go. Hey man, yeah. This is what we're doing. We're doing this right now. Whoa, see, I almost put my now. No, but Cole,
no shoulders, just all
Cole's gonna
elbow.
take off, guys. You gonna take off right now, Cole?
Bye, Cole.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for joining.
Thanks
I
for
appreciate
having
it.
us.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, hit them up, Justice Con, Nerd Queens, all that stuff. And I
Heck
appreciate
yeah.
you joining and talking shop like we're doing right now.
Bye,
Appreciate
guys,
it.
and I'll see
soon.
Love you,
you,
Cole.
Dave, Enosh, and Mego at JusticeCon.
There it
And
is.
everyone else, because you better be watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not watching,
Yeah.
I will punch you in the throat.
That too.
Just saying.
And that's how you sign off.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, Kevin Smith. I mean, I love his his hype, the way that he, yeah, you're right, Steven. Like he does keep his, and it's kind of funny too, because he went from like wearing hockey jerseys and then he lost a bunch of weight. Now he wears blazers over t-shirts.
Jorts.
Yeah, that-
Yeah.
that lavender blazer. Yes, the
Yes,
lavender blazer.
beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that he has a uniform. Just like, hey, Zach has a uniform too, that fucking white V. I mean,
True.
that's his superhero costume. I mean, come
Did he
on.
retire the hockey jersey?
He did.
Probably
That's kind
after
of
the war.
impressive of him to like have that kind of a rebirth, like a well, I mean, because he died. He almost died.
Because he lost after
He
he had that
literally
heart
almost
attack.
died. Yeah.
Because he had that heart attack, and he was like, "All right, I gotta fucking, I'm eating like shit." And then he went vegan, and he lost a bunch of weight. Then he's just like, "Okay, I'm not gonna wear hockey jerseys anymore because I'm not fat. So I'm gonna just like, I guess he just decided I'm gonna wear blazers and over. I don't know. Like he's got such a interesting kind of like wardrobe.
Well, the thing is he is suffering from something that I went through for a little while, and that is not really realizing how much weight you've lost.
Yes.
Because that blazer is still way too big for him. He's swimming in that blazer. And I had clothes like that myself. I mean, I lost almost 200 pounds myself. So
Right, I remember you telling me that.
yeah. And so like, I mean, I topped out at 430 pounds. So I was a big boy. And so, you just get to this point, like you don't realize, like you're picking out clothes and you're like, I can't wear that. In fact, I got a He-Man shirt that we were in GameStop one day and I saw the shirt and like all they had was like an extra large. And I told Tiffany, I said, I would love to have this shirt, but there's no way I could wear that. She's like, well, why'd you try it on? I'm like, well, I can't put it on. She's like, put it on over your shirt. And I'm like, there's no way to fit. And I was like, oh my God. I've got plenty of room in this thing. Okay. So it's weird. It is. It's a mind change thing. So
he's still trying to kind of figure it out, I think.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure it out a little bit.
Yeah. But
it's still a I would venture to say iconic kind of look for him though, where like, and maybe it's a holdover just because like it's not like his hockey jerseys ever fit either.
Yeah, they were very baggy, very loose.
There you go.
So it's still like it's his look.
Oh wow, that's you.
That's me.
Wow, look at that, crazy. Good on you, man. Good on you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
Anyways,
the jersey should say "Not so fat man."
Not so bad.
Right. Oh, that is true because that was his whole thing. So I wonder if that's part of the reason that he got rid of the jerseys also.
that probably.
Yeah.
But see, it was always funny too because when Ben Affleck was cast, at first I was reluctant to be like, I was like, at first you can go back to watch my video, and and he wasn't one of my choices. Funny enough, Joe Manganiello was my top choice for Batman back in like 2014 or whatever, which is kind of funny when we're where we're at right now. And you know, I should tell him that when I have him on the hey, I wanted you as Batman before Ben on Justice Con. That probably wouldn't go. Anyways, but the fact of like when I thought about it, I kind of went, you know what? Ben Affleck's got Kevin Smith in his corner, not realizing that they weren't talking at the time. But I was kind of hoping on, because I know Kevin Smith is a huge Batman fan. And I thought, oh yeah, he's going to be, you know, I mean, yeah, that should work, because he's going to probably tap into Kevin Smith and be like, what should we do? But of course that didn't happen. And now they've reunited, of course. And I kind of wonder what conversations Kevin and Ben have now when it comes to all this shit, you know, when it comes to more Batman, you know, what does Kevin Smith know about Ben Affleck's Batman now after they've reunited and everything? So, you know.
Well, and after that Terrio interview, I really wonder, like, because he's tight with Ben, like, you gotta wonder what Ben is feeling about this whole thing.
Oh my god!
Because, I don't want to say that, like, I don't want to venture out to say that like he was like considering returning or whatever, because who knows? Because that's all, you know, complicated stuff. But like, imagine literally, finally, you have provided the movie. I mean, they provided it years ago, but they finally proven that they made the movie that WB always wanted them to make. The movie, the crowd pleaser with the stakes that people are directly saying is like competition to Mark. Like literally the reason that this movie got canned is because they wanted to make this movie. And so he got, you know, the cast, you know, Ben got drugged, you know, the sad Batfleck meme and everything all got drugged in the mud. And so finally this movie comes out and they're like, look, we made this awesome movie that WB has been begging for us to make for years. And the movie they've been trying to make since then that they haven't been able to make.
Yeah.
And it turned out it was on the shelf this whole time.
Yep.
And what is WB's response? We're not making that. We're not making any more of those.
Yeah.
And like even if you weren't even if Ben wasn't like angling for a sequel or anything like that, like how much of a slap in the face is that to like nobody does that to any movie. Like the studio doesn't come out and denounce a movie that is actively streaming like that. It's such a and so like I very much believe that is what
like even before it came out, it's a cul-de-sac is what it is. It's this, you know,
they were trying to put a lid on it as much as possible, and then even what Face on said right here is like talking about hypothetical, but who would you want to write JL 2 and 3? Because you know Terrio kind of made it a point. Hey, I don't really want to. I'm going to do smaller stuff. I mean, who would you think that Zach would get to help write the sequels?
I do think I know that he said except for Terrio, and I would say that like Terrio would be a long shot. However, assuming that like legally they could somehow get him contracted for it, like if WB is not gonna like burn the world to the ground to stop it from happening. After that interview, I'm willing to bet that he would love very few things more than doing Justice League 2 and 3 just to spite WB. Like he would write the greatest Justice League 2 and 3 ever just to burn WB over the way that things went down.
Yeah. I know.
And that's not something I thought before. I've always been on the like he said, you know, he was non-committal about Justice League 2 and all that, but I'm especially after this interview, I'm now on team. Like, I think that he intended to write more. I mean, his reaction to very much to me suggests this was not like a one-off for him. I think he was committed long-term. And I think that given the opportunity to come back, especially if it could make WB look bad, he would be like, yes, I will write the shit. I bet he's got the drafts waiting on his shelf. Like,
oh yeah. I'm
one
sure
day.
he has an outline. There's no doubt that he has an outline because of all the storyboards that were written up. I mean, obviously he was probably there, like involved with the fucking storyboards, and that was just kind of like an outline. But what if, like, I mean, I guess you could say the question is, what if like Tara just goes, fuck that, I'm not going to do it. Like who then comes in if Snyder goes, okay, I'm going to do this. Who do I bring in? Does he bring back Goyer?
It hurts so much to think about somebody else writing Alfred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who we could bring in. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, there's
It's
so
like-
much powerful dialogue in this in ZSJL. Like,
God. I know it's difficult. It's difficult to think about that. And then I also have a question from Nicholas Zora, one of the patrons. He said, this is he said, how do you think Snyder promotes feminism positively in his movies in comparison to Marvel? Personally, I feel Marvel does it just fine, but when compared to Snyder, it makes them look like amateurs.
Nice.
So, I could bring it to the ladies right here, Tiff and Meg. When it comes to Snyder films, and promoting feminism positively, how does he do it? How does he do it better than Marvel? I would say that Nicholas would say.
I think he does a good job of focusing on the fact that they're not just women that makes them like powerful. I think he just focuses that on them as characters outside of their gender or sex or anything like that. And then giving them their own arcs inside of like the bigger story. So like with Lois Lane and Diana, they all play like such an integral role that if you took them out, the story wouldn't be the same.
Yeah. I agree with you there, but just because I mean the way that Zach took the story and kind of interwoven it, from BVS into Zack Snyder's Justice League, it was because of the story that they could expound upon with the women, and it shows their if they're gods like like Diana, it shows their human side, but then it also shows that they mentally, emotionally, physically they can kick butt, just like you said, not just because they're women.
Yeah, exactly.
It shows their strength.
And Lois is the key.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a really interesting, and people often like flip, I think, the intent there with people focus a lot on how like Thomas Wayne goes to throw a punch in the Wayne murder scene. Which seems like a small thing, but like as compared to like the way Nolan did it, Thomas Wayne was like trying to appease the Joe Chill, and he stood in the way. Whereas in BVS, it's a close up of the clenched fist, and he threw it, and then you go back to like Batman.
You hear the glove.
You get Batman Begins, and literally where Ra's al Ghul is saying, if he had the will to act, it would have whatever. And this, like Batman v Superman, is very much like, oh no, we've got these big, strong men who are very willing to act. They are very willing to throw punches, and it makes everything worse every time.
Yep.
And what is it? It's Martha. It's the memory of his mother. It's Lois Lane arriving in time to say it's his mother's name that stops the men from messing everything up with their desire to throw punches at everything.
Yep.
Which is why it's so funny when people are like, "Oh, toxic masculinity." And it's like, I think that's the point.
Well, even when Lex is showing like, hey, it's his mother, and he starts throwing the pictures. Superman just goes, "Where is she?" And then he just
And Lex is all about emulating his dad. He noticed Lex never has a mother figure, whereas Superman literally calls his mom to say hi, or Batman is haunted by the memory of his mother has been perverted by the bat demon in her grave because of the beautiful lie of him being Batman and saving everybody. And so like then Martha won't die tonight. And then if you look at like the breakdown boards, that the ones that are in the whiteboards that are in Dallas, and you have Batman, at least the original plan with like Batman and Lois, Bruce and Lois having a baby. You extend that story down, and you end up with like Darkseid via like new gods and time travel and all this craziness. You end up having Batman basically back at square one, where Darkseid is Joe Chill and Batman is Thomas Wayne. But instead of throwing that punch, he jumps in front of the Omega Beam, and that is what breaks the cycle. And that's what makes Superman able to rise and follow Batman's inspiration after Batman follows Superman's inspiration, right? And Batman saves Martha. Martha doesn't die. Lois is the Martha role at that point, right? And he saves Martha, Lois, and the child. And like that's what allows the world to like be saved. And it's so like Lois is the key, right?
But it also shows you too, just like the the dialogue between Martha and Lois when she's pretty much saying, you know, I don't know how to move on without your son.
Yeah.
And it shows the strength. And she's like, you know how you can do that? Come back to the living. I mean, it's like, it's the strength of the two women as well. I mean, just, you know, trying to hold each other up and, you know, yeah, that's my son. And I know that, you know, that was going to be your husband kind of thing, but still, you know, you still got to get back up.
And none of it ever feels forced.
Yeah.
Like, it just seems like effortless that these characters are so interwoven with each other and that these women are such a central role to the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem like, oh, well, we're just going to have a bunch of women on screen just cuz type thing.
Yeah.
I remember a quote from him once also. I don't remember the exact context, but it was something along the lines of he really likes the theme of like women getting revenge.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting because you look at some of the big criticisms of like the comedian and Silk Spectre scene in Watchmen, or just the fact that like women tend to like get abused in some way in his movies. And they paint that as like, oh, he likes those things happening. But if you look at like the intention behind those, is it's always a setup for the woman to then seize the power back for herself or to claim what is hers that someone took from her or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, then the Snow Steam Iron I think is a great example of that because it's literally that's the only it's a 4-minute story, but exclusively that where he's like, no, this woman was harmed and they're gonna regret it. And like that's I think consistent with all of his characters is them being like, oh no, men are not gonna like walk all over me. I'm gonna take that back.
I mean, look at BVS. You have Bruce that was trying to tap into Lex and trying to get all that information, and then Diana steals it, and then that extra scene where he literally like walks up, grabs her arm, and goes, "Hey, you took something from me," blah 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 blah, and you know, and then he looks into that data, sees like this picture, like, oh yeah, look at what I found about you. And then what ends up happening, she saves his fucking ass. You know,
Yeah.
one of the best superhero, you know, the best superhero entrance ever. It's like, it's the fact that like, it's always like a setup where it's like, hey, Bruce is trying to be like this. Hey, I'm fucking Batman for shit's sake. And you took this shit and blah, blah, blah. I don't know who you are. And then all of a sudden he gets his ass saved by Diana, probably, you know, and I love the fact that the development of the fact that she saved him with the gauntlets, and now he, you know, makes gauntlets that are gonna fucking, you know, save his ass in the future. I mean, there's so many ways to take these stories. It's crazy, but I just love the fact that that there is that aspect of, you know, when it comes to these two titans that are superheroes that we love that are fighting against each other. You got Wonder Woman that's kind of like this. Hey, she's like off the beaten path, but you know, she knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing, and then she just jumps in right when she should and saves Batman's ass, and it's fucking perfect in my opinion. I mean, my opinion. I think a lot of our opinions. Yeah.
I agree.
Yes, good.
So do I, with all of it. Everything that you all said.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What about the Josh Gad part?
Like we were pretty
I mean,
we
just
love
all-
Josh Gad, so
Yeah.
Wait, you
You were
guys
like,
like
you know
Zack
what?
Snyder movies too?
And then that
Like,
begs.
I know it might be a casting against type, but Josh Gad would be a great Superman. Like at the end of the day. I mean,
Josh Gad.
But we also got to ask too is like, what about Wonder Bat? Because Jose, I saw him say like Wonder Bat, like you know, there's a little tease of Wonder Bat. You know, they touch, you know, when they're going for the mouse, and it's like, you know,
It happens, Dave. It happens.
It does happen. You know, I don't know how many times I've reached for a mouse, and you know, somebody else has reached in. Yeah, no, but you kind of wonder, like, what were they trying to set? You know, a little bit something up there, or you know, it kind of. What do you guys think? I've always wanted to know.
Works for me and Tiff.
I hope so.
Ryan, what do you think?
I think that was quite obvious. Yes.
It was quite
for sure.
Hey, you know what? Look, I'm glad that actually was something, because if there was anything about the whiteboards that I kind of it just didn't fit for me
Lois and Bruce.
Yes.
was look, because I actually don't have a problem with the idea of Lois and Bruce possibly dating before Clark comes to Metropolis. You know, she's an investigative reporter, he's a billionaire. I could totally see it. Maybe they went out on a few dates, whatever. But I had a really hard time, like, as excited as I was to see some of that stuff, I was like, but Superman dies and she falls in love with Bruce, and then Superman
but at the same time, not really. She still loves Clark. But
and then Clark comes,
Clark
comes back and raises Bruce kid.
I agree. I agree with that.
You know, so like that was hard for me.
But you know what? When it comes to Zack Snyder's Justice League, though, what I do love is when she shows up in the hangar and he goes, "Hi there." The smile that she gives him when she looks up fucking makes me melt. I don't know why. Like the way that she smiles up at him. I'm just saying, there's something there a little bit where she just gives like a look. It's not a full smile. It's just kind of like a, hey. Yeah,
I think.
But I love how
say hello to your mother for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
He's like, hi there, you know? And
I think that mouse moment lingers
too soon,
too long for it not to be something.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's really curious to me also the fact that like we know the original plan was to have that like Bruce, Lois, Clark love triangle, and that now they're teasing. And really, I think that chemistry was very prevalent in like the chemistry in or like the tension in the Gordian knot scene in BVS is like insane.
Yes.
And so then for them to capitalize on that in this movie, and then of course you've always got Alfred who is like the fact that,
remember that scene? He's like, hey, yeah. I just imagine Jeremy Irons doing that.
God damn it! Find a woman.
Nudge, wink, wink. So
Jeremy Irons doing that scene. Go again. Hey, what's up? Yeah.
So the fact that they're then
that's a pretty girl right there.
The fact that they're teasing this now following having removed Bruce and Lois from the script makes me like jumps out even more than it would have, because you know that wouldn't have been present if Bruce and Lois was still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is the alternative, why first is always the question with Zach, and then where does it go? Is really interesting, or does it go anywhere? Like I think because like the whole idea was that Bruce was going to have Lois was the key for Bruce because she's the one that made him able to imagine the idea of having a life outside the cave. Oh no, Dice is watching me talk. I got it.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Just letting you know, Steven, that Dice.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm
Do
good.
better.
Dude, we were recording something last night and he had this like we were getting ready for one of our episodes and he had this great point that he made. He talked like for a couple of minutes, like building it up, and then he finished, and I didn't know he was done yet. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So, and he gave me so much shit for it. So that's gonna be like in one of the next episodes where it's gonna be like, that's interesting. We'll see how he edits that. I'm putting that out there now so that people can find it. So everyone drink. Speaking of which, but the point is so what the role that Lois served was to show Bruce that like you could have had a life outside the cave. You could have moved on from Batman finally. So you take that away from Batman. How do you replace that in his arc? And if Wonder Woman is the answer to that, that's fascinating because like we know she dies.
That's true. That's a good point.
Well, that's because it's because she was gonna get with Batman. So it's like Batman's like, okay, I can finally put all the death in my life behind me with my parents and Dick and everybody, and now I can have a life with you, honey. Okay, dead. Just
Diana.
100%. Joey.
Why does everything I love die?
Anna.
I like the Bruce Diana thing. I always have. I mean, even watching the old Justice League cartoons. I mean, I always thought they had a chemistry together and it made sense. I mean, like it was always kind of cool to me. I mean, because obviously she had Steve Trevor, in mini stories and whatnot. But it was always kind of cool because Batman, even though he doesn't have powers, he's that intellectual equal, you
Mhm.
know? And so, you know, I can see that, you know?
No, that's what we all love
Yeah.
about Batman. But Anthony, you got to take off, man. Right? Well, the fact that that's all you needed.
I'm gonna do a plug.
Why do you
Go
always
ahead,
look so
plug it.
angry, Anthony?
Here,
just
here,
wants Justice League 2.
I can make
You know.
Anthony smile.
There's some
Come on, you want to
creepiness.
smile? I got a
want
great
some
drop of
creepiness.
Anthony. I got a great drop of Anthony on my channel where he was on a stream the other day, and he's just like, "I want to see his thing. It's a huge thing, and I want it." He was talking about Zack Snyder, of course, but you know, either way, you know.
Well, yeah. If you want to see if you want to see his thing, that's fine.
It's a huge thing, and I
Anthony's trying
want
to go to bed.
Yeah, Anthony needs to go to sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, I appreciate you having me on.
Love you, buddy.
Bye, Anthony.
Love you,
All right,
Anthony.
Anthony. Oh,
Bye.
man.
Poor guy.
Oh.
He gives his all.
He really does.
Very end.
It's I was gonna say it's funny because I'm actually I also like WonderBet. I was really into the idea of the Bruce and Lois thing, specifically because of the fact that my reaction was and like when I have that reaction, then I think about it for a second, I'm like, ooh, if he could take me from to that was a good idea, that would be a cool story. Like,
Well, that's the thing, he
imagine
has
if
a
you
knack
moved you
for
all the way
doing.
from
That's
like,
why it's
God, I need to clip that.
Sounds that you're making.
Yes, you
sounds
do.
Like a different movie.
Yeah.
He could take me from to whoa. Wow.
Hey, you know, I mean, if he took you there, right?
Zack Snyder's magical ways.
Yeah. He's got a big thing.
impressing a man of Anthony's girth with his size. and taking Steven from to you know, just I'm impressed. And making Zack Snyder's Justice League. Come on. The man is multi-talented. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
No, but like,
ladies and gentlemen, it's a surety that I will not be interviewing Zack Snyder at Justice.
you would ask the tough questions. I would,
Yes,
for sure,
yes.
for sure. No, but like when I read all those the storyboards, and when it got to the end where it was like, oh yeah, but you know, Bruce and Lois had this baby that's going to turn into the new Batman. That's where I kind of went, oh, that's where you got me, Zach. You just got me right there. Oh, he's going to be the new Batman. Oh, that's for me. That just kind of like, that's what did it, you know, with that whole thing. Like what you were talking about, Stevens, like convinced me to like, you know, because I wasn't with it either. But when it got to the end, we're like, oh yeah, we're going to have this baby that's going to be the new Batman. And I went, but then of course, I guess when it comes to if things were to progress, it would still happen that way too, even if it was Clark's. I don't know.
Well, the big difference for me was when I squared when I made the connection that at the end of the line, Batman Bruce would be in a position where somebody is threatening his wife and his child, and he has the opportunity to step in front of it and stop it from happening. And if you're going to end Batman's arc, find a better way.
Yeah.
True. And while it is still good if it is Lois and Superman's son, you know, somebody else's wife and somebody else's son, it's not quite like there's a little bit of like there's a 1% thematic like perfection to the Bruce's child and the mother of Bruce's child that he's saving with his sacrifice. You know, he's doing what Thomas Wayne failed to do, which is, you know, going back to like BVS, that's very much like a spoken theme in that movie of fulfilling the father's purpose. And Thomas Wayne couldn't stop Joe Chill, but Batman could stop Darkseid.
Yeah, I just had this whole like idea that I don't know. Like, because we always want to see that scene where, you know, Batman sacrifices himself and maybe like Superman carries him out in like a very, you know, obviously we've seen that shot. We know like the context of what actually happens in the books. But if you take that concept of just, Superman just carrying out, what if like when that happens, like Batman just decides to remove his cowl in the process, and it's like it's Bruce that actually fucking sacrifices himself instead of Batman. And then like when Superman is carrying him out and he like puts him down, and then he has the cowl in his hand and he holds it up like he did when he was evil. Oh,
Yeah.
parallels, guys.
Yeah.
Parallels.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know.
Or then this is a little bit more out there, and I'm not a huge fan of it, but everyone's freaking out about how the guy on the horse in the nightmare, or not the nightmare, in the history lesson,
Looks
looks like Affleck.
Yeah, he
And
got
always,
snapped back in time. Yeah.
I always thought it would be cool if they did a return of Bruce Wayne after he gets zapped with the Omega beams,
Yes.
like just like they did in the comics. And I thought it'd be cool if like if he was in the history lesson literally, and so the fact that there's a cameo is like, for me, that's like itches a scratch for me.
I
But
actually like that theory. I'm hoping that, but I don't think it is. But
no, I don't think it is either. But there is a cool element to that of then, and this is where the conspiracy theorists are like, see, Disney stole all these ideas. But where if you look at like the plan, if then that is Bruce's way out of the world, right? That's how he gets out and lets Lois and lets Superman live without him being a complication in their relationship. But he is now the old Steve Rogers, like overseeing everything. And then when the new Batman, the son of Clark and Lois or whatever, takes over the Batcave, then you've got Batman Beyond, where you've got old Affleck then is there and like, hey, I never actually died, and I'll be your mentor now as the new, and like,
surprise.
I don't. That feels a little too much, but also like there's a cool fanboy moment in that. That's like, that's actually kind of cool. Of like,
you should write this up, send it to Anne. See if she'll
I hear she's greenlighting all kinds of projects right now.
Jeez.
Oh wait, does that exist in the Snyderverse? Never mind.
Yeah.
It's so sad. Oh man, I mean,
with that.
I mean, the fact that Batman was going to sacrifice himself, and then essentially the third Justice League movie was going to be a full-on, hey, this is a Superman flick. I mean, probably in the same vein that the first Avengers movie was essentially an Iron Man flick that had, hey, we got these other people that we're going to balance out and have, that are going to be part of this movie. I think like when it comes to Justice League 3, it was going to be like that full on, hey, everybody wanted that Man of Steel sequel. This is what you got. This is what's going to happen.
Right.
Because, Batman was done after God damn it, dude.
And
I want to see that so bad.
2 and 3 wouldn't be titled 2 and 3. And so while it's not perfect for like a Justice League 3 movie, I really like the idea of that last movie in the 5-part arc just being Man of Tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
or
maybe,
Superman. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Justice League : Man of Tomorrow, or I don't know what you've got to do to make it work, but because that is literally the whole idea is that is the idealized Superman, and that is the Superman that leads the league, and that is the Superman that inspires humanity to join him in the sun and all that stuff.
World. Literally,
I like that here.
The world unites around him, and so like if you want a Man of Steel sequel, a proper Man of Steel sequel, and you want to like, that's the title I'd go with, is Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, man. I mean, it would have been so great. Just the fact that it's like, it would have all wrapped up with like, hey, we're going to take on these forces. The whole world is going to join up around Superman after half the world hated him in BVS.
Well,
character development. Come on, guys.
Reading the whiteboards, the image is burned in my mind of like the Green Lantern. I think you got Kilowog is in the image, like the Green Lantern Corps and all this stuff going on, and it just says in big letters, "The whole world is the Justice League." Like, how do you say no to that? Someone showed you a whiteboard that said the whole world is the Justice League, and you're like, nah.
Well, also you have so many people coming out after this movie, after Zack Snyder's Justice League, like, the retrospective. Oh, Man of Steel and BVS are a lot better. Imagine if you got to the point where you do a Man of Tomorrow or whatever, like looking back on all these movies that Zack put together. I mean, straight up masterpiece as far as comic book content.
But it goes to show too, where fans, like, as much as we talk about WB kind of like going off the rails and not, staying the course and listen, letting things play out and everything, there's a real problem with fandoms nowadays doing the exact same thing, where we don't want to be told the story to these characters anymore. We want to dictate to other people, to the writers, to the the studios, what those stories are. And it's a real fine line, but like with something like Zack's vision, for example, there were all these bits and pieces that, like you said, people now watch Zack Snyder's Justice League and they're like, oh yeah, that's what that was about. And that makes, okay, that was really cool. But a lot of those same people have been like really griping and complaining for the last few years. Are like, oh, I didn't understand this. I remember that, like, that was one of the biggest things coming back from like Batman v Superman. I had so many friends who were not DC fans, who were Marvel fans. And we would get into these like discussions and they'd be like, well, I don't know what this was like. What was that whole thing with like that Omega symbol and there's fire and Batman's wearing a trench coat and everything. And I'm like, well, it's a nightmare futuristic possibility where Darkseid comes in and the world is, taken over by the forces of apocalypse and stuff. And they're like, well, why didn't they just say that? And I'm like, because it's a potential storyline plot later down the road. And they're like, yeah, but I'm sick of these DC movies not telling me what they need to tell me and just explaining it to me. And I said, well, you know what? I went to go see Iron Man without knowing a blessed thing about Iron Man. And I didn't gripe and complain with everything I didn't understand. I just was like, oh, I should probably go home and learn more about Iron Man.
Enjoy the ride.
Why is he so rich?
Yeah.
And you know what?
I know, like,
he
told everybody he's Iron Man.
What?
They did tell everybody everything they needed to know.
Exactly.
Like, it's all there. Yeah. Like, no, like you don't know how it's gonna end, but like since when? That's like watching it's like watching Back to the Future and being like, they shot Doc Brown. I'm turning this movie off. Like,
and Steven, you kind of talked about it last week. Like, part of it is just like the lack of like preparing the audience for what they were going to do. Like, they didn't come out and say it was a 5-movie arc that so people were just kind of like,
I'm pretty set in my perspective that if WB from the beginning had said Zack is going to do 5 movies and it's going to be a Superman story that culminates in a Justice League trilogy, that it would be over by now. And the reason it didn't happen was because they made the second they were like BVS and people were like, but what about a Batman solo movie? It was like all like in this, and the fact that WB didn't say, don't worry, there's a plan. Like, where did they say anywhere along the lines? Like, we've got a plan. Like, there was a plan on a whiteboard. Like it was a pitch. It was pitched.
Could have just tweeted that picture out a few years ago.
Literally that picture, because you couldn't even see anything on the whiteboard. Like, no, there's a plan. And like, look at all, if you remember how much crap they took for the notion that they had no plan.
Yeah.
And it turns out like not only was there a plan, like there was a very specific plan, and they knew exactly where it was going. And it's like, oh, maybe you not knowing what happens next in the story is not the same thing as there not being a next thing in the story. Like, I know that's a weird, like, you surprised enough to say that to an audience, but like,
but even again, I mean, like when I went down the rabbit hole of like, hey, I'm gonna watch Fury Road and Book of Eli, I'm like, wow, Snyder was going, hey, this is when it comes to superheroes, we've never touched bases when what if they kind of lost and the world like turned into something like a wasteland, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Who would survive after that? And let's explore that a little bit. And I'm going, and I think a lot of people are going, yes, we're literally Batman has to team up with Joker. I mean, come on. And Deathstroke. I mean, the fact I want to know that backstory because
it's so great.
Because he's still like, he wants to fucking kill, and I use the F-bomb, of course, right there. He wants to fucking kill Joker, but with Deathstroke, I mean, when they talk, they act like they're buddies. Isn't that a little weird?
You literally go from an epilogue scene where Deathstroke shows up on the yacht and he's like, I want to go kill him. And then jump to the future, and they're what happened?
They're like fucking. Oh my, they're coworkers essentially. Right. Like, what the fuck? I mean, there's so much there to explore. It's like, frustrates me, man. Anybody else?
Me too.
Same. Same.
Yeah.
I was like, anybody else?
Yeah.
I got a little quiet there for.
Well,
for 2.5 seconds.
I love though, like one of the explanations I just read in there about Iron Man. Well, Iron Man was self-explanatory. Well, was the rest of the Marvel universe also self-explanatory? Because they're, like, I mean, you go from one movie to the next and you're like, okay, now you're connecting all these things, and I've never read this comic. So the thing is like, you don't know what all those pieces are. And so it requires a lot of those pieces. You go and you figure it out. But you know what? I was able to do that, and it was great, and I enjoyed what I enjoyed. But the thing is, I find like with stuff like Man of Steel and BVS, people don't. They're like, it should all be in the movie. It should all just be in one movie. Each movie, they act like each movie should be self-contained and like completely transparent. Yes, no story arcs that go over to anything else. No plot points. I mean, the first time that you saw Thanos, if you didn't know who Thanos was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you'd be like, who is this grape?
Well,
I don't know what is going on here. Who this guy
I
is?
think the entire movie theater back in 2012 was like, oh my god, and they're like, I was like, you don't know who the fuck that is. Come on. You don't know who that is.
Literally,
you don't know who that is.
The
don't
only
even
difference,
pretend like you know who that is.
He was a giant Marvel member berry.
Yeah.
The only difference to me with what happened between the MCU and the Snyderverse was just a matter of audience confidence. And I don't mean audience confidence as in like they liked the movies, but I mean that as in they trusted that it was going somewhere, because they said this is leading up to Infinity War.
Yeah.
And so therefore everything that happened was assumed to be in service of Infinity War. And so like they're like, here's an Ant-Man movie. Nobody cares about Ant-Man, but well, it's leading up to Infinity War, so
you gotta go see it.
You gotta see it. And
there's no way Captain Marvel by itself as a movie, and I don't necessarily hate the movie, and I especially don't have the vitriol that I know that some people just do, like for all the things that they just made up, about the movie. But it's definitely not a movie that I intend to like just take in again. But like seriously, there's no way that movie makes $1 billion without being the lead in to Endgame. There's just no way, because it doesn't stand on its own like that.
But it doesn't stand on its own regardless.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying. There's no way that
they said it leads into Endgame, and then it doesn't. Like, if it
yeah, well, I know, and that's the thing is that was the one that they kind of fooled, because I even had a bunch of friends who came to me and they're like, I was kind of disappointed with that because I really didn't have to see that to see Endgame, but I was going to go see it anyways because it's Marvel, and you're right, Steven. They set the expectation that with each new movie, you needed to see this because this was progressing this overall bigger story and taking you someplace.
Cat.
Yes, you needed to see each and every little thing to take it in, to get you to that point, so that by the time you got to the big one that they were doing, you'd be all caught up, you'd be ready to go. And
and imagine if they hadn't said this is all.
You're taking the big one.
Imagine if they hadn't said this is all leading to Infinity War, and you had gotten like, then you get Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're like, oh, there's that purple guy again, but like he's different. Like, why is he different now? And like his motivate, like they were talking about the humans, but like now he's not worried about the humans at all. How does this relate to the last appearance? He was like maroon last time, but now he's like hamburglar purple. Not hamburglar purple. What's his name?
Grimace.
Grimace.
He's like Grimace purple now. And then
if the hamburglar's purple, get him some air.
And then like he's not in Age of Ultron, and he'd be like, wait, so why are they teasing Thanos now? And then he's at the end. It's like, oh, well, there's Thanos. I guess they're leading up. Well, there's the Infinity Gauntlet, so clearly they're going to do something with the Infinity Gauntlet. And then like he shows up. What, does he have an appearance? There's another appearance after that, isn't there? Where he's like a different color again. Like they changed his appearance multiple times.
Guardians of the Galaxy or something.
It was Guardians.
It was Guardians. It was Avengers, and then Guardians, and then the post credits for Avengers 2.
I'll do it myself kind of thing.
That was the I'll do it myself was the end of
he's like a mood ring.
Age of Ultron, which is funny because Marcus and McFeely, who wrote
when he wants to get the stones, he's purple.
They all they admitted
normally,
I'm feeling purple-ish.
Yeah. But normally he's maroon.
But then what happened in they were building like what, because in Avengers they were like they would be to court death, and he was looking for who even knows what he wanted from New York in the first one. But like when you go back and you try to like reverse engineer his character arc, and you've got what happens in Infinity War. It's got nothing to do with the setup that he's got in all the other movies. Like none of those. He looks different and he wants different things in every single one. And then he comes in Infinity War and like, by the way, here's his backstory that totally negates everything that happened before. Don't worry about any of those other setups. They were just teases and nothing else. But it's all part of the plan.
Maybe it was just a weird tan because he is a farmer.
That might be it.
It's true.
Anyway, the point is literally
Space tan.
the only difference was that they said ahead of time, we have a plan.
Space tan.
But then compare that to what Zack Snyder was trying to do, and it's like, I mean,
well, look at the nightmare. How is the nightmare any different than like
exactly? I mean, the fact that he was like that, a lot of people were going, "What the fuck is this nightmare thing?" And I'm going, "There's an Omega symbol right there! Oh my god!" And everybody's going, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "What?" And I'm pointing at it, and they're going, "I don't know what you're talking about, you crazy person." And I went, "I know I'm crazy, but still, yeah." There's like this huge Omega symbol, and we know exactly what it's for.
Obviously, the like YouTube blogosphere situation was different then, but if that movie like came out today, the normal expected reaction would be like the movie ends, and then you would have a ton of articles and videos and etc. What was that Omega symbol? What does it mean? Why is it there? What's going to happen next? What does it imply about the next movie? Here's everything you need to know about Thanos, or not Thanos, about Darkseid, and all this stuff. And like instead of that, you got this made no sense. Why was this there? That, and it's like, so don't tell me it made no sense. Tell me how it could make sense. Like that is the excitement. The reason there's any excitement around this is like is creating answers to things that don't have like imagine if people watched Lost that way, and they're just like, what? The hatch doesn't have a purpose, and
Neither does a polar bear on an island.
Yeah, exactly. Which I mean, truth be told, none of it mattered anyway. But you believe
the smoke monster.
That's what matters.
The smoke monster and the giant foot.
Okay,
come on.
Bad example. I'm sorry.
Wait, they're back in time in this season. They're back from the island. Now they want to go back to the island, and they turn the wheel.
Oh man, I once whiteboarded to try to explain to my family the concept of two different timelines existing that had been offset.
So you were basically Doc Brown in Back to the Future 2.
No, I was like, no, look, here's what happened. Here's what happened when they left the island. They jumped onto a different timeline, and the events are the same, but it's shifted from this other one, and that's why these events are happening this way.
Skewed to this alternate path to create an alternate 1985. Yeah,
it made sense, but it didn't. There were a lot of theories
like
about
Loki and just split it off in like a bunch of different ones just because you picked up a Tesseract.
Right, exactly. But it's all part of the
I'm
plan.
actually intrigued.
Yeah. I am too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That one. I mean, you know what? This last episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier, I was actually going, all right, this is probably one of the best ones because they. I mean, a lot of people were like, oh, there was not a lot of action. I'm like, yeah, but there was so much story.
Yeah,
the story was so. It was like the story of this fucking episode was great in the end.
I love that about you, Dave. It's like the one that's well written that actually has more story and less fluff. You're like, this one's the best one, and people are like, well, but there wasn't any action. Where's America's ass in this one?
Yeah, I want to see more shooting and blah 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 flying around. I'm like, no, this was really good. Like the story development in this episode was very well done, and the way that it ended, I was actually pretty impressed. And I'm like, all right, bring on the next episode. I'm more hyped for the next episode than I was any other time.
Or the
because
fact
of what happened.
Who left? Yeah.
And so I'm like, hey, you know what? Good job, Marvel. That's what you gotta do right there.
I think it's funny that when Dave gets excited, he sounds like Bill Burr.
I'm just
throwing that out there.
Just saying right out. Fucking, whatever. Hey. Yeah, I do.
You have made Tiffany's night.
Are you gonna put me through a freaking wall?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh man.
Shall I leave?
Oh man. Any other topics you want to talk about? Joey, you've been kind of quiet right now.
Yeah, that's just how I operate.
He's coming up with jokes.
Yeah, he's always just
it's constantly just spinning.
Joey gets excited. Joey gets excited.
Not like C-3PO excited, but
no, not C-3PO excited.
Nobody gets C-3PO excited.
Joey, you were truly the star of my music video.
What? Oh yeah.
What kind of video did you guys do?
my Snyder cut video.
I'm joking.
He's in there, and he's all getting excited when you were there.
I know.
So was Joey. and you.
I don't know, but yeah, if SnyderCon does happen this year, that's going to be pretty awesome if we can all make it. If he has it in the same spot, obviously it's like driving for me, but hopefully everybody here can make it too, because the last SnyderCon was pretty insane. Watching. I know you guys watched BVS with a bunch of fans as well, but you didn't watch it in a shoulder to shoulder like packed house. I'm literally scrunched up next to Matt from Comic Movie Marks, on him because he's a big dude, and I'm just and we're sitting in a theater that's not luxurious at all. It's old, and we're just watching this thing, and we're right in the middle, and I'm just praying the whole time, please don't pee. Please don't have to pee. Please don't have to pee. Please don't have to pee. And luckily I didn't. But you don't even know how crazy that was just to be in literally packed, together watching BBS and just enjoying the absolute shit out of it. I'm sure you guys, obviously you guys probably witnessed that too, but not, obviously with pandemic, because everybody had spread apart, but imagine just being literally crammed into a room, 200 people in an old theater style room and just watching that thing. It was insane. So hopefully we could do that, but not so like that.
I'm not missing the next, whenever the next SnyderCon is. I made that mistake with the first one. I can't do it again.
Yeah. Well, I know there's talks about October. I think even maybe Zach's even talking about that. Yeah, Meg just kind of went, It's been talked about publicly. Yes, it has. Hey, hey, that's not even a secret, okay? I'm just saying. It's not a secret. But yeah. But he's put it out there in October's my birthday month, so hopefully. But yeah, that'd be pretty insane if we can all just actually get together again and just,
all of a sudden Dave disappears off the screen and Meg takes over. Well, it was great having Dave here. Unfortunately, Dave is not going to be able to be at Justice Con.
Turns out we need another host. So justiceconvention@gmail.com.
You just bring me back in. Remember, you gave my job to Tiffany, so I'll give my job to Tiffany. So, she's back. So you're telling me there's a chance.
I'm next in line. and then you can come in.
Joey's just gonna end up hosting the whole fucking weekend at this point.
Joey, I'll tell you what, man. Joey, you just drive up here and fly up here wherever, and come back, and you can be right here next to me, man.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I like how you're talking to me.
Do it.
Come on, man. You can be my right hand man.
See you tomorrow.
All right. Everyone's always welcome to the lounge. Actually, it's funny. Tiffany and I were joking because the house next door to us is available, and everybody's been kind of joking with us that we should just buy the house next door and just make it like the actual Poindexter Lounge where people can use it as a bread and breakfast. Bed and breakfast. You know what I'm saying?
And breakfast.
It's a bread and breakfast.
Yeah,
no place to sleep. No beds in the place at all. But you get bread.
There's just bread everywhere.
You sleep on pillowy bread.
You sleep on a loaf of bread. What the fuck?
Surrounded by toys and bread everywhere. But no, make it a cool place to stay, and
do it.
Like a place for nerds or something.
Like a place for nerds.
Huh.
Now you got to drink.
I don't know your rules.
Oh man. Okay, I think that's a good point to end right there.
Bread and breakfast.
I like it. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate, of course, the entire panel, and of course, Meg. Thank you for sticking around.
Shut up, Josh Gad.
Yeah, and Josh Gad, of course, I appreciate him showing up.
Shut up, Josh. He's down there. I love bread with you.
We appreciate all that. And of course, everybody clicking in. Let's go around the horn. Everybody promote yourself, plug yourself, whatever. I mean, plug yourself sounds weird. But anyways, go ahead, Meg.
You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube as WonderMeg. You can find me next weekend at Justice Con, 16th, 17th, and 18th. And then this Sunday, World's Finest is actually doing a watch party of Step Brothers. So Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, let's say that.
So
much more activities.
Exactly.
Yeah. Man, so many activities. That's what she said. Sorry, I just took your joke. Anyways, Steven.
Could have said boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
I should have said that.
Yes. Did we just become best friends?
Yes, we did. Yep. Yeah.
Yep. I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me at SM Colbert on Twitter, and you can listen to me and Andrew Dice talk about Zack Snyder movies 1 minute at a time at SnyderMinute.com. BVS by the Minute is on a short hiatus, but we are going through each chapter of the Snyder Cut one by one until we have done all of those, and then we'll go back to the beginning and start our 1 minute at a time approach with that one. We figured we didn't want to wait like 3 years before we got to talk about Darkseid, so we're doing chapters first, and then we'll do the minutes and spend like 20 minutes talking about ice
I have
sculptures.
a serious question. What is your estimate on when you will be done with that?
We don't several years. I mean, we're talking. I think we made a joke in the last one we recorded about like 2023, but I mean, practically speaking, we're gonna do like between 50 and 100 episodes a year, and there's 400 episodes, or there's 400. 240 episodes. So, it's gonna.
Well, I mean, we got plenty of content coming, so cool.
All right.
Yeah,
that's the beauty about it. It's like he's got a lot of content coming.
Just wait till they restore the Snyderverse, and you're just gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
Now I gotta do the air cut.
So close. Well, we were halfway through BVS when this started. We're like, we got to start this right away, right? So once we've got a few episodes of this under our belt, we're gonna get back to doing BVS by the minute as well, though. But so like I said, SnyderMinute.com, and it's all there. Also, I write for Screen Rant, so check that out.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't know that.
Little side gig.
And Amanda jumped off earlier. She was with me, but you can follow her on Twitter at Pie Sugar Pie with 3s instead of E's.
Man, I miss her.
Fancy.
All right, the Point Dexter Lounge.
Well, I don't have to plug myself. That's what I have Tiffany for.
All right.
Hey,
bye guys.
Dave sets me up with great Bill Burr, impersonations, and we'll see you later.
Bill Burr.
Was it Bill Burr? Or what?
Burr.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
Like you said, Bill Burr.
I did not. I did not say birth. That's what happens 9 months later.
I'm having a baby.
We had a baby. It's a boy.
No, you can find us at Poindexter Lounge here on YouTube. And then, of course, we're on all the major social medias. And if you look for us on Twitter, there's just no E in the middle because we go right to the X. And because there's not enough letters on Twitter because, we're rebels like that. We're like, we're just going to go one letter above what they'll give us. So, and then Tiffany, where can people find you?
People can also find me on Twitter and Vero and Instagram as Grand Tiff Tarkin.
And on what show?
And Poindexter Lounges.
But you're on a show. I'm trying to set you up. I'm trying to. She doesn't do a lot of these things with me.
You talk to the Poindexter stuff. So.
I know, but you're on a certain show with a group of women who are amazing. No, you're fantastic.
Well, yeah, we're on with League of Mayhem.
Yes, well, tell them. Tell the thousands watching.
It's 3:00 in the morning, and I work today. I'm so sorry.
She's on League of Mayhem.
I am. I'm in League of Mayhem. Kick all kinds of butt and talk to Darkseid and stuff like that.
There you go. That's all we need right there.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. What does it say? Little Beach Joe.
Little Beach.
Okay. I just realized that you had your.
It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes, and you just noticed his name.
I did not even look.
Who is this guy on the stream here?
Oh, your name's Dave. That's
who invited this guy?
Who's this guy that looks like Steven without glasses? Yeah. Go ahead.
Adopted son. I'm Joey Marino. You can find me on Twitter at JoeBear94, Instagram and Vero at Joey Marino. And like Meg said, World's Finest. We will be having the Step Brothers watch party this weekend. Nice.
We missed, but it's okay.
Yeah, you totally. Yeah, that didn't.
It's okay.
It's fine.
Kind of like you missed my name for the
Are
past
you
4
trying
hours,
to
but it's
fist
all right.
Yeah,
Joey?
I'm trying.
Wait.
I'm trying to fist bump Joey, not
What?
fist Joey. She asked me if I was trying to fist you. I'm just trying to fist bump you. It'd be really cool if my hand like appeared right in Joey's room.
All right, Ryan.
He's like, wow.
Can't follow that up.
How do you follow?
Go
How do you
this way.
follow any of that? How do you follow any of that? Good luck.
Yeah. You can follow myself and my buddy Brandon at Capecast Show on Twitter. We talk about all things geek movies. And then also, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Cinemachine. We post all of our videos there, and we also review movies in general.
Okay, now try to fist bump Steven. Come on.
Yeah.
and Ryan.
There you go. There you go.
Ryan, I echo what William said earlier about you. You've got to have the greatest camera, definitely on the stream, but probably on all of YouTube.
When he was on last week, I was like, of course he's a photographer because.
So Brandon always tells me before we get on with anybody, he says our drinking game is anytime anybody mentions that you have a nice camera. So.
There you go. Cheers to that right there.
I think.
All right.
Well,
Cheers
speaking
to everybody.
cheers, real
Yes.
quick. Before I would like to do another social experiment.
Shit! I
And
gotta pour some little bit more then.
I just want everyone to raise their glass for another toast, and this toast is going to be also to the vodka stream.
Okay.
And also to Justice Con, I guess. Again, anything else? Any ideas? To the Snyderverse, I guess. Right, everybody in the chat, raise your drink, your glass with us, and say to the vodka stream, and then you drink it, and then hit the upvote button.
There it is. Steven.
To bread and breakfast.
Always thinking about it.
Bread and breakfast.
To the vodka stream.
To the vodka stream.
The vodka stream.
To the vodka stream.
I had a little
There
bit
it
of
is. Well, I appreciate it, guys.
Oh, wait. If you already clicked the
God
upvote
damn it.
button, don't click it again.
Dislike it.
Yeah,
Quick correction.
yeah. Because if you click it again, you.
Oh, no, it's going down.
Oh, God damn it,
Oh,
Steven.
no.
What did you do, Steven?
That's such a good
do
idea.
that. Steven meant to do that.
I guess the lesson is people are
God,
listening.
Steven.
People are doing what I...
Exactly.
That was such a great episode.
Yes, it was. That whole series was fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. Anyways, guys, you know what to do. Make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell. If you want to become a Film Junkie member, hit the join button. If you want to become part of the Patreon, that's down there too. And then, of course, there's merchandise in the Film Junkie closet. And like I said, thank you to everybody. Thank you to Cole and Nana for showing up too, even though they had to leave. I get it. It's fine because I feel sorry for. I always feel sorry for Nana because she's like way like in the future and she has work. And I was like, but the fact that she made it here and I love that. And we'll see you next weekend at Justice Con and everything like that. So cheers, guys, and we will definitely talk to you later.
Fucking hard fact.